triple leverage ETFs. That means if the gold miners gap up 10% because there's something crazy goes on in the world, this will move 30% against me before I can take a trade. So you just have to understand that when you're trading these things, they are volatile for a reason. That's the whole point of them. So it's not so I'll put a full-size trade onto it and hope to make, I think it's like 120% if it ends up getting to the top of that target. It means that I can use 1/3 less of my money in order to take the trade. That's why I use these leverage ETFs, is not to get 3 times the juice. Again, it's to take up 1/3 of the buying power. So I really want to reiterate that. Also, these will go down over time. So if this was more than just I'm looking to buy this and maybe hold it for a couple weeks or a month or so, I wouldn't pick a leverage instrument because they use derivatives to get this leverage, and those derivatives grade over time. So if you zoom out really far in any of these charts, you just see they go down over time and reverse split. It's a feature, not a bug. So those 2 caveats out of the way. Again, this is really, really crazy. The trade ends up being pretty simple though. I'm looking, there's about 2 weekly highs right above us, right where we closed last week. I'm looking to get involved. If we make a move above that high, my stop loss goes at the low, which again is pretty much the all-time high for Bitcoin because this is inverse. And then if we get a push back up to the last place that we rested and we had that 3 weeks rest, it's like an 8-to-1 risk reward. So that's the kind of thing that when I'm fading these big moves, I need in my favor. Is the risk reward so massive that I know if I'm wrong, so there's a good probability, if not even a better than 50-50 probability that I'm going to be wrong? Does that risk reward make up for it, that if I take this bet over and over again, it will have positive expectancy? So that's my idea. Again, maybe it's time to short the Barron's cover is the broad theme, and then maybe looking at relative weakness in the gold miners might be a good way to express it.
Maybe caveat this with the first one being this is not a instrument that you would ever want to continue to hold for a long term.
Right.
I know we're going to get the question, it looks like a long trade, but you're talking about going short. You explained the inverse side of things, but maybe just run through that quickly again, because it's, just to sum it up, really, it's a mirrored instrument.
Yeah, so what these guys do is they use derivatives, in this case, essentially buying puts on the gold, or they short and then they buy put on the GDX, which is the gold miner index. So that's how this chart will look kind of completely mirrored from the gold miners chart. So what they do is they buy puts and they use derivatives and put spreads and futures contracts. It's really complicated to get into the exact math, but that's why what Brendan was saying, you don't hold these long term, because of the fact that they're using derivatives contracts means that those derivatives contracts degrade over time. So if I hold this for 5 years, I will definitely lose money, even if gold miners are lower than they are when I took the trade on, because these things will degrade over time. Same as just buying put options or something like that. So yes, this will go up in the short term 3 times whatever gold miners goes down. But because they're using these derivatives, they're buying these put options, they degrade over time, and then they have to buy more put options. So this instrument, without a shadow of a doubt, regardless of what happens in the world, will be lower than this price in like 3 to 5 years.
Perfect. Great stuff. Michael Noss back with us after the close tonight. On the close, we'll talk then. See you then.
Talk to you then.
All right, yeah, good to hear from Michael Noss. We talked about this last Tuesday, I think, shorting gold, and it's been a good trade so far, right? And I just think that, and I was basically using the same thought pattern there is that it's just overbought, and it just seemed to have gone there, really got excited, and then I talked about this with Brian on Tuesday, Brian Shannon, and I said, when everybody's talking about it being such a hot trade, that's probably when it starts to fade out a little bit, right? I mean, you saw Teslas get going there last week on momentum as well. Gold, I think now the momentum's to the downside. So I don't know if Michael's late on this call or not, but seems to be a little bit, because 315 to 320, you're now down into 303 right now, but there still is that gap filled to the downside. I always think that if you're going to look at something, watch out for the 50-period moving average. That might be where you get into before you stop. We've seen that happen on many different stocks. Why couldn't it happen on gold again? So yeah, and then GDXJ, GDXG, there's a bunch of different inverse 3 times, 2 times levered contracts there for gold. Just the miners alone is just GDX. So that's, had a little bit of a downside push as well. If my chart actually loads over the last couple of days. So there it is, downside there from 53 down to 48. So yeah, I don't know. When it's the shiny new toy, right? He talked about the shoe shiner. there, you know, when you're Uber driver, when you're barber, when you're this, when you're that, you know, your uncle that you never talk to about stocks is all of a sudden talking about a stock, or, you know, I don't know, your mother's asking you how Bitcoin's doing, things like that. You know, that might be where some of these peaks are at, because when Main Street gets involved, then you kind of know Wall Street might be going the other way. So I think that's a great call by Michael. It's a good look. And I mean, that's what we've been doing every single day, is looking for possible retracements, looking for momentum. And right now, the momentum seems to be to the downside there for gold.
Yeah, I think that's definitely
My undershirt.
a bit extended.
You are muted.
Yeah, no, I think that's definitely a good look. They're a bit extended for sure. I've been watching the gold chart pretty closely, and yeah, I think I definitely agree with Mr. Noss here, where yeah, it's definitely worth a stab. I personally like a reject of 35. I think it's more than worth a stab at. I usually like that kind of trade, and yeah, making an all-time high at that 35 and then pulling back. I just put that anchored on right there at the highs as well. You can see that retest coming in and maybe kind of showing us that, again, volume-weighted anchored anchored price, or sorry, average price, and this is the anchor to the highs right there at that 3,500. You can see that we're kind of holding this bit of a shelf here at 32 halves. So 32.50s right there. If we can kind of continue lower, then yeah, I think that trade is definitely well within range. I'll be watching for that. And yeah, lots of other vehicles that you can be using to kind of take this trade, as Michael Noss pointed out as well. So thank you for that. But yeah, gold definitely on watch, very much in play, I would say, at least very much for a swing.
In
at
your
least.
Portfolios, yeah. I mean, I think you can still take a piece now, even if you think that gold is making moves down. I mean, nothing wrong with averaging in. We talked about getting into Tesla there before earnings at 230. Now you're looking at 290. So feels like it's a decent opportunity there for sure. All right, let's go over to Adara, I guess, at the screen, and we'll figure out what's been upgraded and downgraded today.
The downgrade side of things gets really interesting, but let's start with the upgrades. Boeing earnings last week up 1.5% with a Bernstein nod and a $218 price target. Peloton, this one's cycling higher here. Truist upgrade with an $11 price target. Zscaler here getting upgraded by Exane, BNP Paribas, and On Holdings with an upgrade from Citigroup. The downgrade side of things, Eli Lilly is set to report on Thursday morning, getting a $700 price target and a downgrade from HSBC. We have Biogen, another name in that space, also getting an HSBC downgrade. Twilio, ahead of its earnings report on Thursday, getting this Jefferies financial downgrade. And last but not least, Etsy, another name set to report this week on Wednesday morning, getting a downgrade from Canaccord Genuity. So a lot of pre-earnings downgrades and post-earnings upgrades on the list today. Back to you.
All right,
Thank you,
interesting,
Adara.
interesting names there. Thank you.
Yeah, which one do you have up? I was gonna look at Peloton. Oh, you have Peloton.
Yeah, I literally pulled up Peloton. I was like, let's see, let's cycle back to this one, because I know this one was pretty popular during 2021, and yeah, all the way back down here. So you can see that absolutely beautiful push that we did have. Again, I remember this craziness that was happening on Peloton, and I was like, wow, if you throw up an iPad on a bike, and I guess you can get pretty far with that business model. But right place at the right time. I think that was a good one for them. But you can see pretty much back down into sub 10s here, 270 lows here from sometime last year. It seems like in and around April. Yeah, at the end of April there, we made that low there at that 270. Trading a little bit higher, but yeah, let's see, keeping it on watch. I think earnings is also potentially coming up Thursday, May 8th. So that's next week, right? Yeah, that's next week. So definitely one to potentially keep an eye on there. But yeah, that's the one I kind of picked up on. A bit of a bid here in the pre-market, maybe potentially off of that upgrade news here. So let's see if we get some continuation. We've been getting that strong grind up last week, but not just on Peloton, right? The whole market got that grinding bid both on Thursday and Friday. So I'm looking to see if that bid kind of continues. We've seen some of the charts over the weekend, some of them kind of building up pretty strong. Let's see if we have some follow through and continuation on the week today. But yeah, Peloton was the one that kind of stood out to me there on the upgrades and downgrades list. How about you?
Yeah, I like Peloton taking out that 200 period moving average on the daily as well. We don't have too many stocks that are actually doing that. I was looking at Eli Lilly, but only 24,000 shares there. So I want to check that out because it's actually down 1.5%. And in a market that seems like it wants to go a little higher today, I am trying to find some shorts because I actually kind of want to get short until we get some more information about this whole market getting back to green on the S&P 500. I just think that right now we could teeter a little bit at some of these levels and maybe start to give back. But we have some long ideas as well. But yeah, Eli Lilly, great aggressive move. And it's just over the last 2 weeks, this name has really rocketed. Like that bottom of 720, Obi, I don't, there's going to be a few stocks that look maybe just as good, but you got the bottom. Like it just came in, and sure, it scared the you-know-what out of a lot of people with all these downside wicks there. Then they got the oral dose going on for their GLP-1 drug, it looks like. That's going to get approved there. And then better results in the Novo drug there. So that had a nice move up last week. We took out the 200. We took out the 50-period moving average. And now instead of 720, I wonder if you're thinking about buying 820. So it just continues to go a little higher here. So down 1.5%. Maybe we can get that pullback into something that's buyable, right? I mean, downgrades often will come after huge moves up. So it's not necessarily downgrading the stock for where they feel. And I didn't even have to rewind to see exactly what that price downgrade or target is. But I still think it continues to work. I like Eli Lilly going higher here. And dip buying this name seems to be one that works. I mean, this is a wonder drug. It's a diabetic. It's going to be addictions. There's lots involved with this. So that's Eli Lilly. And then here's NVO. So just remember the chart of Eli Lilly there. And then you get Novo is this way. Right? And so I think once you anoint winners, there's nothing wrong with jumping on the back of them. So, yeah, it looks like Eli Lilly's going to be that one. So I think on a downgrade, it's definitely worth something to sit in there and try to buy. So, yeah, for Eli Lilly, I'm a buyer of that downgrade. All right, it's only 30 more minutes until we get this market open. The NASDAQ right now looks like it's hovering around zeros, as does the ES. So we're going to need to get some imbalance action. Now, here it is right here, NASDAQ zeros and ES zeros. So yeah, really flat right now. We're going to hope to get a little bit of a bump early. We'll take a look at those imbalances when they come through. But for right now, let's go back over to the desk and start our watch list rundown.
Oh, man. All right, let's get a look at the market here, and then we'll get into what is going to be a busy day.
55.50, very important area, guys, where we closed out on Friday on the ES June contract. Look at this area over here back in March that we used to support, and then it recycled as multiple areas of resistance back in early April, again in mid-April, and now we've been hanging out at this 55.50 as resistance for the last few days. So the deal is, if we clear it and clear it well, we're looking at the next level there of around 56.25 as that first resistance area. If we lose it, we'll look to 54.40, that area crest back from April 23rd, as support.
If you have not done so yet, free stuff for you. Jump down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to the sign up page. You need your email address, and then you can just have the watch list. Comes free every single morning right to your inbox, has everything on it that is moving around in the pre-market and why. Huge week for earnings. If you missed it right off the bat, we were touching on it a little bit there. 180 of the S&P 500 names coming through this week for earnings, including biggest of the big in ways of tech here. We'll get Microsoft, we'll get Meta, we'll get Apple, we'll get Amazon as well coming through later in the week. That's Apple right now, 0.34 to the upside. I mean, they're all kind of looking the same, just kind of grinding. Whoops. I can spell AMZN. There we go. Just kind of grinding to the upside here. Back to positive, which is a good sign with the market still lagging here a bit.
Not going to complain about that, Brendo.
Yeah.
So let's talk about what to expect and what the dates are. So here we go. Meta, Microsoft, April 30th, they report first. Then we get Apple and Amazon as we typically do together. That's May 1st, so let's get ready for that. Now, since that February 19th, 2025 market peak, look at these retracements. Microsoft, 4.5% in the negative. Apple, 15%. Amazon, 17.1%. You guys can read. So we've basically been selling off quite aggressively. Here's what we're expecting, though, for Q1 2025 earnings expectations. The Mag 7 earnings are expected to grow around 19.5% on about 11% revenue growth versus that Q1 2024 print. However, earnings growth forecasts for 2025 have dropped, believe it or not, from the previous estimates about 9.9% to 9.9% down from 15.7, which was expected about 3 months ago. Meta's estimates have been significantly reduced, while Microsoft, Apple, and Amazon estimates are kind of stable. And by the end of this week, about 71.2% of all the S&P 500 companies will have reported. So far, as Brendo mentioned, 180 have reported with earnings about 18% year-over-year increase. Revenue, Brendo, 14.2, and about 70% EPS beat rate for the companies that have reported so far.
Yeah, you and I were just saying before we came on there, it'll be really, really interesting to look at forecasts this time around, specifically from an Apple. We'll see Microsoft even on the AI spend side as well. So it might be a wait and see until we get to those dates that you showed there before. But positive here, as we said to start, guys.
Oh yeah, definitely some strong names to watch out for. And yeah, I think I mentioned earlier I was looking for Apple coming in this week. Again, one of the market leaders for sure. And yeah, going to be interesting to see what kind of price action results off of their earnings report. We know that the market's been bidding up. You take a look at a few of these tech names, and yeah, definitely we talked about that grinding bid last week, Thursday and Friday, kind of pulling us up into some prior levels. This is Apple right here, that prior level coming in at that 213 level as well. You can see that from Wednesday the 2nd, we got that quadunk in the after hours. There on Apple, we're kind of coming right back up in, so reverted about over 50% of that flush that happened recently at the beginning of the month. And yeah, Amazon as well, kind of on watch, coming into prior levels. You take a look, it's pretty much the same thing across the board. We've got Apple, Amazon, Microsoft as well, and Meta that we said, yeah, 395, so almost 400, back to 400 on Softy. You can see a little bit of a shelfy action here as it pulls back up into some of these tops. Let's see if supply is still there. Every time we've been there over recent times, we've seen that we've sold off of these levels, and now we're getting that grind back up after kind of maybe a potential bottom. I don't know. We were talking about this morning, Sean. The president did tell us to buy.
Right.
So
and you did.
What are we doing? What are we really doing? Can't go wrong.
Well, we're winning a lot of winning. So yeah, as long as, all right, so big tech earnings. Yeah, look, I mean, if we're going to talk about the big tech name for me today is going to be Palantir. But if we're going to talk about names that are going to be reporting this week, then yeah, there is, I mean, I don't know if you wanted to show, I mean, we have the earnings whisper. It's absolutely huge this week. I was trying to find out what day was
Wednesday
Meta.
after hours.
Yeah, so Meta, the reason why I think Meta is an interesting play is that we saw a good push through from Google, right? And I mean, similar for the ad spend there, seems to be pretty strong. We know that was a good read for Meta, and Meta's been going, you know, straight up since that Google report as well. So, you know, again, a nice little bottom there of 500 up to 550, 560. This is the name that I'm most excited for. I think we can get back into these mid 600s for that, this name. But again, this is a name that there's a lot of traders excited for. So maybe sometimes when you're really super jacked for something, potentially it does go the other way. We talked about buying Tesla before earnings, and that was down there at 230. And I was saying maybe it's just everyone's saying so bad that as long as it's not horrible, but it kind of was and still went up anyways. So that leads me to maybe a pullback in a name that we've already had, and that's Google. This Google 160 level is a good dip buy opportunity in my opinion as well. Underneath now the 50-period moving average, if we can get some love, we broke through that 160, nice move there. We didn't have a chance to trade it. So if we do get a pullback into 160 off of earnings, then I do like Google. Obviously, they've already reported here with Alphabet, but this would be a tech play for me today as well. Back into 160 for Google. Watch out for Meta. And Meta is more of a play because we do have that on Wednesday. But then for today, because it's not on the board here, let's just quickly talk about Palantir. This name is already going, man. I mean, I wrote down 113.50 in the pre-market on the sticky note right here today. That didn't last very long. That lasted just about as long as I wrote it down there. 113.50 up to 114. Palantir almost back to all-time highs again. This name, if you're going to play something with momentum, it's only up 1%, and we know it can get going, and it has the opportunity to dip down. quite aggressively off the open. So we're going to be having all eyes on Palantir and see if it can give us a bottom, because it's been a great stock to trade, especially when the momentum looks like this. And if you look at this chart, I mean, come on, let's give it some love. This is Friday afternoon, straight up today. The direction here looks pretty obvious. So Palantir for me is going to be a big long at some point. It's just a matter of, do we get that initial dip down, or does it wind up giving us just strength all day and we're looking for breakout spots? So on Palantir, honestly, man, I mean, 120 seems like it has a target on it again. And we do have a poll up right now, so if everybody's in there, make sure you do hit the like, hit the subscribe. You can't get involved in our chat until you are a subscriber. If you could buy one company, which one? Okay, so I guess if we're investing in one company here, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, Meta. Obi, I'm going to choose, it's like draft day. Which hat am I going to wear? Well, we really like Meta, but I'm going to go with Amazon. So my bet is going to be Amazon right there. And it looks like it's well divided.
Yeah.
Meta, Amazon, Apple, which you know what that means.
Softy.
Microsoft will be your true winner of these four. So, I mean, that's what's right. You know, generally when the public goes one way, it's kind of the other way. So we'll wait to see. No, I mean, that's true, right? We'll wait. I mean, we can actually hold this. Why don't we hold this, and then we'll take this result down and we'll mark it. Then after all four of these report, then we'll figure out which one has the best.
Would be cool.
The best report and what it looks like from this day forward. So April 28th, we'll figure out which one everyone likes the most, and then we'll go on from there. So let's, which one would you choose?
No, I like that. I see the votes are still coming in, so that could be like, 1,000 of you voted. Let's see how things actually turned out.
It's like the Canadian election over here.
Yeah. No, I think honestly, that's funny enough. I like Amazon as well. I think long term they definitely have a lot more growth potential that they're capable of doing, but that's just my opinion. It means nothing.
Well, the Amazon story is what Sharif was saying there. You know, if we do have some empty shelves, can Amazon get the products to people? They do have that Prime Day. I didn't even realize that was coming. Are there going to be the deals there? You know, what does the tariff looks like on some of those products that are just made in China? Like I got our last Prime Day, we got the Nespresso machine.
Yeah.
So we've had them for a while, but it doesn't matter. And anyways, you know, those are probably made in Vietnam or Thailand, China or somewhere. So are they able to give those at such great discounts? We'll have to see, but
I'm thinking more along the lines of like cloud services and like AI and going forward, data centers and stuff.
Forget about the retail side.
Like sure, that business is great for Amazon, but I think in terms of growth potential, like they're already making a lot of money on that. I'm talking about things where they can expand into relative to the new technologies that are coming out now, and the demand that we're seeing for that. I think in that area they definitely have a lot of expansion.
The cloud is huge, right? It just do we not worry about competition? Azure, the Google Cloud, Amazon, AWS, right? So
they're set up for success, man.
There's a lot there, and Amazon Prime, I think, has some work to do, but it's still decent getting up there. So some nice stream options there. Amazon for me is the one, but let's just see what everybody else does. And we didn't skew the results because both of us picking Amazon.
That's funny.
Here, let's ask Sharif and Brendan which of those four they would think has the best results this upcoming season.
Tough question.
Season, it's a shorter term range.
I mean, like you and I were just saying, I think we all have to kind of just remember that these results are behind us, and it's the forward-looking statement that's going to be more important. Best results, not Apple. That's for sure. I mean, I kind of like Amazon, as you guys were saying.
I'm going to go Meta. I think Meta has the most.
Yeah, I mean, especially after that Google number on the ad side.
Exactly. Everybody was
probably
saying, the Chinese spend's going to get cut.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah. I mean, I see everyone in our building with Amazon boxes at their door almost every day. So that has not slowed down, that is for sure. Let's go on to Nvidia here. I put weak, but maybe not for long here. We're down just 1%, but moving back to the upside here in a hurry. It's struggling a little bit with 110. What a week last week, though, for Nvidia.
Oh, fantastic week. Nice to be back above 100.
Yeah.
We'll have to see for how long, though, because now they've got a competitor, and it's out of China. And the name of the company, guys, is Huawei. So if we can show the chart there, Huawei is preparing technical trials for its new Ascend 910D processor, its latest and its most powerful AI chip, aiming obviously to rival NVIDIA's H100, which is not their latest chip, by the way. The Ascend 910D could launch soon. The first batch of the 910D chip samples are expected to arrive as early as late May. But the mass shipments of the Ascend 910C, which is a separate advanced chip, are also planned for next month. Huawei obviously hopes that the Ascend 910D will outperform NVIDIA's H100, which is obviously very crucial for AI model training. But sadly, well, no, I don't know about sadly, export bans have cut off NVIDIA's most advanced AI chips from the Chinese market, Brendo. So the necessity is the mother of all inventions. So we'll have to see how they do.
Yeah, path of least resistance, up or down here, guys?
Interesting question.
Least resistance, down. Yeah. I think so. I think that's up. Well, I mean, we just made that 110. I was going to say, I mean, it's a great question. I written down here for today's sticky note that we were looking at NVIDIA to short. It's down 1% here today. You know, I don't like any of that talk for all this competition. I mean, we know competition's heating up, right? But at the same time, they're already, you know, they're down 40%. Like their high was 148 or something like that. So now we're at 110, so we're not down as much. But I always have that $100 marker in my head. And right here with a negative story, I thought 110. So 110 was the bottom there on Friday. I mean, it wasn't. We got going. But in the afternoon there, we had that 110. And then we sort of bounced off of 110 again right at the close before we got some imbalances to create this to the upside. So I was looking to short this 110 OB and thinking that we wanted to get underneath that. So it looks like it's going to hold out to be the right play for right now. It's just, you know, what goes up must come down. And if you're looking at the momentum of this stock right now, it does have a huge momentum over the last couple of days to the upside, but what stock really hasn't, especially in the tech space. So there's the 50 period. It's at 110.50. I mean, ultimately, you'd like to get the short in this area and like dare it to take out the top. So we've seen this. Neil talked about this last week. I've said we can see when NVIDIA is going meme crazy. So if it just starts to bid up, we can get out of the way. So for me, I want to be short this name. But again, looking at the chart the way it is right now, the real, whoa, that's right. We have the split issue there. The real short, you know, like you're looking for it to get into this 114, 115 area where the 50 period moving average is. And those are those tops of the month, right? So we talked about the NASDAQ already being back up here for the month. So the NASDAQ's already turned green. So we'll have to wait to see if NVIDIA can do sort of the same thing here this month and get above these 114 areas. So I don't know. It was just a path of least resistance. I just think because we've seen those tops and it's down today against an up market, if the market turns, NVIDIA probably helps that turn as well. The safer play though, Obi, so you're not standing in front of a wall, is maybe waiting to see for 109 to hold. And if it doesn't, then we can get to the downside because clearly today that's been support. So I'm kind of all over the place now because we're already at 110, but this is a name that I'm definitely looking at. And then we've seen it here before. And we've always said, okay, if AMD's going, then maybe NVIDIA, but they don't necessarily trade the same. There's been days when Neil and I have been looking at NVIDIA and it's up and AMD's down. So AMD looks to be the stronger name here so far early today. So that's another thing to look at. And then I don't know, you still want to talk about NVIDIA, so that's good. Intel is over 20 bucks again. Like that. So potentially, you look at that psychological level of 20, right? That was just kind of in question all day on Friday, where we kind of just broke it, held around, broke it, held around. So this 1985 is a decent level too for Intel. So just a little levels that we're looking at right there, thinking about them because right off the jump, the market's not, you know, really speaking one way or the other. If anything, it looks like it wants to go long.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the futures are bidding up as of right now. So I have had eyes on both the NASDAQ and the ES here, both trading current session highs as of right now. But NVIDIA, I'm looking here at a 3-hour chart, Sean. So I like that we've seen the bid. So I'm gonna try to keep it as simple as possible today. That's what I told myself. I'm like, I came in, I was doing my scan last night. I'm like, all right, well, NVIDIA is definitely looking pretty decent. We're coming back into some areas where we've seen supply, right? Back here, you can see a bit of a toppy action there on some strong strength. That volume comes in, and guess where it hits? It hits a price. It's an area, maybe a zone of supply. You can see that comes right back back in right here, comes right back into the 115s. Look at that. That supply comes right back in and takes us and fades us all the way back down below 100 for a low in and around 96s. But that's a higher low relative to that strong volume that we got. So all I'm looking for is the continuation of what we saw last week. Grinding bid. So that was a relentless bid. Trust me, I know. I tried shorting multiple times and I'm like, oh boy, this is just not having it. This is just slowly kind of trending up. So the question now becomes, do we still see supply if Nvidia can come back up into 115? So another thing that I want to point out here, I'm going to turn on my indicators. Now everybody don't get too excited. There's a lot of indicators here, but there's one that I want to point your attention to. I'm not focused on any one of these except for one single one. This really dark red anchored VWAP. Now this anchored VWAP is from all-time highs. So right now we can see that every time we tried to chop around, we tried to sustain, but since then we've been making lower highs underneath that anchored VWAP. So again, it's more confluence for the idea that supply might be standing in and around this area. So that's all I'm looking for. That's what the chart is showing me. But here's the thing as well. Last week we broke this short-term downtrend and we trended up. So I'm looking for that continuation of more of the same here. Maybe you want to use a trend line, or maybe you even want to use an anchored VWAP, and you can see right there that average participant is kind of holding that price as we take up. So sure, we could trade all the way lower down to 104s and 103s and still be well within range for that bid to show right back up again. So that's what I'll be watching here on Nvidia. No idea what it's going to do off of the open, but I think those pre-market levels at 109 that Sean pointed out and last week's high at 112 could definitely be interesting areas to watch the tape and watch the book on Nvidia today if and when those prices come in. So that's my look on Nvidia. Is it weak? I got no idea. Last week though, pretty strong. So let's see if we get more of the same this week.
A little pop here for Bitcoin early on this morning. We're back to almost positive for IBIT, just 0.1% to go here after starting the day pretty negative. 94,000, definitely a thing here for Bitcoin. Inflows, however, huge last week at the end of the week as well. 2.5 billion overall, but 442 million going into the weekend. So buyers back with full force here, it would appear.
We're almost at 95.3, Brendo. Yeah. So maybe I'll get out of that bet that I've got with Joe. We'll have to wait and see there. No, I'm kidding. It doesn't look good for me here. Again? 125,000 right. by May 25th.
Okay, you got time.
So I've lost.
You got
it's
time.
Okay. Yeah,
no, you got time.
That's okay. So guys, Bitcoin has erased. If you can show the chart, all 18% decline, and it's now up over 1.5% year to date as of right now. It's positioned kind of between gold's 24% gain on the year and NASDAQ's minus 7% decline. So you can kind of see it's in the middle ground. It's neither following the NASDAQ nor really following gold, but some analysts now are saying the 30-day correlation with gold is actually indicating a strong
back in for that name. And I was just, it's not even a move, really. It's right where it is. We were just up here to 54.50 when we were sort of writing it. I'm just thinking about some of those lows and some of these areas that we had seen on Friday. Like, I like the fact that we're holding out for 95,000. I mean, we can show you the Bitcoin chart. There's gonna be lots of stuff. I'm sure Obi has a chart with many, many lines on it or something. But yeah, Bitcoin's been really holding out here. I'm gonna just refresh this just to make sure we got the right levels. But there's 95. It seems like we wanna hold this area. Really, the bottom would be, I mean, 95 is kind of where we're trying to break out. We're trying to break out through that 95.5, but just on the strong momentum that we've been having lately, you just mentioned the best week since post-election. So this looks pretty strong to me. I mean, we have bounced our head off of here a couple times, and to the point where once we broke it, that did kind of start that downside move. But But this level right there is 95, 96,000, sort of right where this line is right there. I mean, we can zoom in and, you know, get exactly figuring out what's going on. That top right there, 90, yeah. So 95.9 is sort of that top that we're looking at. So I just look at and say, hey, if we're going to hold anywhere around here, and this is not to say that this is going to be the absolute bottom for IBIT. I mean, I'm not in it right now, but this momentum, and remember, this is not a 24-hour product such as Bitcoin is. So there's going to be ups and downs through here. But now that we're going to be open up very soon, this 54 looks like a good bottom. So I think you could start the bidding almost right away as soon as this market opens up. I like the strength. I think we can hold right into here. We're at the 200 period moving average. If you sort of zoom back out a little bit, you take a 5-minute chart, sure, there is room to drop down. But this move right into here that was bought up, like this is where you want to stop out, in my opinion, and it's at the 200 period, so 53.80. So I think you want to take enough shares that you can have a decent winner, but at the same time, you're only going to try to hold this maybe 30 or 40 cents against you. So I like the moves from last week. Let's see if we can bang that, catch that off there, and maybe catch a nice little rip here into the afternoon, something you can probably hold all day. IBIT down right now, but remember, it's just flowing from Friday's close.
Yeah, I think again, I'm watching Bitcoin as well. It's coming back into that 100K. Do I like Bitcoin a lot? Maybe I bit. But 95, I see Derek caught that one. I like that. 95,000. We're back there again. 100K. We were talking about 100K orbit just a few weeks ago, or a couple months ago there, and that's what we kind of did. We broke below it. But something interesting I want to point out here, Sean, is I think that 70,000 breakout, this breakout of this consolidation that came in with some volume, that's kind of what I was watching over the past couple of months here. And you can see when you throw up an anchor, now sure, it doesn't have as many lines as my Nvidia chart, because I don't think there are certain events that I do want to anchor to. And I think this breakout that happened here was pretty significant in my opinion for a short-term kind of action there. And you can see we tried to hold that for a bit, and look at what happens when we distinctly kind of sell. Sure, we got a bit of a shake and bake, pulls aggressive selling off of that breakdown, comes right back in, and look, supply kind of brings us right back in as well. But we're trading back above that level, so maybe some more consolidation here as higher prices are accepted once again on Bitcoin. 95s again, with the market being as strong as it is. Let's see if Bitcoin can break that 109, then yeah, maybe that 125 might be on the horizon, Sharif. And I don't know if it's going to happen before the 25th of May, but we'll see. I'm going to be watching for that continuation, yeah.
We just mentioned about going up 10%. You get another 10% onto this, and you're getting a little bit close. Is it the 125 it needs to get to? Is that what it is, or just break highs?
Yeah.
125. Okay, well maybe
maybe
June 30th then, but we'll wait to see. So, all right, man. Only 4 minutes left. We actually got to get going.
Boy.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Sure.
Yeah. Let's go to Weeble here. Giving back some of this move, but still up 6% off of a decent move after the close. If you zoom in here, it was after the close on Friday. Got a huge pop on this. 20F was filed. It was literally 4:05 on Friday afternoon. Had 3 years worth of financial results in that 20F filing. So better than expected across the board, it would appear, although we're giving some back here.
170 pages, Brendo. That's how long this 20F is. So if you're interested and you're going to invest in the company, there it is. It's available for you online. Separately, this came in at 9 o'clock. Weeble Canada launches options level 1, and level 2 from cash accounts and advanced other order types. Not a bad look. It's already up 5 2/3 here, but you can kind of see that V-shaped retracement, Brendo, since we got to that $80 level.
Yeah, again, pretty light on the volume side of things, but decent move here anyways, guys.
What a beautiful reversion. Oh my God.
Go for it, because I'm trying to get set up for Big Bear AI over here.
No worries. I'm looking at this chart. I'm like, I was there for the IPO. Kind of watched this one move around. Day 2 was when it definitely got on my radar with that aggressive push all the way up to 80s. But yeah, haven't really looked at it for the past week or so. And oh boy, what a beautiful kind of reversion after that initial bid steps off. Yeah, the bull definitely came in hot out the gates, but I got a little maybe a little corralled here back down to the downside, trading below $20 now, stepping down. So I guess congrats to anybody who sold options on that day too, coming in very, very beautifully here. But yeah, swing short as well, coming in real nice. Let's see if we see more of the same, right? That accelerated selling has definitely slowed down a bit coming into the end of last week. Again, maybe that has something to do with market being strong as well. I have no idea, but day one lows are at $9.55. We're at $18 right now from a high, all the way back down from a high of 80. Has this one settled down, Sean? Where can we look to potentially position this one, or do you feel like it's gonna crack even lower?
Weeble?
Yeah.
I think you did a good job. Let's go talk about BBAI. We only have 2 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Very quick, yeah, no, good point. BBAI back to the upside here after a decent move on Friday with what is it, manufacturing and production platform about to get a rollout here for this company.
Yeah, so here's the headline. There's a Panama 2025 forum to discuss the future of supply chain security. The company's participating in that. The forum will be held on already passed April 25th, it says here, focusing on advanced supply chain security collaboration. Key executives from Big Bear are obviously already have participated. The strategic goal here is to foster stronger global cooperation on supply chain protection amid these global rising political and uncertainty, Brendo.
Yeah, huge interest on Friday. Have a look at the volume. We'll see if we get some follow through here. Sean, what are your thoughts?
So 23% short float. It's on our note here today. And again, just rolling out new software. Astral USA, a major U.S. shipbuilder, now using their software for manufacturing, planning, and production. So, it's just, I just like proof of concept, right? I mean, if you can get the word out there, obviously some of these conferences not hurting either. The more we talk about big data and the more we talk about planning and structuring and getting more cost efficient, numbers don't lie. And if Big Bear AI can prove that they can save you some money and make things more efficient, then that's what Palantir's been doing as well in the AI space. So I really think that thank you, Randy, that this Big Bear AI is a great opportunity here to get going through the 50-period moving average. We're finally back in and around the money now at $4. Let's see if we can climb even higher. I love the 22% short float. I love the smiley face. I like that we're starting to ramp up here. We're above that 350, and this is the area of buy for me. So, we've come back in. We did touch near $4, but we'll see if we can hold this 350 area. It's a buy. I'm already bidding 370. I'm bidding 355, and we'll see if we can hold that. I'm also with that right now with 1 minute to go. Let's have a quick look at these imbalances, Obi, and they're all bids today, but there's nothing that's too exciting on here. We do have one sell there, Nokia, right there, so that must be Drake selling off some of that. Then we have Big Bear AI, Pfizer, HIMS is a good one that we always talk about. QBTS on the quantum name. And other than that, man, Boeing was a nice story today as well. A nice bid, but we do have less than 1 minute now. That's not Boeing, that's Big Bear AI still. I wanted to see what Boeing was up today. Yeah, so 3% with a bid underneath it as Boeing keeps on
going.
There we go. So, yeah, it was too easy there. I had to pass that one off, obviously. It looks like Boeing could take out this top of 186, man. That looks really good there as well. All right, with only 25 seconds left,
here we go.
Maybe it's Sharif. I don't know who's going to be on the bell today. Maybe it's, okay, yeah, there it is. No, there goes Sharif. Let's go with only 10 seconds left right now. We do want to make sure that VinFast is represented here on our opening bell. So thank you to VinFast as we go. And there's Adair. Thank you, Adair, for ringing the bell with his a black suit today. That looks nice. Neutral, 3, 2, 1, let's go. All right, thank you, Adair. We are now open. Thank you for that one. And here comes Big Bear into 370, 375. Palantir dropping like it's hot a little bit right now. And we were going to bid 113.20. I was bidding 113.20. It gets down to 113.25, but it looks like that story is not over. It's only 10 seconds in. So there's a nice little drop down for Palantir early, Obi. And I'm going to actually back away a little bit from that initial drop down and see if we want to play with this one. We wrote down 111.50. You know what? let me take it just small there at 113.25 and see if it holds. There it is, we got it. So now we're long right here off the 200 period moving average. Probably a little early on this trade as we've seen Palantir do these moves, but we know it can also get going again. So let's drop out of this one. You know, if we lose out here around this 112.50 area, then we'll drop out of Palantir and then see what we can do with this one a little later if we do continue to fall back in. So early position right now for me is a long right now in Palantir.
Yeah, kind of just being a little patient here, watching that Tesla, watching that Google to see what it does. Remember, we talked about that Tesla, that 290 area. So let me pull that up. This is not the right tape here. Let me pull up the Tesla tape. So still trading around 290s, looking for that push up. Let's see if there's any distinct kind of action there. I'm willing to kind of sit back. There's some size on the ask there. Maybe, yeah, the book getting a little bit choppy there as we break through that 290. I think last week's high on Tesla. Where are you at, Tesla? Last week's high, we're already trading above that, Sean. Last week's high was 286.80. So again, the idea was, if you look back at the chart on Tesla, there may or may not have been a little bit of supply here in the low 290s. I'm just looking to see if we can pass through that, see if we get a little bit of a pullback. Maybe that supply does come in, and here it is, supply coming in pretty aggressively. So 290s all the way down to 287s currently. But yeah, last week I found, Sean, that if I got a little stubborn with the shorting, that grinding bid took me out more often than not. So I'm looking to see if that bid shows up sometime during this morning session. Sure, we're getting a little bit of selling on some of these names right off of the open. I'm watching Nvidia. I'm watching the Spider. Spider at its highs. Intel above 20. SMCI as well. And Sean's in 3 positions right here.
I'm just rolling what we're doing. Yeah. I mean, this is a sticky note right here. So we're already into Palantir. We're out of 40% already. We've got 2 fills at 60, 1 fill up there at 90 for 113. So that was a good trade so far, so good there. And we're rolling into IBIT, right? So let's go Bitcoins. Let's see if we can get, where's my guy over there? What's up, Joe? Let's see if we can get a money storm right now on BTC, trying to create this action. So we're long at $54 right now on that one. And the biggest of bears right now is sleeping for sure. Big Bear AI, we're long right now at 370 as it just pulled back in there. We were looking for 350. We had written down on our note that we wanted between 350 and 370. So we'll write those down. But the market's coming in. So we don't, I think sitting on the hands obviously is always going to be a strategy, but there's a little bit of a reload for Palantir. If this breaks 1250, we're out, and then we'll just wait for our 1150. We're not putting on huge risk here early as the market's falling down, and we had such a successful week. We just talked about that. There it goes. We had the big week last week, the best week since. Second best week since post-election. So let's just post Malone and wait to see if we can get a little bit of a lower bid here. 111.50 coming in for Palantir. So we'll drop it. Again, small hit on that one because we did take some profit, but we will be down on that trade. And everything else is doing nothing. So we'll have to wait for IBIT. But Palantir is making that move lower. So that's good for the bid that we're eventually looking for. I don't know.
Yeah,
we knew this open would be a little like this, I feel like.
Yeah, I think so. Again, I'm looking for this action to settle down here. Give me a little bit of direction. Again, I had some long written plans for this morning, and not all of them necessarily happen right off of the open, right? A lot of the stuff I'm looking for things happening maybe after the first 15-minute session, or even during the mid or late day. We've been seeing some pretty decent continuations as well. But before we get more into that, let's see what Adair has to say.
Small caps moving around this morning, as is pretty typical. We have GLMD. This is Galmed. This company with about a 2 million share float, signing a term sheet for the development of a novel semaglutide sublingual formulation. We know anything involving semaglutide has been a pretty good look here for this market, anything in that kind of weight loss space. So GLMD with a 2 million share float on watch. RGTI, Rigetti, was also popping up in volume. And just to let you guys know, I'm not seeing any economic data prints expected at 9:45 or 10 a.m. So pretty light morning when it comes to numbers. Back to you.
Very much.
All right. So Palantir is actually holding that level there. So we'll have to wait to see. We do have a new position now. It's going to be the futures. Looking to get a little bit more down there. I just bid Did we not get that, Phil? Oh, yeah, we did. We just got it. Okay, so there it is. So we are now long into the futures trade right now. Yeah, Tesla, good look over there for my guy Joe, is starting to go as well. So we are long into the futures. Oops, that's TQQ. I just typed that in twice. There's Tesla. I was just looking at it as well. We had written down, guys, and I'm bidding 285. So I'm bidding down 285 right now. I put that bid in there. It's sitting in the platform. It just never got filled. So I'm down there bidding 285.25. We missed that by about $1. Now you're up to 292 and change. But oh boy, Obi, we are now starting to go. Look at Palantir. Damn you, Palantir. You did it to me, my guy. But here goes a nice little upside move right now for the futures. So we'll take some out here as we start to climb back up. We're green on the day now with this futures trade, but looks like we might have nailed the bottom again on Palantir and nailed it the wrong way. So let's get some more out here. Futures, nice bounce back up into the 200 period moving average. So we did just play a little bit of momentum there by cashing out of a little bit, 20% there, but we are starting to fall down. We just got Palantir a lot lower. Look at Palantir just dropped $1 right there in one. We were just looking at it and saying, oh, well, we missed it. And now we get long at 12.25. All right, well, Palantir's dipping and diving right now. It was just at 13.35, and I just got filled at 12.25. So right now, these longs somewhat in question here, Obi, as we bounce around VWAP. There, so at least you're long with me, man. And there it is. We should not have affected that poll because now the poll is clearly Amazon, and you're in Amazon. Let's see if Palantir can go. Let's see if the futures can go. Here we go. Let's go, Alex. Let's see if we get this bid back going to the upside now. Tell the people why you liked Amazon, Obi.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was kind of watching it again, watching a few of the other tickers here. Now, Amazon not necessarily part of one of my main plans. Wow, there goes Nvidia through that 109, Sean. So
really,
yeah. We're trading below.
I love that 110 short.
Yeah, 110 short was pretty nice there. So definitely a good area to keep eyes on.
Oh no, Obi.
Oh boy. Not. Yeah. Would you look at that? Would you just take a look at it.
We take everything else on our list.
Oh boy. But yeah, no, Amazon, again, I don't know. This could go both ways as of right now. Let's see what happens here as the market kind of comes back into this trend we've been doing here since this morning session here. Let's see if we crack that. Wow, that's some aggressive selling here on Nvidia. What else is selling is the question. Tesla's holding up pretty well. Amazon is selling off as well, but we are trading a little bit above current lows. Alphabet near its lows, 161. So last week's earnings day one, day low, 161.04. Current day low, 161.36. So let's see if that can potentially come in. I'm looking for that continuation to see if that selling all day that happened on Google day one earnings is going to continue on Google day two. And this market is definitely giving us a little bit of tailwind right off of the open. Let's see if we get that continuation here. Amazon coming right back up into VWAP here. VWAP's at 189.24. So normally I take a reversion to VWAP, Sean, and the trade right now has shown me that it's kind of reverted to VWAP, pretty close. 189.24. We're trading just shy of 189s as the market sells off. Amazon holding a little bit relatively strong. Oh boy, that Google short, man. That Google short is potentially coming in here. And that 110, you're definitely right on the nose with that one. That was a great place to watch. Intel to the upside as well. Wow, there's 189 on Amazon. So here we go. Let's see if we can get that continuation coming in to this morning here. Hopefully you guys have had some solid looks there. Wow, another one I had on watch and a missed trade on my part was Comcast. CMCSA. Yeah, okay. Today is earnings day 3. Day 1, they did well. Day 2, just a grinding bid. You know, no one's really watching it, and it's kind of doing its thing. But I got eyes on it because I was like, it did some pretty strong action on day 1 and day 2. And right off of the open today, if I pull up a chart for you guys will see what a beautiful continuation on Comcast. Casting a bid to the upside right here on CMCSA right now. 34.20s is the day high. Look at that aggressive action. So this is what I mean. Earnings day 1, the dip gets bought up. We grind and we trade to near day highs and close in and around there. Day 2, nice slow grinding bid as well, holding that VWAP multiple times in the morning and midday session, closing near the highs, and look at that continuation coming into the day as of right now. So absolutely beautiful continuation on CMCSA. Missed that one there. Wasn't really one of my top ideas, but it is one of them for sure. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. And it seems like another
go.
thing that's being hit here is the ask as tickers kind of push right back up. 19.5 is holding here on the NASDAQ. Let's see if we can consolidate on Amazon. Oh boy, a little bit of continuation. Wow, Intel's really strong coming in off of the open as well. So let me know what you guys are watching. I'm being as focused as I can on my planned trades. Amazon was not necessarily my planned trade, but I got a little lucky on that one there. Already pushing back up into that 190, almost that 190, 189 halves as of right now. So where was that VWAP again? I got to pull that back up. So VWAP's in and around 189.22. So since we did get to VWAP, I gotta follow a little bit of my rules here and take off a little bit as of right now.
Boy.
So let me just take off a little bit. Again, didn't really have any significant size on that one because wasn't necessarily a planned trade, but it happens to work out. Gives us a point right off the first.
You got $1?
Yeah,
let's go.
$1. Going to the club early today.
We're in the club together.
Let's go.
You know, what's
your favorite club
why
music?
you're my guy. This is why you're my guy right here. Palantir, what was your question?
What's your favorite club music?
My favorite club music?
Yeah.
Hip-hop.
Hip-hop?
Yeah.
Like,
I don't know. What do you
got a specific artist? I mean, hip-hop's pretty broad. You got a specific...
Well, I mean, I haven't been to the club in a minute, but just hold on a second.
Right.
We will get to that right now. I like Baby Shark. You ever heard of that remix?
Yeah. When that drop comes in, that's fire.
It's fire. You got to hit the drop. If the drop doesn't come in, you just go nuts.
Oh, yeah.
But there it is, man. It's Palantir. We'll say what's up to our good friend Max. What's up, Max? He's just chilling out. Pick me up, Max, in that Lambo, my guy. But there it goes right there. We have the TQs. We have Palantir. Look at this. Will you take a look at that? Sometimes we just got to wait around a little bit, Obi, and there we go. We nail that bottom. This is now $1.20 in the money. And we take a look at that too, because the futures, oh boy. Nice upside move right there on the NASDAQ. So we trade the TQQs right there. It's a nice move as we are hella red, hella green right now today. We were red. Our first trade did put us obviously red. We talked about getting out of that Palantir. Let's go futures. Wow, what a nice bottom pick right there on the TQQs. We have the bottom of the day on the NASDAQ. So, I mean, be patient, wait for it. We wrote it down. We talked about liking some of these levels. We looked at Big Bear AI. We'll talk about that in a minute, around 5 cents. But oh boy, there goes the NASDAQ. There goes Palantir. We have Banger Alert Central, man. This is what's going on. It's Obi. It's myself. We're giving you the best show possible, and it's the Banger Show today. Great job there on Amazon. I have no idea how high it is right now because we are flying on the NASDAQ, and we're flying right now on Palantir, and we also have other names. Let's just not talk about only Mag 7 names. I'm going to get another piece out of Palantir, although Palantir is not Mag 7, of course, but the TQs. We have iBit, and this is going the other way. So, it's not going up here for Bitcoin. We've broken that 95K. So that's sort of broken my heart a little bit because we were looking to get triple winners on. We'll see if we could still have that right now, triple sevens. We were bidding the very bottom there. I have 54.80 was that bottom, so we were looking at that, and unfortunately, somehow we missed that down there at 54.80. So we'll see if we can get that back again down there. Oh, sorry, 53.80. What am I talking about? We're at 53.80. So it must have bounced completely off of our level. I did take some there at 87. I'm waiting for a little bit more if that can come back in. But right now, nice downside push into 53.80. That's what we're looking at right now. We have the Dow futures up 293 points. The Dow up, NASDAQ up, S&P up. Futures up. We are ripping this day today, Obi, man. I hope you have a decent size on there because so far so good. No? Okay, well, it's okay.
It's
I don't have my
next
largest.
trade.
I don't have my largest on either.
Like I said, I wasn't expecting it, right? I wasn't
early.
expecting it to happen, so I'm like, all right. What? Like I have a. So here's the thing. I started keeping it pretty simple, Sean. I'm like, is it a C trade? Is it a B trade? Is it an unplanned trade? If it's an unplanned trade, right away, like I'm gonna default to C size, unless and until it gives me more reason to get in, right? So if it can turn from a C to a B, so all I do is like, all right, I know how much I want to risk during the day, given a single ticker. So I have a calculator that I made on Google Sheets. So I just type in. So the first thing I did, Amazon was not part of my morning plan. We can go through my morning plans in a few minutes there. I just like the first half hour to go by before kind of sharing that. But Yeah, so Amazon was not part of it. So I took C size. It happened to work. That's perfectly fine. I don't really care. Next trade is what I'm looking for as of right now. But this trend is holding pretty strong. But 190 coming in here. So opening range highs on Amazon. That candle coming in right off of the open was pretty quadunky. If that's a word there.
No, it's not.
So it's not. So all right. So maybe word of the day now. But
New word of the day. Yeah, we got to get on
190.
Get that in that dictionary, my guys.
Yeah, 190.20s is the day high on Amazon. We've reverted over 50% of this opening candle here, and it seems like the bid is catching on here. That 19.5. Look at that wick on the market there. Oh boy, Sean. So not only did Amazon bid up nicely, that trade came in here on the futures as well. And I've said this multiple times, Sean, maybe I should just trade the futures, but you know what? The trade is a trade. I saw it happening on.
Get off my back.
I saw it happening on. Yeah, you got the TQs. That's solid. You got the lows at the TQs.
We're
That's
$1 in the money on the
entry.
TQs right
That's
here.
wild.
Yeah, man. We have the low of the day on the Nasdaq. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Obi and I over here, man. Shinobi. You played that game before?
Shinobi? No.
We're slicing up the
No,
market.
Shinobi.
It's like
I know what Shinobi is, but I've never played the game.
you know what else is better than $1?
$2. You say you haven't been to the club, but Sean, I see you there every day.
That's right. Very valid point. Valid point.
Come on.
But this music here, sweet chin music sometimes,
Oh my God.
when it hits you right in the
Opening
face.
range high is technically a trade.
Yeah, no, it's, but that EDM vibe, like it's not, when you're in the club, it's a completely different vibe.
Yeah.
Like when I'm cruising home, blah, 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 I like to listen to. I mean, we've already gotten some hate on this one. Recently because of the way, sports is back on, I have trophies in my head with Drake.
Oh, yeah.
Let's
go.
And it's been great. So, I'm feeling some of that. And then, who's calling my phone right now? I don't know if Nokia's been blasting in my car for a little bit, as well as there. But yeah, I mean, give it up to Obi right here. Just nothing but good vibes one more time here today. We've got, it's banger central on right now. If you're following either one of us right here, this is the TQs, man. We're not playing around. Our styles are completely different. Neil's style is different. Everyone completely different style. But at the end of the day, the only style that really matters is if you're able to put some of this in your pocket. And right now, iBid is not putting that. Okay, we're right back here. I'm at 53.80, but you know what I'm bidding with NASDAQ Gateway. So I don't know why I have to get run over to get this fill. So let's go to the downside. Just give me this right here. I am going to get stopped out. We got to talk about our stop outs. There it is. Just as much as we talk about our wins. I mean, if things go bad, then we got to get out before they go real bad, right? And so let's just figure out, like Meek Mill, if this dream turns into a nightmare, then we're going to have to get out. So 53.65, that's that wick bottom right there. If Bitcoin turns on its head, and remember what we said earlier, when everybody likes something, sometimes it's kind of the opposite. So I'm going to put my order in right now, 53.64 there. Crypto was really going early, it wasn't really going at all today. I got excited because I thought 95 could hold. It doesn't look like it wants to, but there goes iBit. Big Bear AI, the one that we sort of left sleeping a little bit. That's crazy. I'm bidding 55s. And again, it comes down and misses. So I'm going to go on gateways that I don't need to worry about. What I mean by that is gateways where I can just get the fill if it comes down to it, and I don't have to stand in line. So we're going to wait on an Edge A or a BYX or something like that to take a fill now at 55, because we would have had that average in, and we'd be in a profitable position right now if we did have that, but we do miss our fill. So nice upside move. There's no economic numbers today, I do not believe. So we're not waiting for anything at 10 or anything like that. So let's let this market kind of just chill out. OMEX was also a mover here earlier. So shout out to everybody trading. Is this Odyssey? Is that the same thing from last week? Right there, Odyssey Marines.
Oh boy.
Right here, OMEX. Is something going on over there?
Yeah, so I think something just came into the market. I saw it on the tape before. Again, I saw it across the board and the futures dump. So there's definitely something out. So I'm like, all right, that's a reason to get out of my trade as of right now as well. It hit. Not only does it come back in and break the short-term uptrend, that that Amazon kind of had there. I did add into the 190 looking for that consolidation, but let's see, maybe it kind of comes right back into trend and then catches a bid once again. But we shall see that selling coming in pretty aggressively there as well. So not only a trend break, a little bit of confirmation of tape coming in across the board. There you go. There's that prior bar break happening on the 3-minute as well on Amazon. So that's, again, another confluencing reason to get out. But I say this all the time, came in on the tape before we got the news and before the confirmation as well. So tape is definitely, or price action is definitely king.
It's the best
here. But yeah, you can always see it first happening on the tape. And I think I heard a call for Adara, but I didn't hear anything in my ear just.
Yeah, she's saying the news is?
There's no news.
No news right now. So yeah, we're not expecting anything to hit necessarily right away here. Today we do wait for Scott Bessent or anybody talking tariff-related issues.
It'll come out soon enough.
As it seems to be an issue moving forward. So there we go. We finally get our Big Bear AI down there at 355, and our stop is going to be a 340 break. So if this market gets worse and we do continue to go down, then we will, detail that. We were out of some more here on Are we going to throw to her, Fabian? Okay. Let's go over to Adara.
Story, but we do have an interesting, I guess, confluence of events here. So right when we get that market drop, I just checked Truth Social, Donald Trump posted. We've noticed here that the algos seem to be very active around his Truth Social post. This happens once again here. Donald Trump posting 2 minutes ago around when we got that move in the market. All he's saying is that he's going to be having some event in Warren, Michigan tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. So again, nothing that would seem market related on its face, but we know algos do seem to be tracking the Trump Truth Social posts. One comes out, the market drops, no news. And again, this post not at all market related on its face. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Adara. This is what I was just saying to Obi. It's so hard to size up sometimes, especially in this market, because you never know when that flush is incoming. And next thing you know, you're getting run over on a position that was quite a nice one, and all of a sudden it ain't. This OMEX, shout out to everybody trading Odyssey again today. Nice breakthrough 170 there early. I mean, it happens in the pre-market, but then right off the open, we bump, right? And so boom, nice shot up there into 210 again. And we always try to zoom out. I thought we looked at this level. I think there was a $4 mark on this, or maybe not. Yeah, there. Okay, yeah. So sometimes it's like we got numbers sometimes okay in our head, and there it is, $4. So I think this thing could still fly. I mean, that's 340, 350 right there for our OMEX, Odyssey Marine, going upside as well. I do hear Adara in our ear still there, Fabian, so just a heads up on that one. No problem, though. All right, so WW, the world of Weight Watchers, falls off of that 50-cent mark, which again comes right into play right there, Obi. So, I mean, you have to sometimes zoom out and have a quick look at some of these names. I still like it for a tall break. We had a move on WW at the end of the day on Friday. Neil and I were sort of staring at that, looking at it, didn't really trade it, but that's a good dip buy opportunity. You're now underneath the 200 period moving average, so let's see it climb. I don't know if it's a good dip opportunity now, but it's climbing back through the 200 is what we look for, and then back up. And then this name was, they were saying that they didn't think that bankruptcy was going to be in the cards, so watch out for news stories here about Weight Watchers, WW International, trying to move around. Don't ever, I mean, I like what you saw that move there in Amazon and flew the coup there. Yep. That was a good play. I mean, when we saw Palantir, we're talking about the club, you've got to take some out, man. That's $2 at the high of the day. Then we take some out on the 50 period. It just bumps right back up into 114 again. So I'm going to put an offer in and around that area for PLTR in and around 114 and change. I'm already at 114.20. So let's just wait for that. If it comes back up, fine. We'll let it fly. We're actually only in about 15% of this, so we're pretty light. We are still in our full position though for Big Bear. Oops, that's not Big Bear AI. That's the warrants. Big Bear AI right now. If this one drops below 340, we're going to give this one a little bit more room, okay? Because a lot of these low cap runners right now just aren't running. So I don't want to get out on this kind of a move. When we planned, we said 370 to 355. We're just at the bottom of the range. So I was actually, going to drop this down and see if we can break through 340 right there with my next buy at 345. I'm just going to take 3 shots at this and just average it in. And if we lose, we lose. I think it's well in the realm here for Big Bear AI to get going at some point. So if it does happen, I want to be in the trade. And we have our first red stock today. Crypto, it just didn't hold. Didn't hold the bid. We're green on the day, but red there on crypto, not holding that bid. I'm going to switch this over to the magnet because this doesn't seem to be.
I like the magnet a lot better. I think it's a little bit more versatile. Yeah. So coming right back in here, so breaking some trends, NASDAQ and the ES. Look at that, almost, well, more than a 50% reversion on the ES, almost 100% reversion of the initial candle. So we're wiping pretty much the opening range back down on the spider there. Let's see if that 19.5 acts as a little bit of support on the NASDAQ, or do we trade below it and crack that as well? So I got eyes on there. So strong reasons to sell on Amazon coming into that one off that 190, and oh boy, I was just thinking about maybe flipping short there at VWAP. But again, you were talking about the reason like I punched out right away. And something I've been trying to get better with, Sean, is like I got in because of the tape read, right? And then all of a sudden I see some very strong tape. So right away I'm like, all right, the initial reason for me to get long was that sellers kind of, they stopped, buyers stepped in, and all of a sudden you see that selling kind of comes in just as aggressively. So that reason to be in the trade is now all of a sudden no longer there, right? Because it was a tape scalp. The reason to get in is no longer there, nor the reason for the trade is no longer there. I got a little lucky getting out of that or selling at that area, but oh boy, was it a great place to short, because the market's coming right back in. So let's take a quick look across the board to see what other names are potentially coming in here. But I'm going to start off with a little bit of my watch list there. Remember, we talked about that Tesla having potential supply zone in the low 290s. Guess where it makes the high, Sean? Current high, 294.85. 294.85. Oh boy. So that is definitely coming in, and we have market tailwind giving us that confluence. So the question now becomes, what is the likelihood of Tesla holding VWAP as resistance and trading below its first opening 15-minute opening range low on Tesla? No idea if that's going to happen, but we're definitely getting some of that market tailwind. Again, we talk about that grinding bid that came in on Thursday and Friday. A little bit of, I guess, I wouldn't say it was a light volume push, but that grinding bid kind of comes in, and now some selling coming in to open us up on the week. So some beautiful price action, nonetheless. Netflix, another thing that I noticed as well, Sean, Netflix had been breaking day highs almost back to back every day. So today I watched it. Netflix pretty much false broke last week's high. Like boom, wick. Slams right in. One of the first ones to sell off before the rest of the market. So maybe that was a bit of an indicator there. So I was watching that, and that maybe poised, set me up a little bit more poised to kind of be like, all right, if we do start to sell on anything else, I want to get out as aggressively as possible. And that Amazon sell coming in really nicely here. But I want to show you guys Netflix, NFLX. Here we go. There's the day. There's the day low getting taken out on the NASDAQ. But look at that wicks, the wicks of last week's high, right off of the open there. This is a 3-minute chart. So Netflix, one of the strongest tickers in the market, giving us a bit of an indication of potential direction right off of the open there. So absolutely beautiful. I know a lot of people like to use other indicators as well, but I like using the action on the Mag 7s as well, maybe to give us some direction. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I have no idea what I'm doing is what I'll preface that with. But yeah, coming in with a bit of a sell here, some follow through happening. Oh boy. Amazon back through day lows, so that's stop order. Yeah, well, that's all right. So it's beautiful, beautiful stuff there. Missed trades on my part, but my question, Sean, is where is the next trade? And I forget who said it in the chat earlier. You got to be nimble in these markets, and yeah, some aggressive selling action. Guess what? I'm looking for the reversion. No sign of buyers just yet.
There's no surprise with that one. Yeah, I'm trying to revert that right now on the TQs. So we just bought this dip right here into that low, and we're going to get out if this breaks, and it will turn us red on the futures if we break 53.20. Just looking at this bottom right there from Friday. So yeah, the market has come back in. We're long here at 53s, so we're out of the money right now, 15 cents on this play. But yeah, it's definitely not great. And oh boy, look what just happened to Tesla. Tesla fall down $10 right into our 385 area. So if this breaks through, 285, if this breaks through 284, we're going to get out of this one as well. So 283.99. I just don't want to have too many losers on board because we're already average into the futures. Now let's see if Tesla can go boom here in the night with this 285.25 long. So 40 cents in the money now, but whatever, man. We're trying to get this at least back to 287 right there. All right, Adair, give us, are we ready to go? Yep, there it is happening now.
I think this 15-minute candle here on the S&P 500 really says it all. We go from green to red in one very long extended 15-minute candle sell-off. NASDAQ looking pretty similar here as well. So any goodwill the market had earlier today looks like it's kind of drifting off here. We had some comments this morning once again here from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent saying that once again, China needs to de-escalate trade first. They're really going to have to, I guess, put the steps on the table here. It's also worth noting that Scott Bessent actually said that the big market move from comments he made on Tuesday with regards to de-escalation, he was completely unprepared for. They were comments he's been making routinely. So interesting comments there coming from Scott Bessent this morning on CNBC. Here is Weeble. This one initially looking pretty strong, especially post-market on Friday, but giving up a lot of that move. It did basically release its Form 20F for fiscal 2024. Then we've got Meta here, META, one of many names reporting earnings this week, along with fellow Mag 7s, Microsoft, Apple, and Amazon. Then we have Nvidia. Nvidia basically at day's lows here. We have Wall Street Journal reporting that Huawei out of China is developing an AI chip to challenge the company. So a lot of these semiconductor names weaker on that story. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. Back to the guys.
Thank you very much, Dara.
I'm going to try to get back into
We're just talking about, that Tesla was a trade, man. We talk about that low 190s being supply, and as of right now, supply definitely is very dominant off of that area. But we're all the way back down to 280s, and I see that Sean is attempting the long there. I like that. Let's see how far this market goes. That was an aggressive drop, a little bit extended to the downside here. But again, I want to be a little bit patient here. I'm watching Amazon because I was involved in it, but again, I'm watching other names as well. My top kind of watch list names for today, I can name them out. Tesla, MRK, Netflix, Intuit, Alphabet, Intel, Comcast, and T-Mobile were my top 8 ones. There are others as well. I had a long list of tickers this morning, and I guess a lot of not a lot, but like a few if-thens as well, some simple if-thens. So we can kind of look. I'll go over the one I had on Tesla because a bit of a missed trade, and that trade is kind of off the board as of right now. Let me just do that and bring this in right here. So I got to make sure the language here is acceptable. Okay, we're good. All right, so so morning trade plan. So I come in 9 o'clock. I'm like, all right, the VIX is at 25.28. So something I've been doing, Sean, every day is like, all right, we know the VIX has been moving around. So every day I come in, I'm like, all right, what's the VIX at today? So that gives me an idea of every day, are we kind of trending up or trending down? The VIX has been kind of slowly bleeding back down. So I understand that, and I'm kind of keeping that in mind as well. We talk about the past 2 days of grinding that I mentioned earlier here. So here we go, right here. So Tesla, this is the plan for Tesla that I had. Tesla, I'll just read this out. Tesla breaking out on increasing volume. Recently, there was supply in the low 290s.
Holy shit, dude.
Look here to measure sentiment. What's going on?
Oh, Palantir's almost $1 in the money.
Palantir,
big time shares, but keep going.
Palantir, that one is absolutely crazy, man. All right, so I got 2 if-then statements here, so nothing too crazy. I said if we hold above 294.50, which is a bit of a level for me, look for long using trend breaks and VWAP holds to get long and judge it based on the trends. Very simple idea, and I have an execution set for that. And then the other if statement, if 290 to 295. Level holds as a supply zone. Look for uptrend breaks to get involved if sellers are obvious and have taken an obvious charge and are stepping it down. Market tailwind is important as well here. So one of those definitely worked out. That 290 to 295 is showing up as a bit of a supply zone. Did I take that trade? $2. It was one of my top ideas on the day. And unfortunately, I did not take that trade. So the question now becomes, where is the next trade? And I see that Sean,
we just made back our whole day.
Let's go.
Whole day made back now. Green again. Hashtag trading. Now $2 in the money now on Tesla. Look, man, we bought the 285s. We wrote down that we like 285, right? I mean, it's pretty All I need to do, OB, is exactly what you're doing there, use logic. Like Palantir 111.50. We're long now at 111.75 and it's $1 in the money and we are heavy on this trade because it falls right into our lap. We wrote down 111.50. The low of the day for Palantir is 111.60. So, I mean, that's the trade that we have on board. Then there's Tesla 285 long. There's BBAI at 350. So Tesla 285, BBAI 350. Here's Tesla 287, check. Here's BBAI 350, the exact bottom. But we're gonna see if we can get going even more on this one. And then, by the way, we never fear. The hell's the point of doing that? If you're going to get into position and you still like it, look, man, we got to take risk off. But once we broke back above here on the TQs, we got right back in. Now, whether or not we have this bottom, I don't know. So we will start to scalp out because, again, that was we went red, right? We talked about that. We just had a couple bad trades there. We lost on the futures. Like our futures up, averaged in, bang. Bought it back on the break higher there with momentum. So if we can continue to scale this, then let's go. Let's go JP Morgan. What's going on with the financials? 244 for JPM. We like that. That got as high as 247. This is a name that we're in at 231 recently, so we do like that trade. Let's check out some other names for us today. What's going on with Alibaba? Alibaba in the Chinese space heading lower. So that does not seem to get too much love there. We go into the highs of Friday in and around 120 and give back a little bit there on Alibaba. Quick check-in on Odyssey, as that's going to be a big one for many of our viewers. That's pulled back now into 12.50 right now. My eyes are still going up. If there's any other names that you want us to look at, let's go TQQs. I kind of want to hold on to some of these. We have our stops lower. I don't mind going red again on the day. I'm actually beyond looking at the net at this point because I have the plays and I have the size, and if it goes, then we're going to have a huge day, and if it doesn't, man, we'll take the stops. We already know where the stops are, and if they hit, they hit, but we got to take profit when it climbs. I mean, that's sort of the strategy that I'm trying to do right now. Look at Robinhood, $51 all the way up there and then a straight move down. I mean, you're looking at names there like Amazon that fell in. Look at Robinhood. What a good trading vehicle today, right? 49 straight up, futures fall off straight down. So this is going to be almost just one of those names that if you think the futures are going to battle back up to the highs, this is going to give you a good little return here. Just at $49, you can get back up to here easily. We know there's a lot of steam underneath Robinhood. I mean, it's only up 0.24 while the market is just flashing red right now. I think there's a good chance here for Robinhood to get back going there to the upside. So that's another little look there. My Tesla trade, look, I mean, I like it. It's now, here goes in. $3. It was just $3 in the money on that upside. So I think we'll look to take something out if we can get up to 289. That's 288.50 is the 200 period moving average. Now it's starting to fall back as does the market. The market right there actually bouncing off of 19,520. So that's a level right there as well. I actually have to take this phone call, so take it over.
No worries. While Sean speaks to Powell, I'm going to be watching this Tesla move here. Again, the market is catching a little bit, potentially a little bit of a bid here. Interestingly enough, I was watching Intel as well. Intel day 2 of their earnings. It was SSR coming in on Friday and today. What an aggressive bid that it had right off of the open. Let's take a quick look at that. So again, on Friday, it was a little distinctly different from its other sector counterparts in terms of chips. We got a grinding bid. We talked about that a little bit. And Intel, not really the same, kind of doing its own thing. Again, earnings day 1 might do that to you, but you can see the strong kind of a push to the lows there on the gap down that we had on Intel, coming in, opening up as SSR, catching a very, very strong bid at that 1930s, 19.5 level-ish. I have that as a little bit of a higher time frame level, and look at that, demand comes right back in, so maybe potentially still acting as as a support area coming in off of the open. Again, we talk about plans, right? Here, I'm going to go. So shout out to Dan McIsaac in the chat. He's saying, Obi, trust your plan and execute the trade. If you don't take the trade, but your notes call it out, you're second guessing yourself. That's when stop saves you. Yeah, for sure. I 100% right. And I missed out on that one. And again, a little bit not really focused there. On Intel, I had a very simple idea. I was like, earnings day one, we caught a little bit of a bid, but we sold off. We consolidated in and around VWAP as well. I was heavily involved in this one. And then all I was looking for today was a range break. I was like day one, opening range of the event, which is day one of earnings. So range break was all I was looking for. I'll pull back my notes here so we can kind of go through specifically what I said or what I wrote down here on my Intel trade plan. And again, man, I got to do a little bit better with following my own trades, and sometimes it's a little difficult doing that while I'm getting a little bit better at it while I'm up here on the show. But again, the trade is the trade. It doesn't matter where you're at. The trade's going to happen with or without you. So right here, earnings day two, continuation, still SSR. Look for day one range break to get involved for continuation and trend. Keep an eye on the sector to look for relativity. So that's, again, very basic, simple idea. And again, in terms of execution, we're looking for range break. So we're just looking for the high and the low of the prior day. The prior day's high was 2018. What happened with that price area right off of the open? You can see we made a low. Opening range low is at 2005. Pre-market highs coming in at 2018. So a little bit of a confluence with prior day high to the penny. This is the beautiful thing about Intel. Sometimes it gives you confluence to the penny, and I'm starting to learn that some of that information might be valued, or I should be valuing that information a little bit more than other pieces, which I might be misvaluing as well. But that 18 comes in beautifully, pre-market break, confluencing with that earnings day one break. Look at that, 218 makes a high at 21. So beautiful continuation, holding that VWAP as of right now. So let's see if this thing can continue to trend up going forward for the rest of the day. Intel, I'll be watching, keeping a close eye on. But let me know in the chat what you guys are trading. I want to know what your guys' plans are. And TX Traders saying Tesla is very weak. Yeah, I know, man. Tesla, we kind of talked about it. It's coming in off of an area which may have shown us that it was a supply zone, and we're seeing more of the same. So trying to keep it as simple as possible. It's funny, Jose in the back, Joseph, he recommended a book for me to read called The Way of the Turtle. You've heard of the Turtle Traders?
No. Are they slow?
I mean, slow is smooth. Smooth is fast is something that they definitely, I guess, had a quality of. Yeah, great story of the Turtle Traders as well. But it's a book about that, and there's a little snippet that I am really kind of echoing with, and we'll go through it maybe later today, or maybe in an hour or so. Well,
an hour or so will be the midday show.
45.
Joey, options.
30, 40
we're
minutes.
stepping on that
But
guy's toes.
it's really been kind of been on my mind. It kind of talks about, like, throughout the years, it's like huge. Traders can make trading very complicated. We study all these things, we read all these things, we do all this analysis, but at the end of the day, keeping it simple is a huge part of it. And it was talking about how experienced traders over time, they learn that after all of these things that they learn, the most important thing is to keep it simple. Thank you,
Ramin, in a hat.
Global business travel, like that. American Express. What's AXP? Reminds me.
He's trying to think. No, I was trying to think of, like, he said hat Ramin over there. I was trying to think of, like, I don't know. Try to put it together, like Shinobi and all this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
like
Joe's getting in there right now with the little puns. But yeah, no, I'd be interested to hear about that too, because I think that is 100% accurate. The more simple you can put down, that, I mean, Obi, that was. I mean, look how simple this is.
Exactly.
I mean, this is what it is.
That's what it boils down to.
And by the way, where the hell are my sticky notes? Like, how long does this take to get from Amazon? Like, sticky notes?
Oh,
wow, we ordered them last Monday.
Oh, okay, damn.
I could have walked to the dollar store probably and picked some up.
Wait, you,
Joe, shut up, Joe. I mean, I'm just playing.
Ramin just brought these for you.
No, man.
How many ideas are you going to put on that one? You have to be so meticulous.
This is about keeping it as...
Fabian's like, you
What
can
did
put the
Fabian
small caps
say?
on
That's
there.
it. Oh, maybe my ear's not on. Maybe my ear's not on. Okay,
good one. That's a good
just
one.
real quick, guys, real quick. BBAI, we're having a lot of fun, and as per usual, man, whenever it's Obi and I or anybody on this show, we love to have a great time, and we want to thank everybody for joining us. But it's another time for that club. Yo, what up, Ozan? Come with me to the club, my guy. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day. Palantir's now $1 in the money, and oh boy, it's at the highest spot we've been at since that reload. That's going well. And who calling my phone? Palantir and Tesla. Right now, Tesla is
another one.
Look, man, we nailed that 285. Now it's at 288. We'll take that bid right there. We're $3 in the money on Tesla. Need to get going.
Too much winning. We can't take it anymore.
Can't stop winning. We cannot stop. No, we can stop winning. We can stop winning immediately. At any time, these trades can stop winning. But at that point, let's just start taking them out. I actually didn't even realize that this 53.80, we do need to take out something right there as that. Okay, go. Oh, damn. Man, we are in some good mood, man. So I was yelling and we had over 50 girls on the diamond there. We had a girls' day for High Park because we're really promoting women in sport and females and all that kind of stuff. My daughter is absolutely everything as far as sports. So my son has played baseball, hockey. He's now doing basketball. So we really do believe in the Katina household, of course, that as much of not just outdoor activity, but socializing, making sure that they're playing those sports, getting off those damn phones as much as possible, and doing something with the kids. So I didn't realize this, but like there was Girls' Day, and of course we promoted that through High Park, and I had to they're like, okay, and let's call up Coach Sean for some words. I didn't have anything planned, but luckily, Obi, talking useless nonsense for many hours on point is something that I tend to do sometimes quite well. We had this great speech there. We put it out. That was a lot of fun. Talk. Then we practiced with the team. Then our Red Sox, which is the High Park Little League Majors team that I coach, actually just assistant coach that team. We had our first exhibition game.
Wow.
We fell 7-3 to the Cubs, though. We got some work to do on that one. But we had a great time. And then it was just so much like chapped lips. I forgot, so I was thinking about running to Shoppers Drug Mart there. I forgot the old chapstick there because the wind yesterday, I don't know if you were outside.
Yeah, it was pretty windy. It was pretty windy.
Like, I'm surprised I don't have one of those wind tans or burns, I guess. Not a wind tan, a wind burn from yesterday. But yeah, lots of fun there. And then my wife just mentioned to me that she's taking the dog out for a walk right now as well. So the weather must be quite nice out there right now. But Obi, let's just review some of the trades.
Yes.
This is $4 in the money.
Boom.
So right there, as we wait for Tesla to go, I'm still waiting for another upside trade there. We're 30 cents in the money right now on the TQs as we get that VWAP trade. And we did buy the dip, but we did get stopped out. We're still red on the futures. I mean, not going to sit here and pretend like we're not. Big Bear AI, Oppo Day. We want it to go up when we hit the Big Bear AI. So that's trying to go. And look, man, we've taken out some profit, so it's been okay right there. And then the Alex Karp, man. Whoa, okay. We're now at, Obi? Yes. And I know this is not necessarily something to necessarily cheer for every day because daily goals can change. But we're at one daily goal right there. So we've hit our daily goal right now for the day. So should be a good one. Oh, you know what I got? I'm going to show you guys in a minute. For swimming, I got paddles. Okay. Because I was researching, I'm like, how do I get a physique like you two over here, Joe and Obi? And I was thinking, I was doing some weights last week, so the arms were a little bit sore, and I was like, but it feels good.
Yeah.
So how can I add to the swimming? So I'm going to show you in 1 second what we got. We got a little aid there to try to get a little more resistance going on right there. There he is.
Nice.
There he's punching out the.
Oh, you want me to flex too?
Yes.
Oh no.
No, do not. That's Joe's and Sharif's thing.
Yeah.
That's the midday show.
We'll keep that for the professionals.
I'm gonna go show you guys what I got.
But yeah,
Obi,
show us your paddles.
Yeah, I will. In 1 second here. So just getting some more out on Palantir. Let me go get them. They're just in my bag.
Oh, you have the physical power? No way. Okay, let's go. That's solid. Okay. So what am I watching here? People in the chat being like, oh, why is I think somebody mentioned why is Obini not trading more? Hey, guess what? Where's the trade? Right? Do I want to force trades? Absolutely not. But do we want to talk about markets? Absolutely yes. And that's what we're here for. Where is the next trade relative to my playbook?
Amazon.
But right now, there are those paddles. Let's hear about them. So they make you swim faster. They're like webbed.
They're not
Oh,
webbed.
they kind of provide us like webbing.
You weren't listening. They're not making me swim faster. They're not doing anything like that. So see, these are called fins, apparently.
Okay.
I never tried this. You put your right hand in, you put your left hand in, and you swim all
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's kind of like it's the same effect as potential
so it's like
webbing.
when you're like this, and it gives you the more resistance.
Yes.
So working the upper body. See what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because right now I'm swimming about 1.25 kilometers.
Oh, man.
Yeah, every day, and then I'm adding in the weight training as well. So I'm using these now to get when you're. I mean, I got to read it exactly.
Yeah. So do you have a
Can't trade with these.
Yeah, no. I mean,
It's like Wolverine.
those are cool. But no, so right now you're doing about 2.5 clicks?
What?
2.5 kilometers?
No, 1.25.
1.25.
Yeah.
So
It's about 50 laps.
So where were you at when you first started, and what's your goal for this year?
I don't. That hasn't started yet.
Okay. All right.
There. So
Something to think about. Something to think about.
Yeah. No, because the thing about the swimming is this. I have to tell you. So I go to the Y, but the thing is that the lane swim is only from 11 till 12.
Okay.
So by the time I get there, there's only so much time that I have.
Right.
So I feel like what I need to do is do less about the distance and then just go for the sprint.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So what I'm trying to do now is just get the heart rate going a little bit more, which is why we got these.
I think that's a solid idea. Again, I think it definitely makes you look a lot cooler as well.
Shut up, Obi. I know this does not make me look cool, and I feel like you're just saying that.
If they were in red, I would totally rock those. 100%. Because red is also the fastest color, and you would see me zooming around the track.
Okay, so if you went, do you own a car or?
Yeah.
Is it red?
No, it's white.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, don't get a fast car. We don't want that.
The interior is kind of like red, like a mahogany.
I've got to get rid of these things before I. All right. The more you know.
Yes.
About paddles, apparently, in swimming. So.
Oh boy. Well, right now we got
I know
small
it's calories in versus calories out. I know, but like I'm putting less calories in and exposing less calories out. I'm getting more calories out, less calories in. But my body weight has pretty much stayed the same since I've been doing this over the last basically 5-6 months. Feel like tone is getting probably better.
Yeah,
but
take time.
needs to take time.
Yeah, you just got to keep it up.
I also need to get the kids out of the house because they have snacks. And visually seeing those snacks is willpower, right? So we got to get that going. But we're doing really well here trading today. We have 4 positions on Big Bear AI's in the money. Palantir's $1.50. The triple Q's is 40 cents, and Tesla's now almost. It was higher. Tesla's pulling back a little bit. We're only out of 75%. Sorry, we're still in 70% of this Tesla trade. 10. So we're going to have to get some more pieces out. Are we waiting for Adara? That's my bad completely. Okay. Adara over at the screen. Let's go.
Look here for the IWM trying to push higher. Is that Russell 2000? Not always performing, I guess, identically to the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, but a good look for them today. PONY, Pony AI. This is a multi-day runner. Most recent catalyst for this one came on Friday morning, announcing a partnership with Tencent on L4 robo-taxis. Then we have PLUG, Plug Power, with a 35% short float, announcing this morning that they signed a $525 million secured credit facility and providing, I guess, early Q2 revenue or preliminary revenue here above estimates, or mostly above estimates for PLUG. Last but not least here, we have, we're just going to take a moment there. There we are. There we go. Remotes. Last but not least, we have Odyssey Marine Exploration, OMEX. No surprise here. This one's been pretty strong as of late. confirming that they have sufficient operational funding and welcoming Donald Trump's executive order last week on deep sea mining. The reporting of this executive order actually is what led OMEX to start trading higher in the first place. Back to you.
For that. Markets kind of coming in here, Sean. So I was looking at this Tesla. I'm like, all right, well, we had the idea of supply being maybe in the low 290s. We're holding a little bit of VWAP there as well. But in the market's kind of chopping around on that 19.5. So I did engage a little bit here to begin with. But again, I think I want to give this the ability, or have the ability to try this a couple of times before it can potentially come in. Look at that. Was instantly down about a point and then kind of bidding right back up right now. So maybe a little bit of some action there. Kind of just still kind of chopping around. So let's wait and see. Amazon's consolidating higher than its current day low in and around the 187.5 area. Yeah, let's see. The market's catching a little bit of a bid now. So yeah, a little bit of a shake and bake on that.
Oh boy, we're
selling, getting bought right back up.
Now.
Yeah, strong.
Palantir is now Rip City. $1.80 in the money on Palantir, $2.25 in Tesla. And if you want to join the trading community, we all know this saying. Big opportunity comes with big risk. We know that saying, right, Obi? Yep. But what if that wasn't true anymore? Oh, that'd be crazy, right? Trade the Pool is redefining what risk means for traders. No more risking your life. I read this, no more risking your life. I was like, but then after that is savings? No more risking your life savings to prove yourself in the market. They give you access to company capital, up to $200,000 to trade real stocks. No CFDs, and your downside is limited to a single one-time fee that starts at just $47. That means no blowing up your personal account. You get to trade with serious buying power, all while knowing your loss is capped. Trade the Pool now offers an unlimited time during the evaluation. You get the freedom to trade your way with no time pressure. Make sure you do visit tradethepool.com and see how far your $47 can go. And $47 or not, make sure you do scan that QR code and grab your 10% off, because 10% off $47 is how much, Obi?
4.7.
Exactly, and that's about a coffee. So you can grab that. Make sure you do get it with us ASAP. All right, man, there goes Palantir. Huge move to the upside. We do take some out. There goes Tesla. Bouncing. So we are on another piece there of Tesla at 287.50. So that so far is so good right there as well. Although we'll be down on Tesla today, but looking to make that back. And the futures are kind of just like, meh. That had a huge move up there into $54. We should have taken it out in and around that area. So now I'm going to, well, shoulda, coulda, woulda. When you look at it, yes. So I'm going to put an offer there at $53.90. Hey, what's up, Randy? I didn't see you there. I don't know. What do you want to talk about, Randy? You into XOM lately? We have, here, we can take out some oil. Let's check out some Exxon for you. Here, 109. Any thoughts on a price level here of 109? It is starting to tick up just a little bit there. When's the summer fuel kicking in?
Now.
Okay, that was easy.
Summer driving season is upon us, but rig counts are down, both Chevron and XOM. That's in the Gulf, that's in the Permian. So there's a bit of oversupply. They're trying to fill up the SPR. I don't know when that's going to happen, but apparently it's on the list of things to do with this administration. But summer driving's here, so prices I would expect to be a bit flat as far as refined prices go, which is gasoline, diesel, blah, blah, blah. But I'd expect a dip in XOM and Chevron. Just again, we got a bit of oversupply in the market, so we'll see how that plays out.
Okay, good. Yeah, I mean, I do like to get some ExxonMobil in my life as well. I like the dividend. I like the fact that I'm a little underexposed right now to oil, the energy space. So, yeah, I like that. Good call there, Randy. All right, Obi, everyone wants to know something about your positions now.
I think that Tesla's kind of chopping around sideways here. We got that aggressive push right off of that bit of a sell-off there, but we're chopping around, like we said, that 19.5 area, which again seems to be still seems to be acting as a bit of a level of interest. There we saw that strong bid come up off of the open. We reverted right back into that area, and now we're chopping up at that area. So I have no idea, but the future is kind of holding in and around this 19.5. So yeah, just being a little bit patient. Tesla's trading below this VWAP, but still consolidating, chop. This could go any way. I have no idea which way Tesla is going to trade going forward on the day. But again, just keeping an eye on, trying to stay a little bit nimble as Tesla this trade potentially gets a little charged up. Alphabet back down. So we talked about that Alphabet potential continuation, and Google is one of the only ones that is trading at some fresh lows as we speak. So current day low at 160.11s. Here on Google, so that's selling coming in. We talked about that prior day low at 161. So far we're about a point below that, trading at that 160. So we're getting some of that continuation of that selling coming in here on Google as well. So that's something I have on watch. Tesla, again, I don't know if this one is ready just yet, but it seems like every now and then people are hitting the bid a little bit more aggressively than they are the ask. But I think if the market just does nothing and consolidates here, Tesla is more than capable of going one way or the other. But with some of the other Mag 7s kind of potentially coming in, and we have that overhead supply at that 290s. I'm just looking for more of the same. Let's see if I was looking for sellers to potentially step down. I don't know if this is that case here, but as of right now, we've been making lower lows and holding underneath that VWAP. And the market, as of right now, is kind of it traded higher, it traded lower. Now we're consolidating near the lows. But let's see what crypto is up to with Adara.
We're going to start here this crypto update with the 5-minute chart of Bitcoin because I think it paints a really clear picture. We have a bit of a double top here, more or less around that 95.6 area. Then we push to the downside, making a low right about that 94,000. Push up higher once again. And now we have a little bit of a topping tail candle with the following 5-minute candle closing right at, or just, I guess, above the low of this topping tail. So potentially a bit of a bearish signal getting put in for BTC, but we're going to have to wait and see there. On the daily chart, we're seeing a lot of support here, as I mentioned earlier, around that 94, in this case actually 93,000, but still very unable to get that 96,000 level to break above. We tapped it on Friday. We made a lower high today. Let's talk about some of these other crypto-related names here. Bitcoin up about 2/3%. Ethereum down about 0.5% here, so both are pretty muted. Solana down about 1%. BNB pretty flat. XRP up about 3%. Cardano up about 1.5%. So not only are these names trading distinctly different from one another, but they're also not making huge moves today. Back to you.
Tesla's coming in a little bit to the downside. There's the market selling off a little bit more aggressively. It seems like both the ES and the NASDAQ are now poised to try and attempt to test their day lows there. And there goes Tesla a little bit to the downside here. So caught a quick, nice little scalp on that one there. Let's see if it'll have me back in. Oh boy, Sean. It seems like sitting beside you, I get a little lucky because I see that you have access to the club, and sometimes because of that, maybe I'm getting a little lucky here as well, and going for some clubbing here in a Tesla. You know, so should be interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, that selling kind of coming in. Let's see if we crack day lows. I don't know if it's going to crack day lows, but I'm going to try to stay as nimble as possible here and take off a decent chunk there. So now I'm out of about 75% of that there. Let's see if we can kind of bid back up. Again, I'm looking for sellers at VWAP. We kind of talked through this. I was like, I have no idea what this is going to do. But in my head, I may or may not have certain probabilities that I do like. That's why I'm in the trade to begin with. Let's see if that bid can come in. Like at the end of the day, I have no idea what it's going to do, but I'm trying my best to observe and stay nimble as well. So we talked about C size. So initially I did get in with C, and then I'm like, okay, well, this is starting to look a little bit better. So I doubled up again on the breakdown and covered about 75% there as it potentially comes right back in. So I don't know if we're going to break day low just yet, but that was some aggressive selling. And again, the futures are coming back into the same area where we did catch a bid. So I want to stay as nimble as possible on that one. And yeah, so with that bid coming in, let me just take it off here. If we start trading below the low a day, and I'll look for more continuations. But I've been doing a little bit better in this market with a more scalping mindset. And if I get into Tesla and it instantly gives me $2 right off the bat, then I'm going to be again, I'm not going to look at that for too long. That's kind of what I'm looking for there. But again, where is the next trade? That's what I'm asking. Scalping today saying, Casey, Obi-Wan, welcome to my world. Yeah, no, I love scalping, but a lot of times where I find myself getting into trouble is I'll get into a good trade via the scalp, and then I'll hold on looking for that level-to-level move. And then we were talking about this earlier. I'm like, if I have to kind of reiterate this to myself. If the reason for getting in is the tape has to be the reason for you to get out. And if the reason for the tape was looking weak, sellers more dominant than buyers because I've been watching it, it's distinctly different, then as soon as those buyers come in, I want to start to cover. I want to get out of that position. Look at that Tesla coming in. So this is, again, great proof that bid did step back in on that 185s because I'm watching it like a hawk. And look at that, reverting right back to my second entry there is now Tesla. So now the question becomes, is this going to give me more chances to reload? This is just a chop. But bigger picture, we're trading off of a supply zone, and now we're trading below VWAP. So I want to short Pops 284.70. See, that's the thing, man. You can go both ways. You can counter, you can go with trend. Yeah. They're all more than valid trades, and that's a beautiful thing about trading, right? Each and every kind of move, as the cards are laid out, the probabilities change for the short, for the long, depending on what frame you're looking at, depending on what other confluencing factors are there on the table as well. But again, I have no idea.
Yeah, so, no, I mean, that's all we're talking about. The odds of...
What's up? Oh, you're muted.
Oh, I'm muted. My bad. Yeah, no, I mean, that's all that it comes out to is the odds, right? I mean, that's why I like to talk. You're talking about C setup, C size, B, this, A. Like, you got to have the reasons to get in and out of positions. And especially in this market where we are so sensitive to any of these headlines, right? And so, yeah, we just bought the same price down there, 284.70, able to get some out there. As Obi was talking about, scalping $2. We'll take 150 there on Tesla and then wait to see. We still do have a position. My whole thing is, and I was saying to Obi even when we were up here, it was even before that last tank, I said to him, it looks like we're holding below VWAP. We're having a problem getting above it. We're not even coming close to seeing any of those highs. Like, that was such a dramatic move. And then I guess we just said that there wasn't, too many significant numbers. And all of a sudden that number hits there, and then it absolutely wipes the whole market a little bit there at 1030. So that was a bad little number there. The Dallas Fed manufacturing minus 36 versus minus 16. So not great there, as we know that manufacturing, and I don't know exactly where that number, why it was not even expected worse than that, as we know manufacturing and some of this stuff has been affected by tariffs. So maybe some sort of a play there. Out of our TQs, but bought it right back because I hate getting stopped out on a number, and I wasn't aware, I wasn't paying enough attention that number was coming out. So I'll stop out. Once it came out, we let it flush down, we get stopped out, then we take a little bit of a trade there, try to get it longer now back into the system. So we're back long here into the futures, and here it goes, man. This is a good trade for us now. Let's go. Starting to climb a little bit higher. Now $1 in Tesla, as that's getting back upside, I think we'll do that. And we're sort of just still massaging our Palantir trade. Hopefully that'll get going. Big Bear AI is not doing anything. So that could be a level of concern for me here. BBAI trying to get going as well. So we'll see if that has any plans for us. Already dipped down again. I'm still waiting for it to get going. We're long right now at 61s. That's not going that well. OMX had a 190 handle on it. Early, dropped in. Now it looks like it's trying to bounce around 170. You know what names were going last week? What? Marijuana names. So we could check out that today as well. Big move down now. We didn't have too much news on this last week as Adara was scouring for some of that. But there it is. MSOS down 3.5% today, Obi. Let's go over and see what you're all about.
Hey, man. Again, are you looking for the next trade?
Kind of.
Because e-signal. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, and capitalize. Foresee profitable opportunities with the platform that you need. Infinite data, instant trading, know where the market is moving before others with the lightning fast data. Charts that change the game. Customize, analyze markets faster your way. Better backtesting and scanning predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable real-time data, up-to-the-second market information from hundreds of global markets. Everything that you need all in one place, so don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Are you ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description, and that is e-signal. And that is a potential place where you can find the next trade, guys. But the next trade right now, Sean, I'm looking at it, and I know you're sitting in it. I can't word right now because a lot of this jumbling.
I have that impact on people.
So, yes. Look at the bid. The bid shows back up off of 285s right here on Tesla. We're coming right back up into that VWAP, maybe back into the trend. So the question now I'm asking is, are sellers still dominant? I'm going to continue asking that question. Are sellers stepping down? Last time they stepped down was 288s. So just shy of 289s. Let's see if we make lower highs or VWAP still continues to hold, or does the situation change? The market is bidding back up off of that 19.5, but if we continue to chop it up a little bit, then I don't know. But let's see what's up with Adara.
Choppy.
So again, here basically what happened here with the Dallas Fed manufacturing number, not a number that usually moves the market, but today certainly of note. So it dropped to negative 35.8 points in April from negative 16.3 points in March of 2025. So pretty significant month-over-month drop, though it's nowhere near its all-time low of negative 74.4 in April of 2020. So just some context. Apparently, from what I'm reading here in Bespoke Investment, tariffs were mentioned in this Dallas Fed manufacturing report a cool 33 times. So tons of mentions of tariffs here. That seems to be some of the factors, I guess, on watch with regards to this number. Let's talk about this heat map, which is a little bit greener than it was when I first opened this page about 5 minutes ago. Finance really strong, consumer services pretty strong, producer manufacturing pretty strong, transportation, a little bit of strength, energy, minerals, consumer durables, health technology, with the exception of Eli Lilly getting an HSBC downgrade, actually looking pretty good here as well. Tech services, once again, a little bit mixed. We have technology services here, Meta and Oracle slightly up, Google, Netflix slightly red, and Nvidia on reports that Huawei is trying to basically step onto their turf in China, sending NVDA to the downside about 2%. Electronic technology otherwise a little bit mixed there. Guys, back to you.
Oh man, that Nvidia, we wrote down 110 and we just talked about it. It got as high as 110.40 there before dropping out. I'm taking out some more. Obi and I were just talking about this, and it's like you don't need to be in something for a long time, especially if you have share size on there, because scalping is a plan of action. And in this market, when you're getting news bombs all over the place, that is something that you have to respect. So right back there, low of the day, essentially, into the 50-period moving average. We'll empty the clip out a little bit on that trade. So we only have a third left now. We got a bunch out here because I was like, okay, we can make that retracement back. We'll take it. Okay. Love to trade asked me how much of BBAI do we have on it? Pretty much all of it. We have about 85% still. We only got out of a small piece there because I thought we were going for the run, right? I mean, we are waiting for the 200-period moving average. I want to just be in Big Bear AI. You never know where we're going to go on this. So I like the stock here, and I like the name, and I thought that we had a good chance to go with 22% short float on BBAI. This looks like it's doing nothing. So if we look at sort of what this has been doing, we could just equate this to what was happening on Friday, where nothing was happening until something was. So let's give it a go. I'm going to wait for 340 to break on Big Bear AI. Down there. We're having a decent day, so it doesn't matter. We could give it all back with this trade. But I mean, I want to try it. We like the stock. There's news on it. Short float, AI name. I like it. Although the market is trying to figure out if it's going to be a bull or a bear today, I'm pretty confident in Big Bear AI.
Yeah, no, definitely. That's definitely one to keep an eye on here. It seems like we missed a few super chats here, so sorry guys about that. I did see this one a little earlier during the rundown, so and then totally forgot about it. So on the Rail TV with a super chat here, we also got Pool Shark as well. So let's read out some of these super chats here. So on the Rail asking, thank you for the super chat. What do you think about Gap Inc? So right now watching that Intel. Look at that VWAP hold, man. That continuation, oh boy. SSR as well, don't forget, day 2. But let's take a quick look at Gap right now and see what that one is up to. Gapping to the upside. Now this one I did kind of a push, sorry, not push. I put it up on my chart earlier when you did mention it on the Rail, and something interesting to watch out for on this ticker, because I did have a little bit of charting from earlier. But let's see. I don't know if it's on this specific chart. Oh, yes, it is. There you go. Boom. So some strong earnings report, that bid that came in. in November of 2024. Sure, we've had an earnings since then as well, but I think this one may or may not have been a little significant. That's why I put that anchored on there. Yeah, you can see it kind of chops, and you look, every time it comes back in. Similar idea to that of some of the anchors I've been showing you earlier on this session. This area is now acting as a little bit of a supply zone. Sure, catalyst-driven selling, whatever, you can call it whatever you want. The chart speaks literally in volumes, but you can see that anchored VWAP hold on the gap. We're coming right back up into this area, which again, similar story as Tesla, has acted as a bit of a supply zone. So let's see. We've been catching a bit of a bid. If this acts as a supply zone, if this trend breaks, then maybe you can find more selling on this ticker. But I have no idea. The market's been bidding up. You'd have to look at the sector as well. I don't know how, I guess Gap would fall under consumer discretionary.
Retail, probably.
Retail, something like that.
Retail.
Yeah, it's definitely retail, but it's like, anyways, regardless.
Probably consumer
It doesn't really
discretionary. No,
matter.
that makes sense. Yeah. I don't know. That's
Coming into a supply
Walmart
area.
cost.
That's what I see there. I have no idea, though. Again, there could be fundamental things going on with this ticker that I absolutely do not understand, and that is way above my my pay grade. I just like pretty colors and lines on charts for the most part. But Gap, that's a little bit of a look on Gap. And Pool Shark saying RTY1 futures, 13,000 volume on the 50-minute. What's RTY1?
support one and support, is that resistance one?
So he means the Russell. So here's the thing. IWM was actually on my morning watch. Here, let's before we even take a look at it, let's take a look. Would you look at that? Let's take a look at this right here. Where's IWM? IWM, it's very, very simple right here, Sean. I'm like, IWM, 195.50 breakout period. One sentence, don't need to know more. Right, so let's go. Well, this is the Russell future.
Okay,
so
we're
seeing that breaking out here. So this was kind of the structure I was looking for it to break out. So I think we are testing that as of right now. So let's go take a look at the IWM itself. So what was that price? 195.50. Hey yo.
Hey, yo.
We're right there, Sean. So current day high on the IWM is 196.15. We're trading on top of 195.60s. We're poised for a higher time frame breakout. We're making higher lows relative to the opening range low, relative to that second pullback that we got, and this little chop we're getting as of right now. The question now becomes, do we sustain 195 halves, hold, or do we just consolidate now, and then maybe this is a much bigger picture, higher time frame move? I like to take a look at the 3-hour chart, and that's what I kind of caught this on the overnight scan. I'm like, all right, we're kind of building up. Let's see if we can kind of sustain a move above 195 half. So it's interesting that you mentioned that Pool Shark. That was definitely on my morning watch list this morning. And we got another, while I was saying that, Sean, we got another super chat here. So what is this? Co, I'm just going to call you Co. Thank you for the super chat. Omex, Odyssey Marine, do you believe the options contracts taken on this can help with expected future price? Now, again, I think Joe can probably answer this question a little bit better. But yeah, I think supply demand in option chains can have an effect on the actual price as well. I think we've seen that happen in past markets, in extreme cases as well. So let's take a quick look at Omex here and see what's going on. So marine exploration, so they've been getting a little bit of action there over the past couple of days. Let's see, let's look up some stats here. Shares float, 25 mil, not too bad. Market cap, just shy of 50 mil, not too bad. Volume, 87 million. That's pretty good. So trading almost, I guess, above roughly about $150 million volume on the day. Today here is Odyssey Marine Exploration, but it seems like it's been trending. Maybe some news. I have no idea what's going on here.
It was a big one, last
bit of a trend.
Short,
but let's
good
see.
Short float.
Yeah.
And a low float.
Yeah. Do you remember what the short float was on off the top, or?
No. So I think that was a funny one. Is it about Odyssey with Adara? No, okay, so then let's wait a second. All right, so OMEX here, we're gonna go to Adara in a second. I just wanted to check it out for you for that reason here. If we go over to details, right here, OMEX, let's go over and have a quick little look. Okay, where is it? Overview, there it is.
There it is.
Yeah, so it's not too bad. It was more the float of 24 million shares. We were doing over 100 million shares there the last couple of days, but the short float, again, will have to get updated. Right now, it's only at 8%. So I thought last week when Neil and I looked at it, it was like 3 or 4% or something like that. So OMEX, yeah, good little look right there for sure. All right, let's go over to Darren and see what's going on.
To you by our friends at VinFast. VinFast closed 2024 with strong financial and operational performance, signaling big progress on its global EV journey. Q4 revenue reached roughly $678 million USD, up 70% year over year and 34% quarter over quarter, reflecting robust demand and improving sales execution. Over 97,000 EVs were delivered in 2024, including more than 53,000 in Q4 alone, a 192% increase year over year, underscoring traction across core and new markets. Progress on global expansion. 322 EV showrooms and 322 EV e-scooter showrooms now operational worldwide as of March 2025, including both VinFast-owned and dealer-operated locations. Green mobility ecosystem. Continued deployment of V-Green charging infrastructure and growth of GSM electric ride-hailing services in key Asian markets to drive long-term EV adoption. Thank you to VinFast. Here's the US dollar. This is the 3-minute chart here. You can really see lower highs, lower lows, starting, I guess, today. Then we get this push to the downside. This is actually a little bit before the Dallas Fed print that started here around 10:24. But regardless, another break of another low here on the DXY. I was reading somewhere yesterday, I think it's down about 8% on the year, is the US dollar. Yes, we got a little bit of a reprieve late last week. Right now, they're trying to give all of that back. Some support here going back to 99, that 99 level first initially made on Friday, April 11th. As of right now, we're around 99.2, so we could be breaking through that support pretty soon as well. Let's talk again about this May 7th, 2025 Fed meeting. That is coming up very soon. That's in about a week from now. 93% of participants still expecting that we will not get a cut. 7% of participants expecting a 25 basis point cut. So these odds have really stabled out. About a month ago, 81% expecting. Now we've increasingly seen these high 80s, low 90s numbers expecting this, expecting that we're not going to be getting any change. So let's find out what happens there. Generally, we're stabilizing in a lack of cut in May, though again, June, we are seeing slightly lower odds of a 25 basis point cut, but they're still overwhelming compared to the other possibilities. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. So we only have about 10 minutes left.
Yeah, Tesla just, so we'll stop the last
Tesla's
sale on that
taken out-
last
Just
part.
take out the day low.
Yeah, just took out the day low, so we'll be flat on Tesla after all this here. Stopped out there at the end of it all, but good move, flat on that last little piece. We did average it back in there at 284 again, and there it goes, really dropping out. And we sort of had that spidey sense again because I was like, there's not much happening here in the market, and then we were just emptying out the clip again and again and again there on the TQs, a bunch of outs, as Adair was even speaking there at 53.90, as the market started to just feel fine, but Tesla was getting weaker. Our Nvidia call there at 110. I mean, what are we supposed to do other than take it? And we did it, and it happened in the first 2 minutes. So that was a really tough trade for me to sort of dig into there for that short, but that looks like that's going to be the right call there. So futures coming out. Palantir, I mean, again, more outs, waiting to get a little bit of a bottom take there if that's going to come into play or possible at all for a low take there, hopefully on Palantir. We are going to average this in again. Like, I still want to see if we break that 111.50 area, which is what we had already pegged out for on our notes. So if we can come back in, we'll try to buy some more here at 112 flat, and then watch out for that breakdown. Give it 50 cents to break down right now. The futures really are kind of calm here, so I'm not super concerned about anything here. They're holding out fine. Big Bear AI really isn't doing anything. We could check out that WW International today. So there it goes, man. 16% to the upside goes WW. So that's another runner. Look to see this one taking out 50 cents. So that could be a play, for anytime really. Taking out 50, a pretty key area there for WW. Yeah, we haven't looked too much at AMD or any of the chip names, really. I don't think you or I have mentioned Intel or anything like that other than...
Yeah, we mentioned a little bit of Intel.
Did we? Okay, I know we mentioned a little bit earlier.
Crazy strong off open. Because you did remember it's SSR as well. From,
that's right.
Earnings day one. Today's
it.
earnings day two.
I actually did forget that. You want to do Profit X? Let's do Profit X. All right, if you're looking for unbeatable odds on the biggest games, switch immediately to Profit X's peer-to-peer platform. Neil and I have showed you the difference in prices. You can set the price, Obi. You talked about that with the elections. We'll have a look there in a minute. For that one-size-fits-all lines, you can change them. It's like crafting your own picking strategy with real-time trading tools. Secure the best odds, track all the action, and watch your plays come alive. Experience total control at every step. It's Profit X. Sports playing reimagined. Use the code TraderTVLive. At checkout, scan that to save your 2% and get $300, up to $300 back on your betting. But there it is. Scan that QR code, sign up for an account, and just check it out. And believe me when I tell you, the odds over there are much better than in any of your sports books. So worth checking out. Profit X. Okay. Yeah. Oh, we were talking about some runners. We were talking about AMD moving around today. On my hot list right now, this is just trade rates. It's Nvidia, it's Palantir. Palantir red on the day, down 0.8. Tesla bouncing off of that low right now at 283 and change for Tesla. APPX just showing up, so we can try to find out what's going on with that name. And this is brought to you by eSignal. Sharif mentioned to me, what about Pony? And that's trying to go as well. Pony trying to go upside. This was a name that we had seen last week. I believe it's like Pony AI or something. Good move there, upside right now for Pony. Starting to get going. Last levels to look at was in and around that $10 mark, 9.50. Right now taking down 9. So good little level break right there on PONY. Pony. Is it PONY? What is it? Pony? It is Pony. It is Pony AI. Yeah. So we're looking at it right there. Let's see if we can ride that Pony right now. Palantir, here it comes, man. It's almost at our breaking spot. We do have the long now, 111.95. Let's give this 50 cents all the way to the bottom. Some of these tech names appear to be broken right now and heading a lot lower. Well, the future's kind of holding out. So yeah, definite strength somewhere. Just does not look like it's there in the tech names, Obi.
Sometimes in my head, while I'm just like, I'm taking quick moves there, quick scallops. I'm just like, you know the Batman theme, no, Batman. So in my head, I'm just like, no, scalp.
I would know. Never heard of it. Keep going, Obi. How does it go?
No, scalp man.
Yeah.
So quick scalp off that 283 hold, back up into the 284s. I'm like, okay, well, the selling is slowing down. A little bit of a stall there, 283s, but again, kind of just chopping around on the market. So that's all she wrote for me as of right now. I'm waiting for the next trade. A little bit of uncertainty here. That was that first bid that came in off of the strong flush that we got, the breakdown right there, kind of retesting some of these prior lows there. So definitely maybe some participants involved there. But I'm going to wait for something that might be a little bit more higher probability for me, something stronger as well. But that could be anything for you relative to your playbook as well, right? So I was like, we're gonna go over that little snippet that I was talking about earlier, right? From that book. The book is called The Way of the Turtle. Great read. Still reading through it, but this is a quick couple of paragraphs here, and I think I went through this with Joe as well. I think a couple of weeks ago on the midday show. Wow, look at that! See that bid? No follow through on that bid, man. Like, I'm like, yeah, reasons to buy, maybe.
Leaving that one alone.
Maybe 84 comes in, if we can go to my chart right here. So 84 comes in and then boom, slams right back in, fresh lows on Tesla. So sellers are stepping down. My original idea to short 290s to 295s coming in beautifully. And I think it was Dan McIsaac in the chat saying, yeah, I got to follow the plan. I got to do better following the plan, man. But again, it's a work in progress. I will do a little bit better. But this snippet now that I'm going to talk about before we hand it over to the midday boys. I'm going to just read this over right here. So this kind of really kind of rung with me. So I've pinned it on my Discord chat. And I read over it every now and then. So this is just a snippet. I'm like, okay, at the same time, many doctors and dentists expect to be successful traders immediately. Trading appears to be so simple that they believe that this should be possible. However, I found that a large percentage of them were not successful as traders because they did not have realistic expectations. Success in one sphere of business does not guarantee success in trading. They did not realize that although trading is simple, for the reasons I outlined earlier in the part of the book, it is not easy. It takes a lot of time and study before one realizes just how simple trading is. But it takes many years of failure before most traders come to grips with how hard it can be to keep things simple and not lose sight of the basics. Consider the turtles. We were taught the same methods and taught in only 2 weeks, yet some of us did not make any money. So I think that really rings hard for me. I got to keep, you got to keep those expectations in check. Can't be looking for the moon when the price action is just giving you, a little bit of a boulder, and you got to be happy with the boulder.
Yeah, not everything's going to moon at all times. And yeah, follow your plans. And that's really good. Nah, it's not that time. It's time for this one. The most
4,000 votes.
Yeah,
That's
we like
sick.
that one. Yeah, there's Amazon, there's
go.
Apple, there's Microsoft, there's Meta. But the one segment that everyone's been waiting for,
Boom.
I mean, literally, you know, the number one segment in Trader TV Live. Today's plain omelet for the morning. Did you have one of those?
Yeah, it did solid.
Bad?
Yeah, a little bit of protein.
I'm still impressed with what we had last week, where we had the peppers. We had the fried or the roasted peppers and onions.
Oh,
I don't know if you
I don't
saw
know if
that.
I saw.
Yeah, that
I
was.
don't think I had that one, but yeah, I heard about that one. That one's
Me and
good.
my guy
Yeah.
Joey Options over there were really, really enjoying that one. All right, this is going to set Joe into another planet right here when we talk about what is for lunch. This man tries to steal this off my lunch quite often. Today we have oven roasted turkey right there today. So we're gonna get a good one for that with roasted baby potatoes, thyme, butternut squash, and a chef's choice salad. So that means that on our salad, we'll probably be having that turkey as well. So looks like a good, decent, healthy lunch today with oven roasted turkey. And then you get the roasted baby potatoes. I mean, I love baby potatoes for sure. And the butternut squash should be really good with a little bit of a side salad. So, yeah, that is. Let's go. That's what's for lunch.
Nice. Sounds.
But what we need for lunch really is the market to bounce up a little bit here. I'm going to be out of here. We're going to go try on those paddles.
Oh yeah.
I'll let you know how those.
Today is the first time you're gonna be trying those.
Yeah, man, I just opened them right here today.
Sick.
Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, so those are going to be the first time we're going to be trying those, and we'll see how those rock with it. But right there, Palantir does come down into 1150, so this is it, man. We're going to give it to 1140. If we break lower, then we gone. We do have our position. It's 1172 is the price that we have. Right? Okay, here it comes upside a little bit now. So as you were just saying, let's sort of like push some of those boulders aside. If this can get going to the upside right there, we will start to take it out a little bit as our net is now dancing around here like Muhammad Ali. Man, we're stinging like a butterfly. Dance like a butterfly, sting like a bee right around here. So that's what we're trying to do. Be very cautious about these levels and then, you know, punch it in when we see that opportunity. So far, so good there. Long TQQs, long Palantir, and then long Big Bear AI. Let's see what that goes. Okay, big position right now on Palantir as it comes right into our days. That's twice in a row we've handed right now to ourselves 50-cent winners off that low of the day for Palantir right there, 111.50 as it was written. Okay, Obi, so let's say goodbye to everybody,
All right.
and we'll throw it over to the midday.
Yeah. I mean, solid action this morning. Some solid trades. Got to do a little bit better with following the plan, but got to also stay nimble and adapt to the situation that is on hand.
Promise you'll come back at 2 o'clock.
I will be here, Sean.
All right, me and this guy, 2 o'clock. For now, those guys. Thank you so much, Adara, Fabian, Ramin, Bears vs. Bulls, everybody. Michael Noss today. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed the show. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Let's go to the midday.
Boom, boom, boom. Bang! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the midday show. That's your boy Joey Options, and I am Sharif. And, you know, YouTube likes to do their thing, so we're going to do our thing and continue to wait. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls. Here we frickin' go. My man Kalua, Skull, howdy, right back at you, partner. We got Gorev, the OG, Trader G-Man. Welcome, my man, to Trader TV Live. We got Fiddlebeck, Pitchbull, Mateus frickin' Lane, and Mike the Rider. Proper Paradox and Jacques. Sharif's mom, get out of the chat immediately. We got Melcat, Nephew, the capital P, Mike. I already mentioned that. D-Rider, shout out to Smokey Love, Stuart, Duke, Paul, Dale, Dan Gale, excuse me. We're going to go with Apple. Who else we got here? Mary, Andrew Sandoval, and Jose Villa. How about Dan Gale and Common Sense? Ayash Sharma, Parabolic, something or another. Ralph Woodward and Trader Lumi. We got Michael DCA. He is Sharif, says VV. Daryl Finch and Jin Vesting. Who else? Clint Hamilton and Dumbo. Things Film. TX Trader here as well. Shout out to Omar and Kobe the Kid, Aces, Full, and Joe Williams. Pop LaCork, Leo, Martin Dinsdale, and Viper Horse, the Piper, the OG there, and Travman, Joseph, he's in the house as well.
Travman.
I like that. Yeah. Felipe Oliver Dupuis. I butchered that, but, you know, it's kind of what I do. AC, Showtime 1, and Bold. I won't say that last part. My man there always tries to get me. Ceylon Mix. Ceylon, I like that. Live, love, and sail. What do you think they do in their spare time there, Joseph?
Ooh, not
awesome.
sail.
Not sail.
They don't.
And Pizza Rat. Shout out to Pizza Melt, and Pax, Jameson, Young Talent, and Constantine. Shout out to everybody, guys. Thank you for joining us on a Monday. It is the midday. Shout out to Nicole Harrison, Hot Lana. Great look there. One of the OGs in the chat, Joseph.
Yes,
What do you got
sir.
on your screen there, man? Tell us.
Yeah. We're short some IBIT right now, guys. I know we're short one of the stronger names, but the market is relatively weak here today. You can see with the likes of Nvidia and Tesla continuing to move to the south side here. But let's see what we cooked up this morning. You know, Katina Man was talking about Hood. We traded some Hood this morning. That worked out really nice for us here, guys. So you can see we just start small, and then eventually we get into a little bit more than full size there, and then we just start to piece it out. And then I got stopped at about 33%, looking for the volume weighted average price to hold up, and then maybe for the continuation of the trend. But again, just sticking to strong names. Robinhood has been one of them. Gorov and I, Los Polios, Pizza Rat, we've all been talking about this one. You're short IBIT. Yeah, I'm short IBIT, sadly. I mean, it is what it is. Let's see if that can start working for us. But then we started trading some Tesla this morning. Took a couple stabs for us to get this ball rolling here today, guys. But what I was looking at Tesla, it's not going to be displayed the same as the actual underlying, but I was just looking for a breakout. You can see that we were sitting at the top of the range. So I'm like, okay, we're either going to break out or reject, and the setup displayed itself. So I took a stab here. Got stopped out at the volume weighted average price, and then I got right back in for the break of this high day, and then I actually was a little bit heavier on this entry, and then we got that pop, and then we got stopped out as the market continued to move to the south side. But now we're continuing to just sit in this IBIT trade. Let's see if this can work out for us here, guys. We added to this position as well. You can see that we got that move down. We had I almost got stopped out. I was about 4 pennies away from getting stopped out. Okay, we failed to construct a new high. Let me add to the position as we formed a lower high, and then now you can see we're starting to head into some of these support zones. So if we can break this, once we crack that around 53.60 is when I'm going to start to take some off here, Sharif. So we're liking this short here. It is a strong underlying. We're only down about 1% on the day, but relative to what was happening on the weekend, relatively flat, but past the latter half of last week, Sharif, was pretty strong.
Absolutely, sir. All right, let's get down to business and show exactly what we got here for the small cap gappers, wasting no time. Your best one on the day. I'm not talking about the best percentage winner, but I'm talking about that chef's kiss pattern on the chart. It goes by the ticker PONY. You heard your boy Obi and your boy the Katina Man talk about this one. This one gave up the ghost quite aggressively into the midday on Friday because it had a very good day. As you can see on Thursday, up and to the right, we make that new high at 975. We knock on the door at 10, and here we are again. Weaseling back into that 9 1/3, taking out that 9 1/3. We're about to get to 9 1/2. We'll see. We have to keep an eye, a very close eye, on that 9 3/4 area. That could be the area where we turn, at least intraday. Find resistance at that area. And the reason I say that is because this 9 1/2 to 9 3/4 on your friend Pony was a hard road to hoe, man. Right? Look at that. Couldn't take that out. 1 wick, 2 wick, 3 wick, 4 wick, 5 wick. You get it. The wicks couldn't penetrate the level. And so we're going to keep an eye out on that level if it does come into play. Right now, I'm looking at it for another 9 dip. It already gave you a 3 candle dip trade into 9, and now we're making new highs and new lows. So I think that maybe that $9 dip trade may be behind us. We'll have to wait and see whether it's a rinse and repeat. But PON freaking Y, man. Beautiful look. And there's a lot of similarities when you look at the chart on the top left corner of my screen versus the bottom top left corner versus the bottom left corner. That bottom left one is RGLS, and it's a very similar pattern, as you can see, up into the right like PONY. Very respectful of that green line, that solid green line, which is the 10 exponential moving average on my chart. Alas, RGLS, far less volume than your friend Pony, and it's also not giving you much of as much, I should say, of a notional. In any event, it's moving up into the right, so we're going to look to see if we can extract some profitability on this one. This one here, FFAI. All right, this is a rinse and repeat for a lot of small cap traders and anybody who's interested in electric vehicles. Faraday frickin' futures. There's no frickin', it's just Faraday futures, so don't search frickin'. Very VWAP centric at the moment. All the dip trades pull into that white solid line on my chart, that volume weighted average price. It seems to find a buyer in and around there, and we just took out the top end of that bull flag at $1.30. We're at $1.33 now, knocking on the door of that 1 1/3. We still haven't broken it yet, but this could be the top breakout we're looking for. This is obviously a bull flag, especially being kept up on the lower end by the volume weighted average price. So I'm a buyer in that one as well. Plug Power, I'm involved in this one here for a VWAP retracement. This is going to be as simple of a trade as it gets. I punch in at VWAP. If it loses VWAP, we're going to take a very light hit and we'll move on. Simple as that. So Plug Power in that at the moment, 1 penny out of the money. Wolf, WOLF, a former runner. This one did bupkis on Friday, but it had a good move on Thursday. Up and to the right it goes, and up and to the right it goes again. 422 high a day. That $4 area is of interest to me, given its proximity to the volume weighted average price. VWAP 395. The psychological support could be at 4. We're at 403 right now. Let's see if this one wants to hold up. TMC losing the volume weighted average price. Same thing with SABR. What's going on there, Joseph?
Bitcoin's really breaking down here, guys. So yeah, sorry, Sharif.
Go ahead, bro.
I'll get right to you. So yeah, you know, when things are starting to really move, we like to cover that here, and you can see that I'm slowly starting to piece them out here of IBIT as we continuously break down here. We're getting that move that we were expecting. People in the chat were asking me, hey, what's your target here? I said I would like the lower day, but again, it's a strong name. But at this pace, as you've seen the market just put in a new lower day, the Qs are now trading south of that opening drive now, Sharif, and same with the SPY. Amazon heading towards some key support levels as well, but Tesla absolutely tanking here, guys, and Nvidia is following it as well. So we're going to continue to piece it off. As we head to the south side here, guys, in IBIT, we're going to aim for that lower day. We still have exactly about 66% of this position. We're going to try to hold as much as we can to that target, but we've already hit a 2-to-1 here, Sharif.
I love it, Joseph. Yeah, man, feel free to interrupt me anytime you need, baby.
For sure.
All right, so here's the deal. We just weaseled into Pony on a dip trade into 9. A couple of beak wetters already. We're at $8.99. I took some out at $9.11. Sorry. For my American friends out there, but now we're waiting at 15s and 18s, and we're going to go ahead and also wait at 25s. I don't feel like the right idea here would be to dollar cost average. This is a VWAP, a 10 exponential retracement that happens to overlap with the whole dollar level. So anything below 8.90, I'm out, so we'll risk 9 pennies on this, and that's exactly what I'm gonna do right now. Let's throw in those orders right there, and then we'll do just that. Boom, back up to the high side. I love when I put out my orders, Joseph, and they're hanging out in the charts, and then I look back,
and boom.
And they're just red triangles right there. Take those profits, baby. So we're doing it live right now on PONY, as Obi mentioned, as the Katina man mentioned. This one is moving. I yelled it over to the Katina man because I know he was talking about this one on Thursday and Friday. I figured maybe he'd want to wet the beak, but he was busy with other trades, so no worries there. So we're doing it live right now on PONY. I think I've got 1 or 2 more outs. Allow me to check. Over here, we got 1 more out on your friend Pony. So it's going to have to take out that 9 1/4 for that to get printed. Either that or I get stopped out. I won't be taking it out either between that or below that. It's going to be at my stop or at my profit taker. End of story there. Your friend RGLS, though, continues to go. So I was disrespecting this one, saying that Pony looked a little bit better than its younger cousin, RGLS. No relations, of course. The charts happen to look very similar. That's why I make that kind of stupid joke, but RGLS just took out the high, $3.42 now HOD. It's up about a little bit less than 24%, so not a bad look there. Plug Power continues to do bupkis. We're out of the money on that one by about 3 pennies. We'll see what the situation is. I wanted to mention one last one over here. Where's my man Bovin at? Bovin, show yourself, because you got a ticker over here, my man. BHVN, it's paying homage to the small cap gapper trader extraordinaire that goes by the name Bovin. Shout out to my other pair of eyes in the chat. I don't know, Bovin, you know, I think they should have given you a lot more volume on the day over here. But you got a good looking pattern. It's looking awfully bull flaggish. Maybe a dip trade into that 21 1/3, maybe 21 1/4 gets me involved. But BHVN, another one that's decent here, but a little bit lighter on volume, guys. So be careful with this one.
Yeah, I see. Who said this here in the chat? Let me see. Patrick Riley. Yeah. Every time Shree says pony, he thinks it's genuine. Yeah.
I saw that.
Yeah, funny stuff. So yeah, I don't think there's any news, to be honest with you, significantly about just the market heading to the south side, Sharif. I think it's just we're pulling back off of Friday's strength. You can see that NVDA was really strong. Now we're down back to 107. Tesla strong as well. Let's take a look at the daily. To see what we got going on from on Tesla from that standpoint.
What do we got?
This is what I was looking at and why I had my notes fixated on this name, is that you can see where we open up, and that's right on top of this range. And I was looking for that continuation of the breakout. We got a small move. As you see, we punched through some key resistance zones, but then we kind of just came right back into the midst of this kind of this consolidation phase right here. So that was a breakout trade for me. Obviously, there was no extreme follow through. You got a little bit, but now we're starting to come back in. But you can see resistance zone right here. We open up on top, and then we get a little push to the top side, and that's why we put this specific trade on here. Pull it up one more time. Oh, you're in something? Yeah, exactly. Oh, did you just do that? Did you wet the beak? All right, let's go. So this is where this came from. It's unfortunate. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what this stock looks like right now. Yeah, continuing to move to the downside here, guys. But I mean, I'm still red on it, to be honest with you guys. But because here I got into this. Went slightly green here, and then I took another stab at it for the continuation. There was a hammer candle printed right there with that isolated volume signature, and I was looking for that move back towards the volume-weighted average price. But you can see that we were just forming these consistent higher lows, and then we didn't have the ability to sit on top of them and then buy or step in to push it towards the volume-weighted average price, which would have been one of my primary targets. But unfortunately, it was not, and you can see that we're continuously bleeding here, and the momentum to the downside is really starting to pick up. Maybe it's that earnings play really coming into effect, to people realizing how actually trash those numbers were. Maybe just some optimism based off of all those Austin fairs going back and forth. But was it 1,800 of them or something like that? I believe it.
So 1,500 rides, 15,000 miles. That's what we know.
What we know about. So I think the market was kind of excited about that, but then maybe reality kicked in and we're like, yeah, these numbers are actually pretty garbage.
Did you hear about today?
No.
We got a cheaper Model Y.
Oh, they're coming out with the cheaper Model Y?
I kind of don't believe this. I gotta tell you the truth. $28,000. I'll believe that when I see it. I'm sure they're talking American, but I have a hard time believing that.
Yeah, I mean,
I need to see it.
It goes to. We all know that Elon's a little optimistic about his timeline.
He is, and the cost.
Right, and the cost. So I would rather him just not kind of like what is the word, and under-deliver, kind of over-promise and under-deliver. I'd rather kind of do the opposite, but it doesn't seem to be the case, and it doesn't matter. Elon's going to do what he wants to do.
All right, Pony's breaking out here, Joseph. So we did it live. We took out the rest at $9.25, excuse me. But, true to form, it makes you feel bad. Now, look, this trading small caps is not like trading a large cap. So the technique with these small caps is to get in a lot of shares for small price movements. So don't feel bad about yourself if you see this, because this will make you feel really bad and want to punch in, even though you shouldn't be punching in at certain times. Now, this is not such a bad time to punch in, right? This is what we call the breakout, the actual breakout. Now, let's see if we can get something on the micro pullback. It's going to be smaller size now on this. So I'm looking for something in a 9.5. If it gives me 9.5, fantastic. If it doesn't, we're out. We won't get in, excuse me. So I'm continuing to watch right now. Pony is on a big boy breakout, blowing through that 9 1/3 where that it had a triple top at. Now it's at 9.85. Let's see if we can get something in the $0.50 here. We're in the mid-60s, not quite as low as I'd like. The reason I want the $0.50 is because it's the $0.50. Could be an area of psychological support. It's not a hard and fast rule. I'm just trying to put the odds on my side. So PONY really going here now. It's up 40%. with a $9.85 high, dropping back down into that $0.75. I'm looking for around the $0.50. Currently still not giving it to me, so I'll pack my patience there. A good move up. Let me give you some information, though, on Pony in terms of technical information that may be of interest to you. So the float, first and foremost, Trade Ideas is telling me 280.25 million shares. Let me just double check that with my platform, see what they're saying. Now, I don't have a short float, sadly, on Pony vis-a-vis Trade Ideas. I don't even have a float, mind you, a short float on my platform. So there's not much, sadly, I can give you in terms of any more than volume, percentage up on the day, float, etc. on PONY. But we'll see if this one wants to continue to drop down. I'm still waiting here in the $0.50, low 60s we're going. Let's see if this bid drop or bid creep, as Adair sometimes calls it, continues to drop down into that $0.50, or whether the 2/3 of the dollar will be the bottom before we possibly make our move up. We're going to give this one the old community college try and wait up here at 77s. We're showing 77 on the ask, so we'll take it out here. There we go. Now let's set up at 82s. Now it's 78s on the ask. So let's see if this one continues to go. We only got 73, so definitely need a bigger push up. Way smaller of a position this time around since I'm punching it at highs. Now, we're talking about the bid creep. This is the ask creep now, where you see a lower posted high on every successive up move. Let's see if we can take that out. There it is. All right, so now we're doing it live right now. Now we're doing it 82s. Let's wait now in the mid-90s. We've de-risked, right? So we took out the majority of the position so we can sit easy a little bit now and give this one a bit more room to do its dance with absolutely no underwear or pants. So now, anything below 965, I'm gonzino. So let's go ahead and throw that in there. And I won't be adding into that, by the way. Okay, so it's going to have to hold up at that level. We've thrown in the stop now. Let's see if this one wants to take out the top. We are at the high of the day. So 985 high day. That is right now the current high day. Definitely a seller at that high day. Now you're seeing here on the level. Oh, Joseph, here we go. It's not going to come. I'm flattening it out, baby. Boom. No, you can't take that risk. Bro, it's not trading. This is not trading Tesla. This is trading small caps. There's a different way to trade these. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. If it wants to take out 10 and continue to go, we'll get right back into it. But take the money and run. This is not the same thing as trading large caps. These ones will turn on you in a second. If you think you can buy and hold these, you got another thing coming. What do you got?
I got some IBIT cooking up here still, Sharif. We're still sitting in this trade. If we can pull up my screen here real quick, you can see that short really working out nice for us. We enter the trade here, guys. Oops. We enter the trade right here, add to this position, and then sure enough, we wait for that crack. And I told you what the primary target was. We're going to get it some out at 53.60s, and then we're going to aim for the low a day with about just a little bit under half of the position remaining right now. I'm going to take another 10% off right here, guys. Oh, no, not just yet. I'll be patient because I wanted to construct a new low here on this time frame. So let's see what we got going on with that. But we'll go over my other trades as well. What did I trade? We went over Hood. I'm really happy with this trade. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that because we can always do better. But just the execution on this, I seen this inverted hammer at the lows on the 5-minute time frame, and I'm like, all right, let's start this. And once the ball really starts to get rolling, let's triple up the position, and that's what we did. And then we just started to piece out. Once we got on the backside of this trend, I took off half of what I was remaining, but then I still got stopped out about 33% right there. So that's okay. We were looking for the dream and the hold of the volume weighted average price, just didn't work out. So we're not going to cry over spilled milk or anything like that because it was a profitable trade. But what we are going to do right now, Sharif, is take a little bit more off of IBIT as we continue to move to the south side. As you can see, I'm short intraday, but I'm long in every other aspect other than that. So again, not too deep of a pullback is fine. I can grab some more shares down here, especially considering that I have a winning trade cooking up in the swing and everything else. But we'll take a little bit more out there, another 10%, guys. Bang. This is really starting to work as we head toward the low day. Let me zoom out a bit. We're going to put it on a higher time frame. Right, there we go. So that's what we were aiming for, the low of the day. This one's really working out for us. So a good trade here on IBIT shorts. Once we constructed that lower high, I'm like, all right, now we're going to crack through some key support levels. The market's moving to the sell side. Bitcoin it was only a matter of time until it started following, and here we go. We're starting to take this out. We got just under 20% of this position, Sharif, and we're going to hold this for the crack of the low of the day and see what we got on. I'm going to take out half on my next out and then just leave the rest for a runner because it's been a pretty good trade for us this far.
All right, man. Good luck there. Keep me apprised of how that's going. We've got into a new position now. WOLF, Wolf, at 22% on the day. Up, that is. The reason we're in here, volume weighted average price pullback, which is very close to that $4 area. So we're in at 99s. Let's go ahead and see whether we can get something at 5s and then possibly a little bit higher. The deal with this one is I'm taking it out below 90. So we're going to go 388 outs on this one, and we'll give it to, we'll give it a little bit of room on that. So that's the situation right now with your boy Wolf. Volume, weighted average price pullback, kind of conflating with the $4 area. We'll see if it ends up holding up at that area, but that's my look now. Let's go back to Pony. Let's see what the situation with Pony is. As I expected, rejecting 10, so my out was sound. Now what we want to keep an eye out on is that 998 break, by extension, of course, that $10 break. And if it blows through 10 and gets above it, like it could do right now, then we can use, and it gets sufficiently past 10, we can use 10 as that area of support rather than what it currently is acting at, which is resistance. So I'm keeping my eye on Pony. This is the big boy mover of the day, okay? And it's breaking out, and it has its highest volume bar, the previous one, so the one that printed at 11:15, excuse me, that's been the highest volume bar on the day. So it didn't run as much in the pre-market. It didn't run as much as the open. This is the best it's done on the day, so it behooves us to make sure we're trading it correctly, soundly, and keep an eye on it, because these guys, they just don't spend too much time at any one level, and you got to make sure that you're super quick with the keys or have these pre-programmed so you can take advantage of it. So keeping my eye on Wolf, because now I'm out of the money on that one, Joseph, and it's coming back down against me a little bit over here. I'm talking about WOLF. Anything below 90s, we're gone on that one. I'm still break even right now on Plug Power as it continues to hold at the volume weighted average price, 109. I'm long 111s, but it's really this trade here on PONY that I want to get back into if it is the right trade. Continuing to hold up at the high day, 998, essentially 10, Joseph, still acting as resistance.
Nice. Obi, you still short Tesla there, my guy? Nope. All right. He was in at 86s. I don't got to tell him what we're trading at now because he knows most definitely what he's got going on over there. But I'm sure he's short something or looking for that maybe that move back towards the volume weighted average price at some point. I do believe that can happen. I like this waterfall type price action that we're seeing here on Tesla. So I'm waiting for that indecision print, waiting for that stopping volume, paying attention by the volume by time profile to see, hey, when are we going to stop? I like this engulfing candle right here, and I like this indecision print. So be patient and let's wait for what's to come. If we print more indecision around these lows, we might be able to find somewhat of a reversal, but you can see here, guys, waterfall type price action here on Tesla in the past 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50 minutes. We haven't put in a green candle on the 5 minute here, Sharif.
Say it ain't so, Joseph.
Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. Whoa, whoa. Who sings that song? I forget who sings that one. You know which one I'm getting at there, Sharif. But yeah, that's what we're seeing here. So we're going to wait for those indecision prints here in the market, considering what type of price action we are seeing. And now we're getting slightly that stopping volume. So the more indecision around these, if anybody knows what song that is, please let me. Weezer, there we go.
Weezer,
is it Weezer?
Sick.
All right, yeah. Send me the actual track name. I'm going to listen to this.
Just like Buddy Holly.
Is that the same song?
And a Mary Tyler Moore, but I don't care what they say about us. Anyways, I don't care about that.
All right.
Hey, sorry, guys.
What I do care about, Sharif, is taking a little bit more off the top here
Joe.
on IBIT as we continue to move to the south side. There we go, guys. We got a nice fill. You can see what we had cooking up. Again, I'll go over the trade plan. Actually, this is what I'm going to do. So what was I essentially shorting off of? This at VWAP. All right, I always tell you guys about these signals, and then this is where we have to play them. You get that inverted hammer with that candle right at the volume-weighted average price. I wait for the crack, we enter. We had the inability to construct a new high, add to the position, and now we put in a new low a day. Let's see what Adair's up to, guys.
I just want to let you guys know there's no news to explain this drop to the down or push to the downside here in the market. The only economic number we had came through at 10:30 a.m. That was the Dallas Fed manufacturing. As mentioned, lots of concern here about tariffs and a significant month-over-month drop, though it is nowhere near all-time lows for the metrics. So either way, just wanted to provide some updates here as the NASDAQ sinks pretty aggressively today with no Trump Truth Social post since 9:49. Back to you. Yeah.
Get on the phone, Donald.
No,
I mean, like
Sharif, he's on it. He's just waiting for the perfect time. He's thinking about what he's exactly. Yeah, exactly. He's just like, all right, wait till the boys here at Real Trading are in this specific position. Always going to be going this way. You're going to be going one way, and then I'm going to be like, what is going on here? As we get that tweet, and as Bitcoin continues to break down here, we're going to take a little bit more off here, guys. Nothing crazy. We don't have too much left, but we will take a 10% of what we have remaining. And what a trade that was, breaking down here in Bitcoin. It's nice to short it intraday, but damn, I wanted this thing to continue to climb higher.
Okay, well, here we go. So we're continuing to watch Pony here, guys, as it's still rejecting that $10 level. It's not really giving it up, though. It's not moving back into that 10 exponential, so I don't want to pick it up off here. This is kind of like no man's land. It's finding area support at an area that I didn't chart. So I'll continue to watch. I like it possibly for another entry now that it's failed the break of 10 at 9 1/3. 9 1/3, not a random area for me. It is where the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart is, of which it's been very respectful. So this is the Pony chart right here on the 5. You can see that when it pulled back in, it had a 3-candle hold up almost beautifully, perfectly, done there with the 10 exponential. Test it. I mean, I'm just going to give it the old college try there. We're going to see what happens. Continuing to watch here as Wolf basically does nothing at the volume weighted average price. Don't want to take it out too quick. I put my stop at 88. Plug continues to do nothing, showing me 109s when I'm long 111s. But, you know, it could be a head and shoulders pattern here that I'm seeing on Plug, with the neckline being maybe that $1.06, $1.05. So I'm a little concerned about Plug over here. I didn't take the largest shares on it, but definitely need to manage this one because look at the size of the book. Now, I get that this is a dollar stock, but there is probably around 5,000, maybe a little bit less, lots posted at $1.08. Now, it's always incumbent upon us to juxtapose the lottage on the ask side of the equation with the bid side of the equation. And I'll tell you, it looks like 2-to-1 right now on the ask, heavier than the bid. Just compare the ARB and the ARCX post to the NSB and NSDQ, excuse me. You have 1161 on both these gateways, only 561 on here. Now, that looks to me more like a market maker post than a real order sitting there. But it gives us an idea of where the heavier part of the trade is. Is it the ask or the bid side? Right now, it definitely feels like the ask. So keeping my eye out on that. Pony rocketing back up, baby. Here it is. Now it's basically a hammer candle right into what seems to be that 957 area, and this one looks like it wants to take out 10. Alas, it still hasn't. So 10, now a 4-candle rejection on the 5-minute chart on PONY at around that $10 area. So we'll see exactly what happens over here with that, but definitely looking for that break, a decided break of 10. Don't be fooled into a perfunctory break. Here we go. Now we got the actual break of 10. 1016 high a day right now on PONY. What's the deal? Is it going to clear 10 aggressively, or what's the situation? So let's see exactly what we can get here. A dip. Let's look for the micro pullback in the exact same way that we did it on the way to 10. Does it give us a micro pullback into the 10 single digits? Right now it's at 10 mid-teens. So you're getting aggressive moves up to the high side right now on PONY. This one looks like it might want to go. This is a huge mover on the day, guys. PONY is on one right now. Here we go. So we got 24s. Let's go ahead and wait at 28s. Let's see what we can get there. We got 27 bid right now. Excuse me. There we go. So we'll continue to wait up. I'm going to wait at $0.33 as well. Joseph, what do you got?
I got none. I got.
Okay, so we can continue going.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, I'm still in this trade here, guys. You can see that we're continuously breaking down, but I am starting to see some potential reversal candles here in the likes of Robinhood. This is exactly what I want to see here, Sharif. Look at the size of this volume with that indecision print. That is really, really important for me. I'm not going to just dive right after this and hop in long. I'm going to be a little bit more patient on this just in case we do crack it. I'm going to wait for the retest and then and then some candles that print that say, hey, we're not going to put in a new low. So what we can classify this volume as potentially is stopping volume.
Oh.
Right? So we'll pay attention. We're going to be patient. We're going to wait for the retest, and there might be an additional long here in Robinhood. You've seen that we were long this not too long earlier in the morning. Well, actually, you didn't see it, but I showed you guys and I displayed it to you. So I'm going to be patient, but we also have the same signals on IBIT as well, but the volume isn't there. So you can see we went long here on Robinhood, but now on the 5-minute time frame, we got that isolated volume signature and an indecision print. Gonna wait for the retest, and then we'll have the ability to hop right into this trade there, Sharif.
Okay, great trade, Joe. We did it again here on Pony, man. Punched in at 10.20. We took it out at 10.40. So we take another 20 cents on PONY. It's zigging, it's zagging. Look for that $10 dip trade. It's not going to give it to you for long. And I really want to stress this. Either you're going to be super freaking quick on the keys or obviously use hotkeys, shortcuts, or have your resting orders at your key levels. So PONY at $10, 39-cent high a day. It passed 10, in my humble submission, by enough distance so that we can say, maybe that $10 dip trade is money at the moment. Let's watch now. It's moving down into the teens, 10 mid-teens, high teens at the moment, 17s I'm talking about, 45 and a fifth percent. Does it bounce off here? Here's the 10. So now we got 10 single digits. What's the move here? Are we going to pick it up off here, or is it going to zig and zag a little bit above 10, a little bit below? That's the question. I think we should probably pick it up a little bit closer to 10. Again, 10 mid-single digits, 10.05, 10.07, something in and around that area. Right now it's showing you 10.17. So it hasn't even come in yet and tested that $10 area. It just zoomed up from 10 into 10.40. So good strength right now on PONY. We're doing it freaking live, and we'll continue to do it live every single day. If you like these small caps, you will join us during the midday show because we're always trading these on the midday, Joseph. I really don't trade large caps. You know that.
No, yeah. You don't
so
really
that's the situation right now. I'm going to keep an eye out on that. Get it, Obe. Get it, Obe. Obe's printing up a storm over there, bro.
On what? On what? Tesla.
Yeah, because you called him out on it, so he printed live on it. There it is, my boy.
Wait for those candles. Wait for all those indecision. Let's zoom in here on Robinhood. Look at this Look at these 1-minute prints right here, guys. Indecision. Oh, massive engulfing volume candle. And look at the 1-minute print. That's an anomaly all day. Like, that's not a genuine print whatsoever. And you can correlate that with the volume by time profile, and you can see that we got a nice move from the crack of that, from 48 all the way up to 48.56. So really good look there. A lot of good indecision everywhere. Gaurav, I was waiting for you, my friend. There is a lot of good indecision everywhere. But one I'm not going to take is this NVDA one. I don't love that right now. I'm waiting for this retest in Robinhood just in case we do decide that we're going to reverse here in the market. And I'm going to look to get involved. I want to stick to names that I believe are strong and that have been working for me. So that's the likes of IBIT and Robinhood. I'm glad that Obi's killing Tesla. Sharif's absolutely killing Pony over there as well, too. Just taking multiple trades on it. So good luck there, guys. And let's see what we got going on for this IBIT trade as we wait for this pullback here in HOOD, because I do believe that, they report this week as well. It's going to be a big report. I was reading a lot about it over the weekend. Again, it's not good when all the analysts say that it could have a push higher, but I mean, we'll take it for what it is. I mentioned before, when you have heightened volatility in the market, the heightened transactions, that's better for Robinhood. And they just kind of confirmed what Sharif and I have been talking about for a long time, is that it seems to be the platform amongst the youth. They really like it. They like the compatibility and everything along those lines with Robinhood. So really looking forward to that report. I believe it's either Wednesday or Thursday evening. So I'll most definitely be paying attention to that. I bought some more last week. And then when I was looking at it, I tried not to pay too much attention to it. I looked at it the other day and I'm like, wow, we're trading at 50s? Let's go. Because you know that we're we're in at the low 40s. So Robinhood continuing to climb higher here on that 1 minute time frame. Oh, shoulda, coulda, woulda. That's why, see, I think that's just such a massive skill. Whether, obviously, if we knew it was going to work or not, but if you see that your setup display itself, just take it. So you're not on the fence like I am, being like, oh, I wish I took that trade. It's either our risk profile was defined. It's either I get stopped out at the low of day, or we put on an absolute monster trade like we're seeing right now here in HOOD. But we didn't do it, Sharif, but we're still cooking up here in IBIT. We love that. So we're going to continue to hold on to this trade until otherwise.
All right, Joe. Man, sounds good there. We're doing it freaking live on Wolf. All right, here we go. We got 99s. I just wet the beak there at 8s. It did pop up into 10s. Sadly, it did not cross, so we didn't get the fill. Simple as that. It's got to cross that area that you have posted. So if you posted it at $4.10, it's got to have $4.10 on this side, on the right side of the level 2, which is the ask side of the level 2. So it has to cross on the ask. Right now, it's being met with aggressive selling at 8s. It's been doing that for a hot minute, zigging, zagging, a little at 8s, a little at 7s. It wicked up to 10. It was just a quick wick into that level, and then down we go again. So we're doing it right now on this one. In case you're wondering why I got into a random name like Wolf, this is up about 24% on the day, and it came back in to test the volume weighted average price. So I said, look, give it the old community college try at VWAP. There seems to be a lot of buyers in and around that area, so we gave it a try, and that's what we're doing right now. So waiting for that print at 10s. It's still eluding me at the moment as that seller at 8s. But look at RGLS go, man. We haven't executed anything on this one, and I should be on this one a lot more. This is up and to the right. It has not even breached the 10 exponential on a wick or closing basis at all on the day. Since that 9:30 a.m. print manifested and we opened these here markets, as Adara likes to say, this one has not breached the 10. Look at this thing go, man. It looks like a dang buy program that's basing it off the 10, Joseph. I mean, is this just coincidental every single time? The 10 seems to be support. I would say, probably not, brother. So that we're going to keep an eye out on that one, and we'll look to execute if it is warranted. Let's go, Wolf. Cross, bro. No, I'm not waiting anymore. Punk. There we go. No. Bro, I tried to cancel my order and then it filled me. I'm getting back in. I don't care. I'm getting back in. No, this one I didn't want to take it out. No, this is a good technical level right now. I tried to cancel the order. I wanted one beak wetter left, and it was just, I'm too slow to cancel. This one's continuing to go, guys. WOLF, we're all out of this one, but we're going to get back in. Great look right now for Wolf, up 25 1/4, and there it goes into yet another local high. Keep in mind that 420 area was where we kind of peaked out at that rounded top. Let me make my case to you guys. So here's the situation with we get all the way up into that 415, double top at that 410, 415. We drop quick as you like. Big quick drop there into 3 2/3. We then make our way back incrementally and print that that intraday high, 422. We drop back down into this area. This is where I got involved. That white line there, that is the volume weighted average price, always on my charts. We punched in there, and then it's moving right back up. So I want to see, what do we do at 415, 420? Are we going to be met with the same kind of selling? Because this is aggressive selling here. Now, it could be profit taking, this red candle here at around 945, because it was such an aggressive move in the pre-market, and at the open, you could have a lot of beak wetters right there pushing this bad boy down into $1/3 of a dollar. And then, we kind of make that incremental higher highs and higher lows. And now we're at basically local highs, 415. What's going on, Fabian? We're going to Brendo?
Going to Brendo, yeah.
All right. Okay, guys. We're going to Brendo at the big desk.
Much. We're talking options, specifically options on CDRs here in Canada. If you are a Canadian retail investor, we're really happy to have Etienne Menard, head of product equity derivatives over at the TMX Group, joining us from Montreal this morning. Etienne, good to see you.
Yeah, exactly. It's a tough morning for us. We just lost against Washington last night, so.
It's one of those things, right? We're like, it's Toronto on this side of the camera, so we're used to it, depending on how old you are. So I feel your pain this morning. But It's an exciting time for this product specifically, as we've talked about on this show many, many times. A lot of us in this room holding CDRs specifically in the long-term account, but now we're discussing I guess the benefit of options trading here becoming available on CDR specifically. So lead the way here. Why is this such a game changer for retail investors?
Yeah, as you just mentioned, many advantages of trading CDRs themselves as a Canadian investors. And as you said, familiar with the fact that currency hedge gives you exposure to US or global stocks. But really what brought us here, Montreal Exchange, to introduce these options is really the pickup in volume on the CDRs themselves. So there was a clear need to broaden up the ecosystem of the CDRs, which is what we did on March 3rd. We launched options on the 10 most traded CDRs. And again, just to name those, and these are the usual suspects, but really the CDRs that are most traded from the investors. We have Tesla, Nvidia, Microsoft, and Meta, Cisco, Berkshire, Apple, Alphabet, Amazon, AMD. So really the idea here is to leverage on the advantages of the CDRs, namely currency hedge and the fractional exposure that these CDRs by design are offering, and bringing these advantages to the derivatives and again, broaden up the investors' opportunities and leverage on the high demand and popularity of the underlying product.
When you talk about the fractional ownership there, can you explain specifically how that applies to CDRs? I mean, retail investors have been hearing this term over and over again over the past few years, that fractional ownership idea, but how is it maybe different when it comes to a CDR product?
Well, it's different. The options and the CDRs themselves, as I mentioned, they share the benefits of the fraction. But if I'm giving some examples and again, just to provide some numbers and a concrete example, for example, a at the money 1 month call on a stock that trades in between $200 and $300 is north of $2,000 per call. Okay, it represents 100 shares of the underlying. The options on CDRs, same concept, 100 shares, but 100 shares of a CDR that is priced at a fraction of the global stock or the US that it's tracking. So a 1 month at the money call on the CDR itself won't trade in thousands of dollars, but in hundreds of dollars. So again, it broadened up the type of clients that can benefit from these instruments and making it much more affordable. And again, I insist on the fact that these advantages on the CDR design side, they're fully transferred to these options. Another good example, let's say you're running a covered call strategy. So simple strategy, you're long the stock, shorter call. In order to implement a single position in the US on a stock that trades, once again, let's say $250, you need to buy 100 shares of that stock. You need to invest $25,000 to be able to sell a single call, right? This is not accessible for many investors. And let's say you want a second twist and you want a diversified portfolio within your investments, and you want to add 4 or 5 others of these names, then you need over $100,000. As opposed to from the CDR side, you need really a fraction of this, where it's about like $3,000 per exposure. You can then twist and very fine tune your position. If you're looking for, let's say, like 10 grand of a single name, you do 300 shares, 3 calls, and you're good to go. So really, it's a strong advantages in terms of allowing more and more investors to use these like very interesting instruments, and especially in these highly volatile environment as we're experiencing right now.
Let's talk about currency specifically here, Etienne. So the concept that we're explaining here is essentially you're trading options on U.S. equities or U.S. companies in Canadian dollars. How's that going to impact the investor at the end of the line?
But at the end of the day, investors are earning their money in Canadian dollars. That being said, our Canadian ecosystem is highly focused on three sectors: financials, energy, and materials. So it's quite important for everyone who's like investing our money is to have access to other sectors, and namely the tech sectors. And US is heavy in tech sectors, but of course it trades in US dollars, right? For a Canadian investor, having to convert your local Canadian currency to US dollar, it's very expensive. And even that being said, once you're investing in US dollar, then your risk is not only the underlying itself, but it's the currency. A good example, in April, in an amount of couple of days, the Canadian dollar appreciated by 3%. If you were to be invested in US dollar, then that 3% was gone. So it's not necessarily a risk that the investors is happy to take. So by offering a Canadian product traded in Canadian dollar that is cleared in Canadian dollar as well, and where the underlying the CDR is currency hedged from the get-go, then we remove these extra costs and these extra risk when deciding what you want to invest in and how you want to tackle your investments.
How is the pricing going to be affected with that as well? Obviously, with the currency difference, there has to be some sort of change as far as pricing is concerned.
Well, pricing is very similar, meaning the option will be priced based on intrinsic value, time value. Time value is basically implied volatility, time to maturity. So this is really similar. It will be 100 underlying share per option contract, just as the US version, but it's 100 shares of the CDR, so not 100 shares of the global name or the US name. So again, pointing out to the fractional aspect of the whole mechanism, where you have 100 shares of a stock that is much cheaper in terms of pricing, allowing you to be much more flexible. From the get-go on March 3rd, we secured a strong group of market makers. So as for in the US, we have dedicated market makers with obligations that are quoting from the open to the close, two-way market on these options. And these market makers are experienced, and many of them are a major player in the US as well. So although it's a new product and the bid offer might be a bit wider than the US version, with the adoption rate increasing, and it is increasing rapidly, to be honest, we expect those markets to tighten. And one thing I'd like to add as well on that front is, as most of our market makers are very familiar with the US version, I would highly recommend investors to work limit orders in between, as it will allow market makers to leverage on the US liquidity and be able to fill our Canadian local clients at very good levels. And we've seen that already within the 2 months. And the experience for the investors seems to be a good one.
All right, Etienne, you mentioned a long list of very, very popular names that are available now. Where do we go next here with this offering? What can we look forward to?
Yeah, so the idea and the goal from for the Montreal Exchange is really to partner with innovations and firms that are leading the way in terms of innovation. So CDR is one of them. There is a list of listing criteria that we have in place based on volume and share outstanding, for example, which specifically apply for CDRs. So as the popularity of the CDRs themselves is growing, and it's growing rapidly, we'll be nimble and we will list new options on these new underlyings as quickly as possible. The lineup is coming soon. We're going to add these, but I'd like to emphasize as well on the fact that not only innovation in terms of CDRs, but the exchange is really at the forefront of technology innovation. For example, last year we launched a type of multi-leg strategy where you can add a stock leg to your option leg with zero risk of execution. This again to help our investor base use the derivatives in a right way, in a properly risk way. And again, we're going to partner with all our participants in order to make sure that these innovation will be successful and will provide better tools for our investors.
If anybody wants more information, Etienne, where would you send them?
Send it over Montreal Exchange. Easy to find our website. Myself, my colleagues, happy to answer. I would recommend as well if you reach out to CIBC, strong partner on that initiative with us. And for sure, you're going to hear more about CDRs, more listing comings. CIBC launched the global ones. It would be very, very interesting in the near future to list options on some of those European names as well, or Asian names. So really just don't hesitate, reach out to us.
Yeah, we look forward to another update. Etienne Menard's head of product and equity derivatives at TMX Group in Montreal. Great to have you this morning.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks very much.
Have a great day.
Bye.
Shout out to the TMX Group and our friend out in Montreal, Etienne. As well, TMX, shout out. Great look there. You were listening very intently, I could tell, because he's talking options.
Yeah, he was talking options, and I liked how he was just kind of implementing the whole fact of using these CDRs as options, right? So, again, I like that idea, too. He was just talking about the capital requirements of what it could cost you to buy 100 shares of NVDA, and you can only essentially sell one covered call against that. But then if you were to use these Canadian CDRs, it allows you kind of to allocate more, and then you can hedge your positioning much better. And there's less capital requirements, and that's the purpose of using options, right? Is the capital requirements and how you can leverage your positions and how you can protect the downside of your position. So I really enjoyed what he had to say there.
Nice.
So Etienne, very good stuff there, very informative, and now you can see that they're doing it on multiple underlyings, which is very, very interesting. And that's what we want to see. We want to see it on the most popular ones. We want to see it on the likes of Tesla, NVDA, Meta, etc. Shreve, because that's what I personally trade. Shreve doesn't, but we're still invested in these names, and 100%. If we can do it in an easier way, we can utilize these CDRs and options along with that. But what we got going on here,
what do you got?
Sharif, is I only got one more out here, 10% left. Okay. 5% left here on IBIT, and I'll take that out if we crack the low. There is a bunch of indecision on the 5-minute, but I just don't feel confident enough to take it for a long just yet. The stopping volume isn't there, and you can see that we're continuing to kind of put in these lower highs. So we need to monitor this until we sit on the backside of this trend. I'm going to be patient, wait and see. If we do construct a new low a day, I'm going to be taking out my last bit there.
Backside. All right, guys. I'm continuing to watch Pony. It's still doing the dance right now at $10. I'm of the opinion, as I was telling Joseph, if I can show the chart, boys, with this one, I'm still of the opinion that the higher low situation on every successive 5-minute candle is just kind of prefacing the breakout, an aggressive breakout above 10. Now, mind you, I know that we're already 1039 high day, but just have a look at the 5-minute chart. We spent all of like 3 seconds there, dip back down into the 10 low teens, 10 low single digits. So I like the look of this one's jib right now. I'm talking about PONY. I'm just concerned about the fake out breakdown. Like I was telling Joe off camera, these ones have a propensity, especially when they're this volatile and they're looking like awfully breakout prone above 10, like in this case $10, because they're showing you higher lows with that flat top in and around basically the same area, maybe 10-20. There is a propensity to dip back down, stop everybody out, grab all the liquidity, then shoot back up and go along its merry way. So I kind of trying to avoid that eventuality, possible eventuality. I'm not saying it's a guaranteed thing. So I'm keeping an eye on this one. I'd rather get a decent amount away from 10. Obviously, I get a worse position by waiting for that, but it gives me a bit more security. So that's my thinking right now on PONY. Definitely still looking at that one. Shout out to my man, Trader to Thrive. Your friend Wolf is popping back up yet again off the volume weighted average price. Wolf's got a lot of respect today for either $4 or VWAP. Doesn't really matter because they're awfully close at the moment. What it is having trouble, though, Trader to Thrive, is this 415 area, and I won't be convinced otherwise. But that gives us a potential setup that we can work or look to execute on. What is that setup? I'm talking about that ascending wedge. Look at these area lows, Trader to Thrive. Look, area low over here, another area low. Then we make another area low. You get that every successive area low a little bit higher than its predecessor. All the while, this $4.15 real area top, not the actual high a day, but the real area top is around 415. That maintains the same flat top. So we've seen this pattern so many times, especially last week. I think there were a lot of flat top breakouts on WOLF. So let's see if we can get that big boy 415 breakout. Now, could happen now, could happen after the show's over. It's really hard to know, okay? But, you know, these patterns are quite consistent. That's been my observations. These ascending wedge patterns, in the same way as the descending wedge pattern is very consistent as well. You're almost likely to get that flat bottom break when you get those lower highs. And that flat bottom, you kill me, bro. I love it. I love it. I always notice it now, right? That's the thing. All right, Joe, we weaseled into a new position here. Shout out to my man, Randy, who'll probably be proud of me, punching into Faraday frickin' futures, FFAI. Is this FFAI? No, this isn't. It is? What the hell, Adara? They changed it from Fifi to Fafi? Oh, that's, yeah, Fi. What the hell is this? Why would they change their ticker? Bizarre. Yeah, it says Faraday. You're right. You know, it says Faraday Future Intelligent. Yeah, I see that.
Davey Day Trader, the Fifi one that he was going on about?
Was he talking about that too?
Yeah,
Davey Day Trader, I like him. I like him, bro. There's lots of hate for that guy. I don't happen to hate him.
He's pure entertainment.
Exactly.
Though, you know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
It's crazy because he's like, he doesn't really care. It's just like,
not at all.
He's a pure gambler. He's a gambler at heart. So if he has any way to put in any form of money, he's like, all right, I got $2 million here on FIFI. If we can get the move,
he'll take your money.
He probably knows nothing about technical analysis or anything along those lines. He doesn't care. It's the gambling aspect.
Bro.
Let me get a couple million in here to see if I can get that adrenaline rush.
I like how he always gets like. People meet him in the street. They start chirping at him.
Yeah, chirping.
His responses are great though. He's always stone cold, matter of fact,
you see that one,
sarcastic.
You see that one where like the pizza owner came out?
Yes.
He's like, yeah, but he's like, he's like wearing a Star Wars shirt. It's like probably like a kid's medium. It's a grown man. He's like, buddy, your shirt's like 10 times
I'm telling
small.
you, he's so funny.
Yeah.
And he's got his security team there so he can chirp all he wants. You know what I mean?
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Anyway, good luck, guys. So we're in Faraday. Shout out to my man Stevenson, who's dropping cash in the chat, $4.99. Thanks very much, Stevenson. Etienne, same name as our guest. Shout out to Trader TV and the whole crew. Shout out to the chat too. Best show on earth. Okay, let's probe this money. Let's probe this money. Greatest midday show, fellas. Thank you very much, Stevenson. Kind words from a kind man. Can't thank you enough. I do appreciate that. So I'm keeping my eye, guys, on FFAI, the new ticker for Faraday Future, formerly FFIE. It is, we're break even on at the moment, but I do like the possibility of this one being an ascending wedge. It has had support at the volume weighted average price. RGLS, we were talking about this one earlier. It got a big boy retracement after making that high day at 373, dip back down, and there's lots of buying here at 3.5. So is this the entry? Is this the entry that we want? So what's the deal? So if I was to get in here, what would be my move? Well, my move would be into high a day, but where would I get stopped out? Well, that $0.50 screaming my name for a stop out. That's exactly what I'm gonna do, Joe. I'm going long, we're doing it live. We're gonna take a small size here and we can work into the position. So let's go ahead and throw in that order. And then we'll go just like that. And we're already out of the money, true to form, but that's okay. And then we'll wet the beak at 62s, and then we'll wait up for more, possibly if we can. RGLS is the ticker I'm talking about. And then I won't put my last out there. We'll see where this one wants to keep going. So Faraday, I'm involved in that. I've been involved in Wolf, I've been involved in Pony, and for the first time on the day, I am now involved in RGLS. But I want to tell you a trade that did not work out for me, because we're going to tell you about our winners and our losers. I got stopped out on plug, because it lost the volume weighted average price, and I was not going to defend this one and continue to DCA. So I got in at 111, and I got stopped out 104. It is finding support at 104, but not a trade that I had planned. We'll keep an eye out on this one. For now, we're sending you to Adair for happening now.
It's not happening quite now yet, but it could soon. Sharif, this looks like a bit, oh no, it is happening now, but I mean this flat bottom break on the SPY could be happening sooner rather than later. Look at this here, support at that 547 level and these slightly lower highs. Again, not to make any assumptions, but this market certainly has been weak today. Here's the NASDAQ looking relatively stronger, but not by much. Certainly down more on a percentage basis on the day, down about 1%. PANW here, Palo Alto, actually did have some news come through when we had our guest, but no big news here, Sharif. Basically, CNBC reporting that the company announced they've agreed to acquire Protect AI for an undisclosed sum of money. Then we have META, one of many of these Mag 7s names bouncing off the lows better than the NASDAQ or the market itself. META, Apple, Microsoft, and Amazon all reporting earnings this week. It is a huge earnings week. 180 companies, or almost 40% of the S&P 500, are reporting this week. If you're looking for some smaller names, we know Sharif's been looking at tons of these small cap gappers, including FFAI, WOLF, and RGLS. They're certainly in play today, but some of these bigger names could be in play to the downside. No Neil today, so we'll send you back to the Bash Brothers. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. As we know, our friend Neil is off taking a family day today, so we're gonna wish him a great day.
With the lesson.
There he is. There's my man.
There he is, Neil.
There's my man.
You guys wearing? Oh, I thought you guys
Neil.
were wearing the same shirt there. Yeah.
Close, right?
Yeah. But I got a little.
What do you got?
I got a little something for the people. Yeah,
Okay.
we're gonna pull it up here right
Fire it
now. A
off,
little intraday lesson. I'm channeling my inner.
You want me to get you the glasses?
I got my own, man.
Okay.
Let's go. All right, I'm channeling the inner Neelage here, guys. DJ 2AM, what's up, my guy? Good to see you here in the chat. And Gorev, John Van Source. John, if there was an award for the nicest person in the chat,
Easily.
it hands down. There's a lot of beautiful people in there, but John every day just comes in and gives compliments to everybody. All right, now to hop into my new lesson of the day. All right, here it is.
Okay.
All right, guys. Actually, I'm not going to be able to do it half as good as he is, but what we're going to do is we're just going to elaborate on what we had going on and what our thesis was here on IBIT. So you can see I'm in there at 53.80s. My stop was at 90, so what is that? That is approximately 10 cents of risk right here, okay, guys? So what happens here, I start small. I then end up tripling the position as well. So my risk profile is still the same. I'm still risking 10 cents. So what do we get when we risk 10 cents? You can see that I'm in at 80s. So we got, what is it? So every increment, so there's a 1-to-1 to here, 2-to-1, 3-to-1, 4-to-1, 5-to-1, 6-to-1 near those lows here on IBIT, risking 10 cents. And then as we start taking some out at a 3-to-1, but you can see that we had the bulk of the position holding it for a 6-to-1 risk to reward ratio. That's why using those stops, that's why positioning is always key, especially when you're looking for those larger size moves and trades. And that's exactly what happened. Did I know it was going to go to a 6-to-1? Absolutely not, Sharif.
Okay.
But we plan for those things, right? I told you once we get to 53.60, we take some off. Once we crack the low a day, we take some more off. And then we just wait and continuously piece out some when we continue to bleed to the south side. That's just, so that was kind of the game plan. And it worked out exactly how we want to. We constructed a lower high. We now add into a winning position on something that gives us high levels of conviction. I showed you guys that indecision print on the 5-minute doji on IBIT. The market was bleeding. Everything else was adding up here. So when we have all this moving in conjunction, we can put on these trades, and then you can see we didn't start taking some off until we exactly hit that 3-to-1 risk to reward ratio. And then here you go, a 6-to-1 on that one there. That's DEFCON John 1. There you go. Exactly. Stevenson, bang. That's what it's all about. And that's what we guys try to show you. So that is Joseph's lesson of the day.
You have the option to like and subscribe. This trade has unlimited upside.
Don't forget to show them that VWAP video.
The VWAP. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Let me pull this up here, guys.
I love this guy, bro. I genuinely love this guy, bro.
If you guys know, what's going on. You want to see the hottest? Julia, you in the chat, this guy can't stand it. Julia, you were asking questions about VWAP, but Sharif.
Yes, sir. Tell them, Joe.
Sharif,
they're not going to know unless you tell them.
The views went off. We were sitting at 2,700. I told you guys, you want to see the hottest YouTube short known to Trader TV.
There is none better.
Is this one right here. Bang, look at this guy.
It's a 6 mile, bro. I'll give him credit.
Hey, we need this one on the thumbnail. Maybe Brando, we can maybe get this one here on the thumbnail.
Yeah, Brando's on a video.
He's on a big call right there. Yeah, we don't want to get him too busy. He's busy. So yeah, there we go, guys. go check out what VWAP is and how we implement it and how we use it. It actually kind of describes the trade that I put on right there. So go hit that like and check out the video on what is VWAP.
Hey, that was a sick video, by the way. You know, I'm just
appreciate that.
But it was actually quite a good video.
Yeah,
it's a good video, though, bro. That's the way it is. All right, guys. Here we go. So this is our second loser of the day. Still very positive on the day, but we took a paper cut right now. We lost 14 pennies. Sorry, 12 pennies, quick as you like. Actually, even less, now that I see it on the side chart. We lost 10 pennies, top to bottom there. Got in at 358. On RGLS, got stopped out 348. So this one is now below the 10 exponential. If it wants to use that 50 penny area as support, I'm all ears, man. I'm fine with that. It's going to have to prove itself, though. Not going to continue to DCA. We took a couple of prints right now on Faraday futures. It's having a lot of trouble with a $1.30. So I did get that $1.30 print. But like I was telling Drop Trades in the chat, he's like, look, man, you know, I don't think he was telling me. He was just saying it in general. He was like, I don't really see a potential too much upside, good risk to reward for Faraday. And you're not exactly wrong. What I liked here was a couple of things. Number one, I see a potential ascending wedge, a flat top break at that $1.30. All the while, I know we have a 134 high day, but we didn't spend that much time there. Really, the level to me is that $1.30 that we're having a lot of trouble clearing. Case in point, right now, we're unable to get above it. The other thing, got higher lows, so we got that ascending wedge kind of pattern. The other thing on top of that is that the dips on the ascending wedge, the pullbacks, were finding support at VWAP. So I did like it from that sense. And you had multiple, I really do mean multiple, like these, all these over here, these little wicks, they all pull back into the volume weighted average price and they make their way right back up. So FFAI, not FFIE anymore, guys, FFAI. Adara, you think they changed the ticker to include AI? They did. They totally did. That's what they said?
I looked it up. They said something how they want to better reflect their mission or what they do or whatever. So to answer your question, Sharif, I would say that was the vibe I got because I never really got the sense they were known for AI. But yeah, they said they're changing the ticker to better reflect, I guess, what they do or what their mission is. For the record, for those who do not know, they make cars. Yeah. So I guess they're going a little bit the way of the Tesla there.
Yeah, which isn't completely unusual that the AI is in cars, to be fair to them. But yeah, it doesn't really, anyway, we know what they do that for, which is so that they can catch a bit of a bid. Anyway, 352, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong chart here. $1.30 area resistance right now on FFAI. Now, you guys did bring this to my attention earlier, okay? And I dismissed it, and I'll explain why I dismissed it. AGMH. It's the best looking chart on my side charts right now. The only problem with it is it's 11 pennies. I hate these stocks. I hate them, okay? And I don't usually say I hate things often, but I hate these. I don't like them because it's so thickly traded on the ask. So many people are trying to short these to get them back to the bowels of hell from which they came. And I just don't, I hate fighting these. And there's several reasons why these sub $1 stocks are hard to trade. Number one, you've got 4 decimal places that you're posting your sell orders at. So there's just so many different levels that you can post at. I get notionally it's the same. It doesn't end up being that way. Secondly, there's a lot of algos, small cap gapper or breakout traders, gapper trade algos that just won't trade these dollars that are far below $1. So even though you see 1 bull flag, 2 bull flags, and we're not giving up the ghost. Like, look at this second bull flag here, over here. Didn't even come back in to test 10 pennies. It's staying well above it, right at 11 3/4, trying to break back above 12. It's just a tough trade. That's been my experience with them. I don't like trading them. It's just, you know, you're always really never get the print that you want anyway. So unless this really gets going over here, I'm going to try to stay away from it. But it's up 145%. So it's earned its way onto the side chart. We'll see if we do something with this one. RGLS, as I mentioned, I got stopped out from, but I'm still interested to get back in, especially if you can start showing me higher lows and higher highs. I mean, it was destined to pull back at some point. It was so directional and so up and to the right. Pony has had a lot of trouble with 10, lots. I mean, it's a little above 10, a little bit below. it does find itself in a bit of a range now. Now you can try to take advantage of this, right? The lower end of the range seems to be about $9.70 with maybe the money prints coming in the high 60s, with the top end of the range being essentially $10, with the top end of that range being maybe the 10 mid-teens, low teens, okay? So you've got about a 30 to 40 penny range right now manifesting on PONY. Whether this ends up breaking up or breaking down, we'll have to wait and see. Time will tell. So those are the looks I'm in right now. Let me just have a look at the quick the scanner up top over here, see if anything is moving. I think my friend Bovin was telling me about IBIO. I didn't really have a look at that. Let's see. I don't know why it's freezing. Goodness gracious, good God. IBIO. So it won't show up. No, it's too light. Too light a volume. I can see that. It's not for me, Bovin. So I'm just going to stay away from that. So the only trade I'm involved in, sadly, right now is FFAI, and I'm looking for that $1.30 break. Now, let me talk about this one for a little bit. So obviously, it's having a lot of trouble with $1.30. But if it does come back and test the volume weighted average price, I will add into this. Ooh. Okay? It's been very respectful, Joseph, whether it was the pre-market or from the open, that white line's been held. I mean, it's just kind of hard to disagree with that. All right, we took out 30. Let's see if we got the print. No, now we're waiting at 31. So it's got to cross that 131. But what I'm going to do, so it's at 131 right now. I'm going to throw orders to get dip trades into $1.27 and $1.26. We're going to sit at two different levels over here. We're going to go 127, right? And then we're also going to go 126. So if it does wick down, we get those prints, and by extension of that, we'll get a better dollar cost basis. So that's what I'm doing right now, Joseph. We're doing it live over here on Faraday Futures, FFAI, new ticker, boys and girls, printing $1.31.
Yeah, very smart, Pug Life and DEFCON 1. Nice work there to both of you guys. So there we go. Good stuff there. Pug Life always keeping the VIX up alongside him. And then we got DEFCON 1 with some UVXI calls. So Burr, as the volatility starts to pick up here, guys, Adara, one moment. But you can see what I want to look at here is IBIT. We have a lot of open interest at 53. Let's see if we can hold these levels. When we get back from Adara, we're going to go over some high levels of OI on the options, guys.
I like that.
As we get to today's lows here on the NASDAQ, it's worth noting we have a post coming from Charles Gasparino. The top of this post has in all caps, breaking on tariff talk. So provides a little bit of an update here. Again, Charles Gasparino, for those who are unaware, is a reporter who works frequently as a Fox Business contributor. For the most part, he basically said there's a little bit of a holdup in the Japan tariff deal talks due to concerns about their level of commitment to buy oil from the Alaska pipeline. We also have apparently Howard Lutnick, who we know is a part of this trade team. He is the Secretary of Commerce. He's still apparently a key player in tariff negotiations, and he still has been arguing that he does not think tariffs will lead to inflation. However, there now are some concerns about inflation, reportedly coming from GOP lawmakers. Last but not least, in this very long post, we have Charles Gasparino noting that apparently Wall Street CEOs are saying the next 6 to 8 weeks are going to be key for determining how big an impact tariffs will have on the overall economy. So that is just a quick summary roundup here of Charles Gasparino and his reports on tariffs coming out right now. Again, always worth noting because his posts can be and often are market moving. Back to you.
Adara, guys, so yeah, let's just go over, let's talk a little bit about the chain here and what we can possibly see. Sharif, so we noticed that last week we had a high level of open interest at that 110 strike price on NVDA. So with that being said, we closed around 111. So what is that telling us? We had a lot of market makers caught offside on this trade. Bad week during that expiration cycle, all right? So now you can see that we're starting to break down. We're actually relatively below that specific closing print of Friday. We're now trading around 107 exactly. So what is this week telling us on the options chain? It's our job to do the due diligence and say, hey, where is Max Payne? Where are we going to see these high levels of open interest that can act as support and resistance? I say it a lot. You heard Brendo say it this morning as well, too. What is the path of least resistance? And we can actually determine this by looking at the current week's expiration cycle and going up and down our chain to see where those high levels of OI are on the put and on the call side. So we're going to do exactly that. Where is Max Payne on NVDA for this week's expiration cycle? And that's going to tell me approximately at 121. 121, we have 78,000 currently open contracts. So you can imagine, okay, we got a lot of short sellers from that specific strike price, waiting for those contracts to expire worthless, so you have the ability to collect the full amount of premium those contracts will expire. So let's go down. Before we get all the way to 121, we need to keep our eyes through 110. Again, with last week being said, it was the highest amount of open interest. But one thing that I will notice is that through 106 to 110 last week, there was a significant heavier ladder through those strikes. We're not necessarily seeing that right now. Are we going to get to 121 this week? No, that is not exactly what I'm saying. But what I want us to keep an eye out for and look at is through 110 to 113 is where we might see a significant of overhead resistance, and that can explain why this morning we open up around 110 and then now are continuously moving to the south side. So 110, 38,000 open contracts, 111, 36,000 open contract stream, 112,
Bang.
20,000, and then we get to that 113 strike price where we have the second largest amount of open interest on this week's expiration cycle with 73,000 open contracts. Now, you can say, Joe, that sounds slightly complicated. What's going on there? Okay, well, we got to look at this as resistance. That path is going to be more difficult to follow. It's going to be harder for participants to push through all these specific levels. So what is the path of least resistance? And you can see it displayed here this morning. It is to the downside. You have to go all the way to 105 and to 100 exactly to see anything relatively as strong and as large as what we've seen through 110 to 113. So the path of least resistance this week in NVDA may be to the downside, Sharif.
Yeah, man, that absolutely makes sense. Okay, I'm going to talk about my positions in a second. But this individual by the name of Master E says we're going to miss the move on Rivian. So I messaged you, Master E. I'm not really sure what you're looking at, brother. So let's do it. Let's do it live right now. He said there is a head and shoulders pattern here, possibly on Rivian. All I see is lower lows and lower highs. So when I look at the daily, that's what stands out at me right away. I mean, it really tries. And this is a car company that I happen to like, so I'm not disrespecting this. It's really having trouble, though. I mean, maybe some higher lows there, a little bit of a compression pattern, but that's a bear flag or bear pennant, if anything. I need to start seeing some higher highs on a closing basis on Rivian. Otherwise, you know, I'll just continue to wait. So Rivian for me on the daily is nothing. What's it like on the 4? Let's look at the 4 hour super quick over here. Yeah, it kind of feels like we're in the same business, that downward channel. Anytime we end up making highs, they always end up being lower highs, possibly. So I don't know what you're seeing, brother, but message me. Let me know what your situation is there with Rivian, because I don't see what you're seeing. All right, we're doing it live here on FFAI. I've got one more beak wetter on this one. We just took out 32, so we took out 30s, 31s, 32s. Now we're going to wait with the last beak wetter to see what the high day is. Currently, it is $1.34. That's the high a day, but you know, that's obviously can change. So we're going to keep an eye out on that one. I got into a new position as well. I got back into Wolf because yet again, it pulled back into the volume weighted average price and, you know, and bounced. So let's go and take out some here at 3s. I'm going to cancel my order at 5s, and then we're going to wait for 8. So let's see what the situation here is with our friend Wolf. It's up 23%. Keeps finding support at VWAP, but be careful with this one, especially I saw you guys in the chat saying earlier, I don't really see the upside, or that was Faraday, excuse me. But I think this is kind of the same thing here with Wolf in that you could be a little bit concerned about the upside because you keep getting in lower highs, right? So if your area crest was that high day at 422, okay, so that's your starting point to base the lower highs off. And then we have another lower high over here at the candle on the 5-minute that manifested at 1140. That took us to about maybe 416, and then we keep putting in lower highs. So let's see if we can get some higher highs. That's the bad side of the equation. The good side is we get higher lows. So where's this one gonna end up finding the resolution? Is it gonna be a break below 390 or is it gonna be a break above 415? We shall find out. We're break even on it now, 1 penny in the money actually. So that's the situation. That's what I keep. That's what I've got my eye on. Obviously, I've got my eye on Pony. Executed quite well on this one, but now it's in a prolonged bull flag. You can see that big move up from $9 where we were involved, and then into 10. We're very consolidative at 10. As I mentioned before, the range on Pony seems to be at least about 970 to the downside, or the high mid 60s for the money fills, and then $10 to the upside, or the 10 single digits for the money B quitters. So we'll see what the situation is with that, keeping my eye on both of those. RGLS continues to put in lower lows and lower highs. So just because you got this one wrong doesn't mean you need to fight it to exact revenge on it. And I know I was guilty of that many times. Today I won't be one of those. Will not be one of those days. So the only time I will execute again on RGLS is a long at $3.34, 33 cents, essentially 3 1/3. That's where the volume weighted average price is. I won't try to be catch the 20. It's already below the 10 EMA. So what stands in between it right now and VWAP is that 20, and I won't be basing any trades off that 20 exponential. I'm talking about RGLS up 26%, was quite a good move up in a, what we call this the elevator up, but now it has become quite consolidative. So keeping my eye on this, we've got FFAI and we got Wolf. We'll see which one. We're out of the money right now on Wolf, doing quite well on FFAI, waiting for that high day. I won't be taking any more here, Joseph.
All right, yeah, guys. All right, so if we can pull up my chart here real quick, guys, so you can see it live. We're gonna take out our last bit of IBIT here. I mentioned that we are waiting for that lower day. We have now surpassed that. We're south of what our primary target. So good stuff. You're gonna see me take out my last little bit right here, and there it is. We're all out of IBIT. You can see that on the positions board. I have nothing going on. So a really, really nice trade, guys, from a risk to reward standpoint, and pretty good execution. We can obviously always go heavier. That's kind of the primary goal, especially, again, hindsight 2020. I understand that, but when we crack through some of these key levels, it's just like, okay, continuously add. And I think that's something I'm getting significantly better at, is just adding to the positions that are working. And I think, thanks to everybody in the back. Like, this is the beauty of a prop floor. I know when I first started out and I was trading on my own at home, I would do it once in a while, but then I had the likes of Jose, Brankles, Wayner, Obi, Katina Man, even you, Shreefer, just like, just start pushing a little bit more size and adding to those positions that you know that are working for you and are going to continuously to work. So that's that one. You can see that we added here on HOOD. And then we got stopped out of about 33% on that break even trade right there. But IBIT, fairly good execution from top to bottom, holding through, waiting for those stop losses to come into play. They weren't there. I'm just like, sit in the trade. It's either going to work or it's not. Don't try to micromanage things. Don't look at every up and down tick, because you'll go crazy at some point if you do so. And that's when you tend to start to micromanage some positions. So there we go. Okay, cool. Thank you. There it is. That's the IBIT trade. Am I doing it or is? Okay, yeah. 1 second. So yeah, there's that, guys. So really nice trade. We'll continue to hold on. Actually, I don't have anything to hold on to anymore, but we'll look for something. If there's going to be any form of potential bottoms here, then maybe we'll look to grab some. But again, you've seen that indecision on IBIT. And I thought there would be a potential long right there, but the underlying is relatively weak today. So we'll have to keep an eye out on specific setups and be a little bit more patient. So, all right, guys, we all know the saying, big opportunity comes with big risk. But what if it wasn't true anymore? Trade the Pool is redefining what risk means for traders. No more risking your life savings to prove yourself in the market. They give you access to the company capital, up to $200,000 to trade real stocks. No CFDs, and your downside is limited to a single one-time fee that starts at just $47. That means no blowing up your personal account. You get to trade with serious buying power, all while knowing your loss is capped. Trade the Pool now offers an unlimited time during the evaluation phase. You get the freedom to trade your way with no time pressure. Visit tradethepool.com. You see how far the $47 can take you. I think that's a great way to start. There's no beating around the bush or getting around paying the market tuition. So that's a perfect opportunity for you guys to just go and test it, to see if you're trading sim at home and you want to kind of exercise using larger amounts of buying power. Go check out Trade the Pool, and if you like it and you pass, then congratulations. But we're going to see what Adair's up to, guys.
Keep an eye on PDD here. Worth noting, CNBC. This report just came out, but I guess it started here over the weekend. CNBC informing that Chinese e-tailer or online seller here, Temu, has started adding import charges of roughly 145% in response to Trump's tariffs. So this fee, started popping up here over the weekend, but now, for example, or at least is pointed to in the CNBC article.
I'm back here.
Are you good? Yeah. Now I think we're okay now.
I'm back.
Let's see. Is the level 2 moving? Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're doing it live,
Okay,
baby.
the only thing that matters
we're back live,
is the
baby.
stream. Are we still okay up here on the
Tell 'em,
stream
Joe.
here? Please wait while we try to connect it. Okay, there we go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Still waiting.
We're successfully
We're getting it.
connected. All right, we're back, baby.
Yeah. We're there. We go. Now we're getting some messages. I'm seeing everything live again. All right, we just got disconnected there for a second, guys. All right, we're back though, super quick. We're involved in a couple of trades right now. Your friend FFAI, new ticker, guys. FFAI. This one, we're at the high data, $1.32. That's the last print that I've got, so we'll keep an eye out on this one. The other one that I've got, Wolf, we're gonna get stopped out if it breaks 94s. This is a VWAP trade, and it's not gonna be anything other than a VWAP trade. I'm not gonna try to make it into something it's not. So if we get stopped out, we get stopped out. We look for the next one. So keeping an eye right now on Wolf as this one dances again at the volume weighted average price, looking for this one to bounce. And then FFAI, I mean, I don't know. Do I take it out here, or do we wait for that $1.34 high daybreak? So we'll keep an eye out on that. Nothing doing right now for me as I watch Pony continue to drop, guys. So we were waxing poetic, to use an Adara term, that this range was $9.70 to the low side, $10 to the high side. You get that quick wick down into $9.50, almost $9.50 to the penny, and then rockets right back up into that 9.75. But it looks like the selling now coming in a little bit here more aggressively than I anticipated here on PONY as it drops back down again into the low 70s. This is the level. I mean, this is the level that we were waxing poetic about. So are we going to take it here? I mean, if I take it here, I can just give it 10 pennies, Joseph, right? Like that can be a situation. But we can get stopped out quick as you like, too. Right back down again into 968. So it is losing the bid a little bit over here. And okay, so as I say that, I made to eat my words as it pops right back up into that $0.75 area. This is the best trade is past this part in Pony now. I would suggest to you that the better trades with these small cap gappers are on the elevator up on a micro pullback. That has been my observation now, almost trading them every day for almost 8 months. The best trade for these ones is where it's aggressively moving up and then it pulls back in just a skosh, and then you pick it up off that micro pullback. And that's what we did over here. That's what we did over here. And that's what we did over here. I don't want to be taken in this consolidative range because it does look like it is putting in a bit of a rounded top. That ain't the move for me. So I'm going to stay clear of this one, although I've really got my eye on it, and we'll see what this one does. I did get stopped out for a small loser here on WOLF, so we'll give a little bit back. Positive still on it. Did add into that 1 penny lower than I originally got in, but a very tight range right now on WOLF. I'm keeping an eye also on RGLS. Seems to have found a little bit of support here for whatever reason at the 20. It's still putting in lower highs, though. So if this one can change up its tune a little bit, start putting in higher lows and higher highs, maybe a print above that 355, certainly get involved in that, but it is not giving me the opportunity quite yet to get into that, so I'm going to pack my patience here. Let's see what else we got. I haven't said anything about the MEG, nor do I really want to, so I'll leave that for you, brother.
Yeah, I appreciate that, brother. Yeah, MEG, I see the same narrative, guys. The weakest being weak today, and it's dragging the overall market again, just from a heavy weighted standpoint. If we can pull up my screen, we're just going to go through. You've seen Obi do it. You see Katina Man do it. Just kind of the general trade ideas. I traded Robinhood. That wasn't on the list, but iBit and Tesla were there, and I was looking for the continuation here in PLTR, but we never got that today, and then we had no macro data. So there you go. That's that hood, and then we'll just continue to document. And guys, hopefully you guys are doing this as well too. Just document. Stevenson ATN said, I don't know if it was his personal journal or actually like his trading journal, but he said, yeah, he was just going back. It's his best work. He loves it. He can go back to see how he was feeling at a specific time and a specific place as well too, wherever you consider writing that one here. But here we go. IBIT starting to slowly climb back now. I do like the amount of indecision print prints that we're putting at the lows. I mentioned that high, those high levels of open interest right at 53 as well too. So you can see that we almost got that bottom wick right here. 53.15 is that low a day for right now. So that strike price really coming in handy there, guys. Now let's see. Okay, we already went over the bottoms. Let's see if we can find any potential bottoms in TSLA, because I think that's going to be one of the more popular names, considering how everybody loves trading it and where we were sitting at from a daily standpoint. So on this week's expiration cycle, I don't see anything overly standout-ish. Maybe 250 could be a potential bottom, but that's 25 points away roughly, a little bit more than that. So nothing that stands out. 270, again, you're going to get that whole dollar at 9.7 thousand open contracts. But I think just to look at this daily setup here, guys, and exactly what I was looking at, I went over it earlier as well, but just how we opened up at the top of the range, right? So you can see on this red candle, we opened up at the top of the range, and I was looking, if the market was strong today, I do believe that Tesla would have just gone for a nice rip, maybe even up to north of 300 there, but we didn't get that. You can see that we have formed multiple bases here as well too. So this 223 level, you can see touch 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 touches roughly at that specific level here in Tesla. If we crack that, there's most definitely going to be some more downside. We don't want that, especially if you're long this name. I told you guys I'm completely out of it and looking to grab other underlyings, but as of right now, I'm out of Tesla, waiting for some more positive news. I like this Austin stuff coming out, but it's unfortunate that the earnings were absolutely hot garbage, all right? So that is with Tesla, and let's see what else we got going on. What are you guys looking at in the chat? Sorry I haven't been messaging too much. If there's anything you specifically want me to go over, well, I will do so. So just put it in there. We'll go over a couple names for you guys and take it from there. Gorev, look at the wick on the 3-minute on SPY. Still feel like a day where it can be blown past, tight stop, long. My guy Gorev is long on the 3-minute. Let's see what he's cooking up here and what he's got. I don't got it on that platform, but that is okay. I don't have it on that platform, but that's okay. See, one thing to note is I don't see any specific stopping volume, so this could be a breath in the underlying, in the overall index here, and then maybe we crack that low. I mean, it's been an extremely weak session. Nvidia's down, Tesla's down, Hood is now down, Amazon broke through some key support levels, so those big names being extremely weak, and you can see it here reflected in the overall market, Sharif.
All right, we're taking out local highs here on FFAI. Still holding a piece here. So the high of the day is $1.34. We're at $1.33. Let's see if this one wants to squeeze maybe a little bit above. We'll get maybe a 40 print, a high 30s, something in and around that. I'm trying to be patient here with Faraday futures up nicely on the day, about 26 2/3%. Some hidden selling here at the $1.33, but the level I'm most concerned about is that high of day, that $1.34. And you can kind of see levels posted here on the level 2, 109, 109. That's likely a market maker post right there. Usually you see that posted on multiple gateways for the same size. It's really that $1.35 where you can see big boy size posted over 1,000 lots there, which isn't saying much, but about a dollar stock, but it's at least given us something off which to base, strength or weakness of the bid or the ask, so we'll keep an eye on that. Still printing 133, nothing for me to do here. Pony just popped back up. It's saddled back up above that $10 area. So let's see if this is going to be more of the range, right? We were at the lower end of the range now in the 70s, and here we are again in the higher end of the range. But we're still locked within that same range, even though it's a big boy green candle there that took us from the top or from the bottom to the top. But it was the same look over here when we got into that that 10-10 area, and we dropped with the same aggression down into the low 70s, 970s that is. So I don't want to be quick to want to jump into this. It is bull flagging. When the breakout comes or the breakdown, your guess as good as mine, but we're still not out of that range quite yet. At least that's the way I see it. Good look for Pony, though, on the day. I mean, it's the best-looking small-cap gapper, bar none.
Can I say something
Absolutely.
about that? So one thing to note, sorry, I can't point at Sharif straight. Maybe I'll pull it up. What
you want me to talk?
Yeah, Pony. So I was just going to say, look at that liquidity grab there when you break through the zones. This one right here. See, look at it as you punch through. Look at that liquidity grab. That's why when we say it's like when you put in your stops, you want to go slightly below the zone because that was just a liquidity 100%. Grab before it went higher, right? So what you want to do is you don't want to have it right at that base until it's already moved in your direction. You want to have it a little bit below those specific support and resistance.
100% agree with that. 100% agree with that. But these ones, you know how they act, right? They'll get you, they'll wick you in and out.
Exactly.
Like these liquidity grabs. So we'll keep an eye out on that. I'm not seeing any small cap gappers other than the ones I've already spoken about, guys, that are to my liking right now. I'm just having to look at the side chart, or sorry, the scanner on the top screen. IBIO's up nicely percentage-wise on the day, but the volume just isn't there. 1.3 million. Boyle, where's my man Jay Lee at? Jay, where are you at, my man? Your stock Boyle's up 10%. So Nat Gas obviously on one today. We'll see exactly what the situation is at. I'll have a look at that in a second. But there goes Pony. Okay, so now we're breaking out. This is what I'm talking about right now, guys. This is where we want to get the micro pullback, okay? So it's exploding to the high side. See how it broke down before it exploded up? That's your giveaway right there. Well, it's Joseph. This is part and parcel of these small cap gapper trades. The algos will take your money before we move on to where we were going to go anyway. So this is that breakdown, that what we call a specialist breakdown, stops everybody out who's been trading the range, and then rocket up we go. So the high day now 1068. Let's wait for a micro pullback, maybe into that 10 and a third, maybe into that 10 and a fifth. Let's see exactly what the situation is with this one. Don't want to be DCing too much into this. Anything below 10, and then we're gonzino. We're not in it yet. I'm just giving you my future plan here. If this loses $10, I won't be DCing into VWAP at 9.25 or anything like that. So the strength right now is in one stock in small cap gapper world, and it goes by the ticker PONY. Fantastic look on the day. Whether we can execute on this little breakout here is going to be a different story. Let's get involved now. Into 1040 we go. Definitely a big buyer at 1040, but it's losing the bid. No, I got to show this. So 1040 is losing the bid quite aggressively right now. Let's see if we can pop back up. So 10 high 30s now, Joseph. 10 low 30s. So this one is definitely not holding up. Is this the micro pullback we're waiting for? This looks like an ugly topping tail candle right now on this bad boy. Is there a bid that's going to step up here? I mean, I'm not seeing anything stepping up. 1032. This is the bid creep, as Adira calls it, where it just moves incrementally down. It doesn't have a buyer holding us back up. Maybe at 32s here we got one, but it looks like we're losing it. And we are losing it. Look at it continue to drip back down. Do we have anybody stepping in here, baby? Let's go. Let's go. Let's see if we can get something. All right, we're popping. Nah, this isn't it, Joseph. No. That was the move. That was the initial move, unless we're going to hold up 10 here. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Continue to do it live. Let's see what we can get. Let's just see if we can pop back up here. Yeah, it's just dropping in volume. It doesn't have the umph right now. So we'll have to wait for it. What do you got?
Yeah, same thing. I don't know why it keeps on, YouTube keeps switching my accounts, putting me from one thing to another. But yeah, here we go, guys. Nice bounce we're getting here in IBIT. I really want to take a long on Tesla, but the issue is that we just had that failed breakout. So we'll go over this trade one more time. You can see enter here, add to the position, pop, and then final out right there, right at the bottom. So that was a face slapper, as my man Katina Man would like to acknowledge. How was this swim, Katina Man? Did you use your paddles today or what?
My man,
Let's go, man. So did you put in 2 kilometers this time, not 1.2? Are you doing a different watch? All right.
Hey.
All right, but let's pull up Tesla and see what we got going on, guys. I do like the potential bottoming signals here, and you can see them displayed here on the 5-minute. So again, this is a really nice indecision. The only thing that I'm going to note is that look at the volume signature. That volume by time profile is not telling us exactly what we want to see. So we have to be a little bit more patient, wait for that retest. I'm going to pull up the options chain to see if we have high levels of open interest around these lows here. So that's going to put us around 272.5. What are the chances of that? 272.5. Nothing really sitting there, but at 270, we got about 9,000 current open contracts at that specific level. On the put side, again, don't forget we're not looking at the call side right now. We want to see what the put side is displaying and look for those key levels of support. So I'm going to try to one more attempt here on Tesla throughout the day. I'm going to wait for a retest of these levels, let that hold, and then maybe we can get that move back towards the volume weighted average price. That would be a primary target, but with a market that is that weak, it might be a little bit of a push. But again, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and that's what I was referring to earlier. I would rather you be sitting in the trade, get stopped out or hit that target, or sitting on the sidelines being like, oh man, I wish I took that trade. And that happened to me today. It's happened to me before.
Get him,
and
Joe.
It's not going to be the last time that it's happened to me. So the more that we can eliminate that, the better we can kind of gain that level of consistency. And that's exactly what we're trying to do. Find a system that's repeatable, where you can come in day after day and do it. Katina Man does it. Sharif's daddy. Are you in the club? Are you in the club right now?
No,
all right. I thought
that would have been nice.
I thought you were going to be in the dollar club. But that's it. That's the name of the game. We're waiting for this pullback here in TSLA, and then we're going to look to get involved via TSLL, guys.
Good luck there, Joseph. All right, we did a little bit of okay here. Not bad. It's definitely not as good as the first trades here on your friend Pony. But your friend Pony there just didn't have the continuity, so we scalped out, just a few shekels there on this fourth trade. All have been positive on your friend Pony, but this one doesn't look like it's got the same. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we'll get a 10 retracement and it'll rock it back up. So we'll keep an eye on Pony. It's certainly not going anywhere from the side chart, but we're doing it freaking live here on FFAI. Randy, where are you? Oh, he's gone. I want to tell him there's a new ticker for his friend Faraday. So we got out at the high of the day there on Faraday futures, $1.35. It's up 28 and 30 pennies, 28.3% on the day. Good look right now on Faraday. I set up again at this one on a dip back into, I want to say, that $1.30. Randy, your friend Faraday futures got a new ticker. So if you're going to search up Faraday, it's FFAI now. They had to have AI in their name, Randy, right? I mean, just IE wasn't cutting it. You got to put AI, right? So Faraday futures under a new ticker there, Katina Man, in case you're wondering, which he's not, but it's fine. We're going to tell him anyway. So 135 high day right now on Faraday. Now, we're still involved in this hot garbage. Wolf, we're 1 penny out of the money, but I'm feeling like this one should just be flattened out. We keep putting in lower highs. We're not putting in higher lows. That's the thing. We're holding the same area low right now on WOLF. So this is having me feel like this is going to be a flat bottom break. And I don't want to be involved in a flat bottom break unless I'm taking something short. So I'm really unsure. And it's having a lot of trouble with 4. The fact that I even got that 4 print probably was just a quick liquidity grab. It's having a lot of trouble clearing 4, and that was not the case with it earlier. WOLF up 21.5%. That's my man DEFCON 1, Sharif. That's like the 2000s when they named everything something. Yeah, I do remember that. I was like, remember everything was, I think Apple obviously started it, but yeah, you're right. We kind of went through this before where everybody changed their name to have something to do with crypto. And then if you recall, once chat got released in November or October of 2022, in the winter and the spring of 23, everybody was changing their names to either AI, to have something to do with AI, or the descriptions of their companies. Yeah, it's just kind of what happens in the market, you know what I mean? Like, they try to take advantage of tailwinds, and I don't think this company is any different, so especially with the luck they've been having lately. All right, back to Pony, guys. We're still not giving up the ghost. Now, when you look at this on the 5-minute chart, I'm talking about PONY, every successive candle since that bottoming tail candle we printed at 1225 on the 5-minute chart is a higher low. The current 5-minute chart, though, does not have a higher high. We got to take out that 1068 to take out that high, and we might be doing it now. We're doing it live, and there it is, a new high at day, $10.79 on your friend Pony. It's not as parabolic as it was earlier, but it's still giving you that consistent, reliable pattern of higher highs and higher lows. But take your money with these ones when you can get it. They're around for a good time, not a long time. Don't be holding these like a Tesla trade or an Amazon trade. It is not the same thing. Okay, and I really want to say that because a lot of people complained last week that I would be taking these trades and then they'd be losing money on it, but I'd be profitable. Well, how come? Because you're holding it too long, right? It's not that kind of trade, okay? If you got your own way of trading these that allows for that, I don't. So my style is quick in, quick out. We take levels and we get the hell out of there. What do you got, Joe?
Yeah, just reading what the chat is up to. A lot of interesting stuff there. Duke W. We'll take a look at We'll take a look at WW. But one thing I just want to note is that we kind of missed this. The ship has sailed on that Tesla trade right now. I'm not going to get into it even if we have a retest. I'm really precise with my entries and I missed it. So this was the signal on the 5-minute that we want to look to get involved in here. 962, and you can see that we're climbing significantly higher, getting a little bit of a bounce in the market, which is being led by TSLA. That is the good look, but I went over my trades again. I know a lot of people in the chat want to take a look at Bull. I know Bull was a popular one and WW. Don't think I forgot about you guys because that is definitely not the case. So we'll go over what you guys are suggesting and what you are trading because I'm curious to know. This is Robinhood. We don't want that one. Let me pull up another one here to see if we can get tapped into Bull. There we go. Okay, it's being a pain. We'll go over here. Oh, wow. This is not a good look. Now down to 15 here on Bull. Geez. Yeah, that's the thing about some of these IPOs, right? Like we had the Newsmax. What was the other one? See something. I forget what it is, but CoreWeave, right? Yeah, CoreWeave. CRWV, and not a good look, guys. So you can see that with Bull, we traded all the way to a high of 79 and change and are trading at approximately 14 right now. That's an 80% haircut. I truly, truly hope that you guys weren't buying all the way up here, especially with some of these IPOs. It is not a good look. We'll pull back up Newsmax as well to see what that ticker's up to. It was hot for a couple of days, and then at some point it's just like, all right, see you later. Going all the way from 263 closer to 270. Sorry, guys, 265. We'll call it down to $22. Like, oh my days, that's some tough look. 91% haircut. Katina, man, that's like my Aurora Cannabis position right there, but except for in a span of a couple of weeks. So yeah, really, really tough look. And then CoreWeave, we'll take a look at that one, CRWV. That one wasn't as bad. As you can see, we're sitting on the backside of this trend right here. 63 down to 40. Not horrible, still down 33% roughly. Again, tough look, but let's see what Adair's up to, guys.
This part of the show is brought to you by VinFast. VinFast closed 2024 with strong financial and operational performance, signaling big progress on its global EV journey. Q4 revenue reached roughly $678 million US, up 70% year over year and 34% quarter over quarter, reflecting robust demand and improving sales execution. Over 97,000 EVs were delivered in 2024, including over 53,000 in Q4 alone, a 192% year-over-year increase, underscoring traction across core and new markets. Progress on global expansion. 322 EV showrooms and 322 e-scooter showrooms now operational worldwide as of March 2025, including both VinFast-owned and dealer-operated locations. Green mobility ecosystem. Continued deployment of V-Green charging infrastructure and growth of GSM electric ride-hailing services in key markets to drive long-term EV adoption. Back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, cover it.
Pony's really going, guys. Here we go. Now we're knocking the door of 11, 1097 high a day. 1097 high a day right now on Pony, 1097, zigging and zagging with 1088. The breakout level does seem to be like it is $11 right now. So it's at that 1097. So let's see if this one ranges in the way that it did between 10 and 9. It's got an aggressive 4-candle pattern on the 5-minute chart, taking it up to 1097. The low of that 4-candle pattern is 970. So $1.30 of range within 4 candles on the 5. but it's got a nice breakout here. Let's see if it comes back in, maybe test that 50 penny area. That out I had initially at 1040, it actually moved up a couple of shekels above that into 1050. So we know 1050, not only a price action, psychological potential area of support, but definitely price action support. Previously resistance at $10.50. Let's see if this one breaks 11 first or comes down to test that 11 or that 1050 first. Wow, big move up again. Here we go, showing 93s, now 94s on the ask, and it's a 1 penny spread, 95 right now. This one definitely looks like it's going to at least wick up above 11, if not, you know, wicking up, then dropping back down and zigging and zagging between 10 and 11 for a little bit. So we'll see what the situation is with this one, but Pony's doing it freaking live right now. It's taking out levels. It's 1 penny off the high day. Did we print a new high day? No. We touched that 1097, dropped 10 pennies. Why? Either people are shorting or profit taking at that level. Can't be rocket science, obviously. So we'll keep an eye on that. Separately, I'm taking prints here again on Wolf. So we'll go 2 for 3 on this one. We got cut up for a little small one over here with this VWAP trade because we didn't give enough room. Got right back in, and now we're 10 pennies on the money on a $4 name. Let's see if we can take out more over here. I'd like to wait for the high day, but I'm very cognizant of the lower highs on WOLF, so maybe I shouldn't be overstaying my welcome. Back to Pony. Again, that 1097 stays as the high of the day. It's a 2 penny spread now, so opening up a little bit, not by much, but it's something that you have to notice, because if you get into these levels and the spread is opening up, my experience is that it usually retraces. So that's a situation right now, Joseph. This thing was up like 20 some odd percent when we started yapping about it. It's doubled that now into the mid 50s. Likely probably going to hit 60 if we take out that 11. Good day. Bovin.
Okay.
Question on Pony. Does 1 minute chart better to trade and 5 minute for levels to get in? I just execute and trade now on the 5. So whereas before I was charting on the 5, I'm now just charting and executing everything on the 5. Okay, so Bovin, it's an $11 high day now. There's a huge seller. I saw it on the level 2. There we go. Sorry, in the time and sales, but we took him out. 1104 now high day. As I figured, though, a little bit above 11, a little bit below, but it's not giving up the ghost. It's not like it's getting up to 11 and then flushing back down 30 pennies. So there are buyers here in the high 10s. Let's see how this one ends up doing. But to answer your question, Bovin, I mean, I used to use the 1 all the time. I mean, I have no problem with the 1. But now I'm just, so used to charting on the 5. I'm like, let me just execute on the 5, and I've just kept it that way. But I used to chart on the 5 and execute on the 1. That's no longer the case. I just chart and execute on the 5. Keeping an eye here on Pony. Interrupt me if you want, by the way.
Yeah, brother.
Because this is parabolic here, Joseph. As parabolic as it's going to get on the day for small caps, because really nothing moving like this one right now. Anyway, I'm talking about PONY, guys. Again, please understand, these are around for a good time, not a long time. So trade them carefully, trade them with precision, and trade them with a freaking plan. Please, Joseph.
Please. Yeah, very well said. And kind of just leading into what Duke in the chat, I personally wouldn't be trading this name, right? It's 44 cents. I think this is more Sharif's realm. But again, this price action isn't something that I would necessarily want to be involved in. Again, totally subjective, my friend. If this is what you're good at trading, then by all means continue to do so. We'll do some basic TA on it because you've asked multiple times kindly for us to take a look at it. And you said we can tap into 45. We're getting close there. So, again, excuse me, from a liquidity standpoint, no thank you, all right? So, but holding this trend line relatively well. WW, if you guys are interested in that.
He shoved him.
Did he?
He shoved him. Dubois shoved him.
But bro, it took, he was like, that was so slow motion.
It was
he like put his hands on him.
Well, Dubois is like a bit of, he talks slow and stuff, too. He's a bit of a, he's an interesting guy. Great fighter.
He's gonna get
knocked out.
Beat again by Usyk. That guy's.
That's a great fight coming, though, Joe. I want to see that number 2, baby.
Yeah, and again, I heard this. I got to go out and check out this Eubank and Conor Benn fight. I heard that was a fantastic one. Going for Canada Fighter of the Year, apparently. So.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. One of the fights of the year. So we'll check out that one.
I like.
For sure. But yeah, guys, let's see this name, that's the thing. So, okay, so let's talk a little bit about options, all right? Because I was getting ready to construct a couple trades here if certain scenarios happen. You heard Obi was going on if and when scenarios this morning, and this is exactly what essentially I had going on in my mind. So if we sat on the top of this, on the backside of this channel here, guys, and when we do, so when we sit on the backside of this channel, what I'm going to do, and if it's the case that we end up sitting on this backside of the channel, I wanted to start allocating some options contracts because I believe that we could bounce significantly higher, maybe into the mid-20s. But I don't want to go just straight out buying contracts right away. I want to hedge my position and then have the ability to remove that hedge and capture the full amount of the move as much as possible without having to worry about my short contract kind of hindering the max potential profit of the trade. So essentially what I had constructed is I put an order out. It wouldn't have got filled. I actually canceled it this morning because I'm going to just buy these contracts straight out. So I've kind of swayed from what I was initially going to do to the point of, okay, when we sit on the backside of this trend, I'm just going to start buying contracts. I'm not going to vertical this trade. And I'm once around 110 or whatever it may be when we sit on the opposite side is when I have the ability to just buy at the monies and just buy a couple of them. I'm already long some shares, so now I can hedge my position slightly better if I buy these contracts, and then I can buy some shorter-term dated contracts just in case it doesn't work out right away. So that was my game plan, was to originally vertical NVDA on the backside of this channel, but then to remove the hedge as it started to work. But now I'm actually just going to flat out buy the contracts when we sit on the backside of this channel and just allow the stock to appreciate and those contracts to appreciate at maximum potential. But then I also have a bid out here on IBIT. On Bitcoin, I do believe that this might be the move if we have the ability to come into the middle of this zone, mid-90s, or sorry, the mid-90s closer to 100, higher 90s closer to 100, 105, then I'm going to add contracts and not just shares to this position, and I'm not going to hedge them just yet or anything along those lines, because if we really start to get the ball moving here in Bitcoin, I do believe that mid-100s, 150 to 200K, once this previous high has been breached, that we can reach those levels, and I want to be able to take advantage of those moves via contracts.
Man, this is going, Joseph. It's cleared 11 now. It's an 1120 high a day right now. I just tried to get back in. It ran without me. So once it cleared 11 with that aggressive candle there that blew through 11, here we go, 1123 high day. I tried to punch in. I was long. I tried to punch in long at 12s. It wouldn't drop below 15. I didn't chase it, which was probably the wrong idea, because the fact that it wasn't dropping below 15 means that there was an aggressive buyer in that level. How long that buyer hangs out there, here we go, 15 again, so you guys can see what I'm seeing. Now it loses the bid, and now it's way down below 11. Is this an opportunity, or is this a topping tail candle to get back in? I don't know, man. I don't know. These ones, how many times am I going to execute on this one positively before it actually ends up turning on me? So the more you execute, in my opinion, on it, the more chances you have of giving back over here. But it is actually, it's holding 11 well, man. Let's call a spade a spade. It got up 23 pennies above 11, and now it's right back down to that level. You can get in here. I want to get in here and then give it to like 88s or maybe 1090. You just risk 15 pennies at that level. It's got a bigger topping tail candle, but that's the bad side. The good side, this current 5-minute candle is a higher low. Not only a higher low, it's a higher high and a higher low above the previous 5-minute candle. So a good look there. We'll keep an eye out on this one. Separately, guys, I've got one beak wetter left here on WOLF at 9s. It's showing me 8s. I can flatten out here. It did reject 10s last time. There we go. Now we got 9s. So good look right there on WOLF. We'll take out that print there. Pleased as dang punch, as Adair likes to say. Back to PONY, above 11 again. I mean, I feel like I should be executing on here and then just giving it to like 80s, 10 80s, 10 mid 80s, 10 high 70s, something like that, risking about 20 pennies on this one, because this one looks like it's zigging and zagging for a possible $12 break now. Well, I mean, obviously it's going to have to get through 11.5 first, but definitely a seller here in the high single digits, 1109, 1108, keeping this one a little bit down, up 58% now. As I mentioned earlier, guys, I don't have too much data on Pony, sadly. Trade Idea has given me a float of 280 million. My platform doesn't have any data on float. I have no data on short float either on any platform, so won't be able to communicate that to you, but we shall see how this one ends up going. So I'm all out of my trades now, guys. I'm flat right now. We got out of that last little bit there on Wolf, but that, you know, it continues to go up after that, so I feel a little bit bad about that one. But now I'm looking at executing on PONY, and just, oh my goodness.
Is it still going?
Yeah, it's still going, bro. It's not giving up the ghost. So we'll see exactly how I execute on this, Joseph. What do you think?
All right, yeah, good look. I'm looking to get involved in some NVDA right here, guys. Potential double bottom on this underlying. Ooh. And we're getting a little bit of a bounce here in the market. So there we go. We're long some NVDA. I'll show you guys kind of what the game plan is. Risk profile is now defined. Once we crack that double bottom, we're slightly in the money now, guys. Only a couple pennies. We're going to wait for the crack of the high of this resistance zone and see if this market wants to get a bounce. But let's see what Adair is up to, guys.
I'll let you guys know here, we have a new infographic on X at TTV Research. This is our first earnings-related infographic of the week. We have a huge earnings week. In case you were not aware, we have 180 names in the S&P 500 set to report this week, so a little under 40% of the index. Two of those names are Starbucks and McDonald's. McDonald's reporting well earlier in the earnings season than it usually does. And because McDonald's and Starbucks are both in that consumer space, they're both in that coffee space, I thought, why not compare their annual revenue? Interestingly enough, 2017 is the most recent year that McDonald's has actually eked out a beat over Starbucks in annual revenue, just barely. Since then, Starbucks has taken over. So if you want to see what these two have been brewing up ahead of their reports, go on X at TTV Research. Check out this infographic. If you ever have any suggestions for any infographics you'd like to see, just tag me in the chat at Adara LePage. I answer, or I look occasionally at the chat, but either way, let us know what type of content you want to see, especially ahead of this huge earnings week. Back to you.
Very much for that, Adair, and I like the point that you're talking about earnings, because with that, Sharif, we get to talk about some big names, but then we also get to look at expected moves, all right, implied moves here in some of them. So I'm looking forward to that. Tomorrow morning, we got SoFi and PayPal and Spotify as well, to UPS and Coca-Cola. So that is an action-packed day with Royal Caribbean Cruises also added to that morning lineup. What do we have going on in the afternoon? I'm not too sure if this is, wow, what a dump here in the market. Visa, Starbucks, Snapchat, and bookings is a little bit more expensive on that front, but I'm looking for which day. I'm pretty sure it's Wednesday evening when my guy Hood starts to report, and I'm looking forward to that one. So yes, it is Wednesday evening. We got a star-studded lineup, Sharif. Meta, Microsoft, Hood, and Qualcomm all coming up after the bell. We're most definitely going to be bringing in those expected moves and what we expect the options market to tell us for these earnings reports, and I'm looking forward to that. We'll get into that momentarily. But what a dump this market took right here, heading back towards the low. Hopefully NVDA can hold up some of these levels. If not, we're going to get out of this trade.
All right, man. I'm all flat on my trades now, so I'm going to take this opportunity to do the news. Let's do this, baby. All right, so let's start off with some of the headlines. It's not exactly like the biggest headline day, but we're gonna do it to the best of our ability. So, a new rumored, much cheaper Katina Man Model Y. I don't know if you're, I know you're interested, obviously. So perhaps you can listen out to this one. So Ross Gerber, he's not related to the well, maybe he is, to the baby food there, but he slammed the rumors of a new Tesla Model Y, codenamed E80, on social media, calling it the Tesla Model C. He mocked the E80 as just 4 wheels and you sit on the battery, expressing skepticism over its innovation. He didn't say anything positive but the price. Let me make my point. There we go. Now you guys can see it. So the new Model Y E80 is reportedly a toned-down, more affordable version of the standard Model Y. This is where I kind of have my issues with this, Joseph. Expected price, $28,000 US. Yeah, I'm not buying that, bro. I'm not buying that at all. But that's what is being floated around. We'll have to wait and see what the actual company says. Key omissions, excuse me, from the car. It's going to be fabric seats only, so no leather or vegan leather, or whatever they're calling it these days, without ventilation. So you're not going to have, maybe you'll have heated, but you won't have ventilated seats. It's going to be a manual frunk, so you will have to, have some sort of physical ability to open it. It's also going to be a smaller battery pack, about 50, let me move that down so you guys can see it, about 50 to 55 kilowatts, and it's gonna have monotone ambient lighting. Look, man, if I'm looking for a discount car, none of this disappoints me at all. Gerber's broad criticism of Tesla. He's crapping on Tesla lately a lot, this Gerber guy. He's been accusing our friend Elon of not caring about Tesla, more focused on XAI and these newer kind of ventures that he's got. He compared Tesla's FSD performance to a 12-year-old driving. Separately, Chamath, I don't know if he's invested in Tesla or not. He is not usually one to really praise Elon. At least this has been my observation. On the All In podcast this weekend, he said the new FSD, like a month old with the recent update, he's like, he has to basically, or disengagement, or I think it's called disengagements, almost never. He's saying basically you're driving autonomous at 99.5% of the time. Whether you believe that or not, different story. So this Gerber guy, he criticized Tesla's poor Q1 figures, blaming the board of directors for negligence, calling for their removal. So this person, very critical of Tesla, but the reason I'm showing you all this is the new reported Model Y. Now let's talk about some of the Mag 7s. Joseph brought to our attention who's reporting when, and obviously it's a very, very big week in the market for earnings, so let's talk about that right now. So, key dates, April 30th, aka in 2 days, Microsoft and Meta. Then, the day after that, the craziness continues. Apple and Amazon, that's May 1st. Since the high that we put into the market on February 19th of this year, Microsoft down 4.5%, Apple down 15%, Amazon 17%, your friend Meta 22%, and the S&P 500 at large down 11%. And that's basically from April 26th, though, onwards, Meta and Apple are standout performers, with Amazon and Microsoft acting as laggards. That's very short. That's obviously from April 26th. But when you look at the longer, February 19th, Apple, Amazon, Meta, definitely a lot weaker than Microsoft and the overall market.
May I add there on Microsoft there, my friend, we are looking at approximately about a 7.6% expected move, so that can put us as a potential high of around 587 and a low of around 503.
Is that all-time high?
There on Meta. No, that's not all-time high. No. It's like 700 on Meta, isn't it, or something like that?
On Meta, sorry, I was thinking Microsoft. I don't know why I thought Microsoft there, my bad. All right, guys.
I'll pull up Microsoft as well, too, because you were just
like
touching on that one.
Something like
that. 4.6% there, Sharif, a high of 404.94, and then a low of about 369.36.
I like how it shows you that on the chart.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
It's a good tool.
What is that? Options? What? AI?
Yeah. Everything got AI in there. Okay, guys, I'm going to get out of this NVDA trade as we crack through that low, so that double bottom thesis is now invalid. Continue.
All right. So we'll continue on here. Now, here's what we're expecting for these Mag 7 earnings. So the Mag 7 are expected to grow about 19.6%, okay, on 10.9% average revenue growth versus that Q1 of 2024 we had last year. However, earnings growth forecasts for 2025 have dropped down to 9.9%, below that 15.7% we were expecting just 3 months ago. Obviously, a lot has changed, tariffs, since that time. Meta's estimates have been significantly reduced, while Microsoft, Apple, and Amazon estimates are stable. If you're wondering why Meta's have been significantly reduced, it is likely because... Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I didn't get that either.
Adara?
Yeah, I just wanted to provide some context on the Ross Gerber story. So Ross Gerber is a name that is not well liked, to put it lightly, in the Tesla Bull X community. If you were not aware, there is a whole Bull community on X dedicated to Tesla. They're very engaged, and a lot of them are Tesla shareholders. In fact, these shareholders were really credited with regards to the vote at the Tesla shareholder meeting last June. If you recall, that was considered a huge win for shareholders. It was all organized over X. So all this is to say, one thing that I think is really important to mention with regards to Ross Gerber, and I think one reason that a lot of these Tesla bulls have an issue with Ross Gerber, is the fact that he has criticized Tesla for at least a year and a half now, despite the fact that his firm has a $106 million Tesla position as of December 31st. So it is worth noting here, I guess that's the hypocrisy of it is what's viewed, to my understanding, as someone who's looked into this, as the issue here with Ross Gerber. But again, a little bit of context for those who are not familiar with Ross Gerber and his place in the Tesla world. Back to you.
Great reporting as always, Adair. Thank you for bringing that to our attention and giving us context there. Do appreciate it. I don't know, Adair, maybe he just wants the company to perform better. He's got so much money on the line. I can't understand why he hate on so much other than he wants better performance. So we'll have to see if this Gerber guy's got anything to stand on and what the situation is with this cheaper Model Y. We'll have to see if that's even a thing, guys, because sometimes, this is true. So Meta's expectations, earnings expectations have been significantly reduced downward, and there's a reason for that. We know that the de minimis principle or the de minimis exception for these imports coming into the United States under $880, that window is going to get shut awfully soon. So your Temus, your Shein's, they're obviously going to be affected by this. So will they be buying as many ads on your Googles, on your Metas as they had been in the past? Google already reaffirmed their guidance, but they did say that they were concerned about digital ads headwind. So this is why Meta has been significantly reduced down. We'll have to see if this is the thing or just speculation at this point. Let me know if you need to interrupt. Okay?
No, I'm just waiting for your next thing, and I'll pull up the expected move
Sounds good.
as
no,
we
it's
go
Bitcoin
along.
next. So
we're not going to get that. We're not going to get that. Yeah,
you were getting ready. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So by the end of this week, when all is said and done, 71.2% of S&P 500 listed companies will have reported. As Brendo mentioned in the morning, 180 companies have already reported with earnings. Believe it or not, average earnings up 18% year over year. Again, this is all pre-tariffs, pre-craziness, right? Revenue is up 4.2%. So earnings is EPS, revenue obviously is revenue, with about 70% EPS beat rate, which is below the 5-year average, though, guys, of about 78%. So that's something to note here. Only about 70% of companies beat their EPS. The 5-year average is about 80%, 79.1 to be exact. So something to keep in mind. It's not the end-all and be-all, but we definitely need to keep an eye out on that. Bitcoin regains positive territory, maybe not on the day, but it was certainly above 95,500 when we were here in the morning. It has erased that 18% decline and is now up about, when I wrote this anyway, about 1.5% year to date as of late April. Position between gold and the NASDAQ. And here's what's funny. It's not trading with the NASDAQ anymore. But it's obviously not nearly as high as where gold is relative to its all-time high. It's somewhere in between. And this is the correlation ratio that I want to show you guys. The 30-day correlation with gold, way closer than its correlation with the NASDAQ. 0.7 correlation with gold, only 0.53 with the NQ. So it's suggesting a weak ties or weakening ties with tech stocks. So we'll have to see if it ends up being this digital gold that we've been hearing about for so long. And as we know, Bitcoin pumped up about 10% last week. The best weekly gain, Joseph, it had is since the post-election cycle rally in November 2024, obviously. So we'll keep tabs on that. And now, Eli Lilly. Lilly catching a downgrade. Where's my friend Lilly at right now? Let's find out where Lilly's at. Terms of percentage up or down the day. Well, she's still down about 1.95%, 2%. So analyst at HSBC, Rajesh Kumar, warns that high multiple stocks like your friend Lilly are more vulnerable to today's macroeconomic climate. He's talking about the forward PE ratio of Lilly being around 40 compared to 20, give or take, for the S&P 500. So he's worried about these ones. So he did slash the price target from $1,150 down to $700 a share, which is implying a 21% downside from where we're actually trading right now from Friday's close at 884. Sorry, we're trading at 866. The closing print on Friday, 884, which would be a 21% loss off that close. We're already down, as I mentioned, 2%. His concerns are he's warning of investor hype around Eli Lilly's new oral GLP-1. He's saying it might be overdone. There's been a high discontinuation rate, apparently, for this in type 2 diabetes trials, which raises the question about patient compliance with these oral GLP-1 drugs. I don't think it's a canary in the coal mine. I think it might be an isolated incident. I still think we have a lot more untapped potential for these GLP-1s than just weight loss and diabetes. So we'll have to see how that all prepares. This one, though, I really want to focus on. Huawei prepares to challenge Nvidia with new AI chip. Look, I'll believe it when I see it, but we definitely need to be ready for the Chinese to respond with something. Like, we can't just assume that the Chinese are just going to be sit there idle and, try to, bring in illegal H100s and B200s and whatever, and, set up shell companies in Singapore. I don't think that that's the move going forward forever and ever more. They're going to make their own chips. So here's the deal. They've got two chips, Joseph. One's called the Ascend 910D, and one's called the 910C. Let's talk about them. So this is going to be its most powerful chip. It's supposed to be taking on, if you believe the reports, NVIDIA's H100. The first batch of the D, which is the stronger of the two, expected to arrive as early as late May, with mass shipments of the C also planned for next month, but earlier than the D, so we'll have to wait and see how they end up coming out. So there's the 910D and the 910C. Huawei obviously hopes that the 910D will outperform NVIDIA's H100. Just to tell you guys, full disclosure, nobody's tested these. And neither NVIDIA nor Huawei have responded for comment, so we don't know what the hell is going on. These are just kind of leaked reports. We all know why this is happening, because the US basically banned the H20, which was an NVIDIA China-created specific chip under the Biden administration. The Trump administration, obviously with their own ideas, came in and said no.
Do you think that this chip can be a legit competitor for Huawei outside of China?
I think that that's going to be their goal, Joseph.
But
they want to.
The Americans won't be buying the Huawei.
Certainly not.
And the Canadians won't be buying it either.
Those aren't the only people buying it.
That's
the thing,
that's
right?
fair. That's fair.
The thing. And by putting these tariffs, the argument goes, are we pushing some of our current trading partners into the hands of the Chinese? Right? And Joseph, you know what they're going to do, bro. Let's be real about it. They're going to copy the technology and they're going to sell it for cheaper.
Yeah,
okay?
they're going to sell it for cheaper.
That's the way it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we'll see how that ends up working. Domino's, guys, I don't want to harp on this too much because we rarely even say anything about DPZ, but it could be a canary in the coal mine. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying it could be. Comparable store sales are down year over year in the U.S. means people are eating out less, and we saw that with Chipotle. So that's a couple of what are they called? Fast food chains right now that are reporting year over year declines in sales, and that's not what you want to see. I mean, I don't know if this is going to be the canary in the coal mine, but that's Chipotle now and Domino's both coming out with light guides and light reports. Peloton. Who remembers this? I mean, can you believe I had a trade from $118 to $136
on Peloton
back in December fall of 2020? Yeah. Where is it trading now, bro?
Bro, it's like it is.
Oh, long time ago, Joseph. Are you kidding me, my boy? It's at $6.40 right now.
Yeah. So
Yusuf Sakili at Truist upgrading Peloton from hold to buy. This is a buy for you, Yusuf? All right. New price target of $11, which is a nice upside from where it's currently trading, $6.44 on the day. The balance sheet is cleaned up, he says. Operating expenses have been reduced. Free cash flow is better. He also likes the fact that they got new leadership that's focusing on revenue growth, especially for full year 2026. He also said subscriber revenue, which is about two-thirds of the total of the revenue, offers better profitability and margin stability. He also believes that Peloton trade now is mostly de-risked. So we'll have to see about that. Boeing, this was interesting. Where's Boeing on the day? We haven't said anything about that, and it caught a nice upgrade on the day. Is it down or up, or what the hell is it? Oh my God, it's not even updating on my side charts over here. Allow me a second, guys, just to figure out what the situation here is with my friend Boeing. Boeing, show yourself. We're up 1.91%. So this analyst, Douglas Hardened, Alf Bernstein, upgraded Boeing for market perform to outperform. New price target of $218, currently trading at $181 1/3. A nice 23% upside from Friday's close of around $178. Here's a reason for the upgrade, guys. Boeing is making needed progress post the Alaska door plug incident, which was over a year ago now. Wow. January 2024. He also says the FAA's high scrutiny has forced stronger processes, setting Boeing on a firmer path. Despite the risk, Boeing is positioned to emerge stronger, he says, and it's had historical momentum. Apparently, Boeing shares often take off sharply once a positive trend is established. And it looks like from the daily over here, let's have a look at the daily. Okay, we still have that 190 top there that we can't seem to shake. We'll have to see how that works. Hims and Hers got an upgrade, and the China waste tariff exemptions amid trade talks. That is the news for the day.
Nice, good reporting there, my friend. Yeah, I'm just talking to my guy Gaurav as normal here, and normal special. Always worried about the pie situation, but we got other things to worry about.
Hey,
so
the pie situation.
Yeah. He's always like, yeah, Joe, try it. I'm like, all right, well, maybe.
See those donuts back there?
I did. Did you dive?
I took half of one.
Oh,
I did. I had to taste. I had to take a quick taste, bro. Can I tell you?
Yeah.
One of the ways I think that I stay super disciplined is I weasel in a cheat every now and again.
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't crave. You know what I mean? You don't binge either.
Friday evening is when I look forward to
That's
just
it, eh?
yeah.
I'll weasel like one thing a day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'll take half
rightfully
a cookie.
so. I think so.
Right?
Rightfully
Yeah.
so. Yeah, and you try to give me the other half. Like, here, man, try. Yeah, I'm like, man, all right. You want me to go down that path with you? But yeah, you try to get in a cheat meal. Fridays is our night, and then we try to clean it up Saturday and Sundays. But yeah, guys, we're back in attempt number 2 here on NVDA. Let's see if we're climbing. I mean, we've already given back everything that we've gained from Friday's session. Down 4.1% here on the day. Again, risk profile is defined. So if we crack through that lows once again, that's enough, right? Like we're solid. We're positive on the day. We don't want to give too much of that back here in NVDA, especially if the stock doesn't want to cooperate. So we're not going to try to fight that. But let's see what Adair's up to, guys.
This part of the show is brought to you by ProfitX. In sports, playing flexibility is everything. At ProfitX, you can see the order book just like a financial exchange. Pick your spot and customize the odds to fit your risk. Why settle for a single offered price when you can set your own? Plus, our mobile interface makes it easy to play on the go. ProfitX, where you call the shots anytime, anywhere. Traders can use code TraderTV to get our sign-up offer of 2% cash back up to $300. Back to you.
I haven't really done anything, yeah. Fair.
Okay, so yeah, that's the game plan. Yeah, sorry, my grandma's taking care of the old pup today because he's on his own. Yeah, he's on his own officially now.
No way.
Yeah, she just lives across like a train station over. So.
Nice, that's perfect, bro.
And give her something to do, right? You want to keep the gram flags moving and everything, keep her busy, right? So she's good with that.
The
stuff.
grand flag. Oh, Katina, man, dropping bombs. Yeah, you got to take a little bit of this now.
Oh, yeah, right. There's no way. That is crazy.
The Katina Bear is like she wants a human, not a dog, like a grandchild.
But no, she can take care of that.
You're a great-grandchild,
It'd be a great, exactly. It'd be a great-grandmother. But yeah, so here we go, guys. Let's see if we can get this bounce here in NVIDIA. I mentioned how much we're down and how much we gave back from Friday's session, which is totally unfortunate. I told you I'm long this name 107, and I'm going to look to add into the position most definitely. We were nicely in the money, but I'm not looking to take any profits like that. 120, 125 is where we're going to aim for in the specific swing trade unless we crack the lows. If we go south of 90, Sharif, I'm going to get out of that trade and we'll take a loss on that, but nothing to worry about. We're sticking to the game plan and we're going to be prepared to add significant amounts of contracts to the position and even a little bit of more shares, all right? I'm shares right now, waiting for the trade to set up for a potential longer term swing, week or two, whatever it may be, and then that's when we're going to start to add some contracts. But today, a really, really weak stock, and it's unfortunate that we've already gave back what we've gained from Friday.
Jimmy Donnelly, I think there's something here with Lucid. Let's have a look, brother, because it's a car company that I keep my eye on, just because I like the Lucid Gravity. So you kind of want to see, is there mass participation in this? Great reviews online from some of the YouTube reviewers about the Gravity. But look, the price action isn't really helping that. I don't know what you're seeing, Jimmy. This is the daily on LCID, and I want to show the daily, including the COVID pump when it got into that $60 area. I don't want that to be the standard. Obviously, that's not the standard. That's the double top there that we got into January 2021. We got to about $65. We had another rally in November of 2021. That's where he used the word not transitory, or he said the phrase, excuse me, not transitory. and it went all the way down. That was when he testified. I'm talking about Jerome Powell, that is, in front of Congress, and the market. We know what the market did in 2022, and it didn't look back. So Lucid hasn't been able to recover like many of these other names have. Let's look at the more local trend. You're still putting in lower lows and lower highs. So if you're taking, the July, last year, July, obviously, area high into 440, we haven't even been above 4. And then when you're looking at these area highs, December and January, December of last year and January of this year, we're talking about 350, 360. And then, since this big dump over here on the 26th, I believe, of February, we've been kind of locked in a range, Jimmy. I feel like 260 to the high side at best. Maybe we'll see 265, if that. Mostly, though, we bounce off that 2 1/3, 2 1/4. So it's been a bit of a range. I don't know. I need to see a bit more. We're also below both 200 moving averages. The purple one is going to be the simple moving average, and the blue one is going to be the exponential. And I keep them on there because for my investing purposes, I like to look at the simple. For my swing trades, I like the exponential. So I just keep them both on there. Purple, simple, blue, exponential. And we're below both of them. They're both either at 290 or 2 mid-80s. So I don't know what you're seeing, Jimmy, but yeah, not for me on the day. Let's look at the 5. Now, we got a big boy move up. Not sure what this is. Likely a market on open order for some shareage, but it ends up getting sold off, and we're right back into that 250 area, which was Friday's closing print. So I'm a big fan of the cars. I really am. I think they're amazingly built, well engineered, no costs are cut. But like Brendo was telling me the other day, it's like being in a saloon, man. The Lucid Air, it feels like those, like the Grand Marquis or the Caprice Classic from the 1980s. Who remembers that? Or like the Lincoln Town Car. They're just exponentially big. And you kind of feel like you're swimming in it. So it's not for everybody. Even the Gravity, the SUV that they have. It's a 3-row SUV. It's got an ass. It looks like it's just huge. It's ridiculous, the back of that car. So I don't know. I don't think it's everybody's cup of tea, but I think they're amazing cars. The chart, though, it doesn't work for me, guys. We got to see something here other than hope and a prayer, and I'm not seeing anything. Stevenson, I got on Lucid because they got downgraded to $1, waiting until then to join. Fair, bro. And you know what? There is this school of thought that, if there's big money supporting a name, like we know Lucid is being supported by the Saudis, the Saudi Public Investment Fund, they're probably going to do all they can to keep that bad boy above $1, right? Because they want to stay in compliance. They don't want to get that letter from the NASDAQ. In the same way that I'll submit to you, Polestar is being kept up artificially. Polestar has been at $1, I don't know since how long. I've been holding this piece of crap since 87 pennies for, I don't know, Joseph, going maybe 8 months. It's always above $1. You think that just happens by accident? No, bro. Somebody's keeping that bad boy up to maintain compliance. So your trade at $1, Stevenson, could be a fantastic idea, especially since we know there's money supporting it. DEFCON, hell yeah, G. Crown Vic, yes, man. The Crown Vic and the Grand Marquis, I think, were the same thing, right? The Crown Vic was the Ford, and the Grand Marquis was the Mercury side, and they always had like the same thing, like the Topaz and the Tempo.
My grandpa had one of those.
Which one?
The Mercury.
The Mercury, the Grand Marquis. So was my old man, bro. He had an '85 Grand Marquis, bro. I mean, I love that car. It was a boat, Joseph.
Yeah, that was good stuff.
The '80s car.
Remember the Sunfire too, man? That was a good car. Yeah, the Sunfire.
Remember when they redesigned that? Like you were probably 2 years old at the time because they redesigned it in '94. Did they? But like it ended up being like that curvy style. You know what I mean?
I think.
Good times. Good times, dude. Let's see what else people are saying here, Joseph. Pathek, a banana boat. Yeah, I don't know if it's a banana boat, but it's big. It's big. I see your point there. Cadillac Fleetwood, says Mike Jones. Oh, yeah, that's another one, too. Bobby Oxalis, excuse me. Hi, Sharif and Joseph. I chose BTC IBIT. I'm assuming that's what you voted for, my man. Shout out to you. We're likely going to cover that anyway because BTC had a big boy week last week, about 10% in the green, so why not have a look at that? Joaquin Gonzalez is long Wolf. Let's have a look. A trade that I took multiple times today. Positive on this one. Where is it at? Show yourself, Wolf. There it is. We took it off multiple times, Joaquin. What was his name again? Whatever. Off the volume weighted average price. But this is ranging. It looks like it's a bull flag, ready to break out above that 415. But as I mentioned, 415 is the level. It was the level here. The closing prints could not print above 415. We rejected it here. And then over here, right at 1 o'clock. We rejected on the penny. So I got the hell out of there at 410s. Multiple trades on it. 2 for 3 on this one today. I ended up getting stopped out here, full disclosure. I added here, got stopped out, then we got back in, and then we went the beak to the top side. So we'll see if we can, if this sets up again. Fantastic. If it doesn't, it doesn't. DYL, how's DJT looking? Say less, my man. You don't have to convince me to look at my friend Donald. Let's bring in DJT. Get it, Daryl. Get it, Donald, she said. Joker. Yeah, down and to the right it goes today. There he is. Uh-oh. Okay. So DJT, baby, 26.50 high a day. That was as good as we were going to do on the day, baby, because now we're down at 25.30. I don't know how you feel about Dial, but, you know, shorting the pop seems to be the money fills today on your friend Donald. It's either rejecting their 10 or the 20. It hasn't been able to get above the 20. So line in the sand, maybe. Short 25.50. I don't know how you feel about that. Let me know. Havana. I loved my Lincoln Mark 8. Oh, wow, dude. Memories. That was a 2-door, right? The Mark 8 was a 2-door? The Mark 5, excuse me. V is 5, right?
Well, I'm trying to think of...
Hold on, let's pull it up.
Pontiac.
Joseph.
Yeah, there's a Pontiac that my grandparents used to have, too. I'm trying. It was a 2-door that I'm trying to think of what it was.
5. Oh, yeah, there is a Mark 8, but there's also the Mark 5. I was thinking about the Mark 8. Because that one was the 2-door. This is the 2-door. So I think the Mark 8 was just the newer version of this one. Wow, man. Holy. You know what this car reminds me of?
What's that?
The movie Casino.
Because
what's his name? Robert De Niro was driving around, I think, in this. Maybe I'm not 100% sure. The Mark 8 is this one. So this is a bit newer. Let's go to that one. So this was the kind of the same thing. You can tell it's a 2-door, but they probably just changed the name. I used to love these cars.
The Grand Prix. That's what we had. 2-door Grand Prix.
Oh, that was sick too, bro. The Grand Prix was like the better Grand Am. It was like the fast one, right? That was a sports tune one.
The Grand
Prix
it was nice,
sick,
man. It was sick. A 2-door too.
Remember when American cars used to be good? Feels like a long time ago.
Damn.
I'm gonna call a spade, bro. There's a reason why GM and Ford are trading at 2 and 3 PE.
Wait, you don't like the Scat Pack these days?
That's not my thing.
No, it's not your thing.
No, it's not my thing. I like supercharged because my car's supercharged.
Would it be a 25-year-old streets thing, though? If you want
25?
Yeah, 25-year-old streets.
Right now, if I was 25 right now?
25, would you go Scat Pack, Hellcat?
That's a great question, bro. Can I tell you, it's kind of hard to answer because when I was 25, it was like the high revving engines that got all the love. Now it's not about that. No, it's about like naturally aspirated or supercharged or turbocharged. I don't know, bro. I need some time to think about that. I don't have an answer super quick to that.
All right.
Yeah, man, those are good times.
I love how it's a lot more common in America, but I love how you have like kind of the car gangs where it's like Trailhawk, Scat Pack, Hellcat, and all that stuff, and everybody kind of rides around in those. I love that personally.
There's a whole culture in the States around that, isn't there?
Yeah, it's massive.
We're getting trolled here, or at least I am. Healing pain naturally, Sharif. And Canadian cars? We don't have any cars. We build a lot of American cars here, but we don't have any Canadian cars. No, that is not us.
Hey, there's an idea. Maybe we'll fire up an old Canadian car there.
Do we have? Are there Canadian cars?
I don't think so, but maybe we'll start one, right?
I don't know if any Canadian cars. Again, I think we make a lot of American cars, obviously, and that's why this whole thing with the trade, the tariffs is obviously causing a whole lot of beef. Zeke, Sharif, I'm short on SMCI. How do you think it plays out? Let's have a look, brother. Let's bring in the side chart and have our friend Smickey.
MH says Ski-Doo is the
What do you say?
MH says Ski-Doo is the classic Canadian car.
Ski-Doo?
Yeah.
Love it.
That's a good one, yeah.
Okay, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
We don't live in igloos, guys. Like, there is almost 7 million people that live in the Greater Toronto area. We live in a pretty advanced world over here. Your ideas of how Canada looks are grossly inaccurate, but I love you guys anyway.
Yeah.
What is that, Adara? They're entertaining. Yes. I'm not going to get offended by it.
I will say one thing. Our credit card system is slightly more efficient than what we got going on.
I love how you hold up to that. And the e-transfer. Tell them again about the e-transfer, Joe.
Man, what is Zelle? What is PayPal? What is Venmo? We got one e-transfer. That's it. And that's it. We just tap it one time the card. We don't have to sign the check or anything like that. But best believe the company or the store is going to ask for a 20% tip on absolutely nothing. Why? We don't know.
I like to tip at when I'm picking up my own food. I think that's the best time to tip.
You think?
It makes the most sense. They put in a lot of work, right?
Right, to get it to
you know
us
what I mean?
right there. Exactly.
Bro, why am I tipping if I'm picking up? Somebody help me, bro. I'm not a charity.
No, exactly. If you're making my burrito, unfortunately, you are not getting extra change. I was doing it for a while, but if you deliver me my burrito, that's a whole different story. My grandpa was a 10% guy. I'm more along the lines of 15 to 20%.
I do 15.
15 to 20%. I don't need to add another 20% on top of my cost. We tip, but it is all depending on.
I like this comment, Joe. I'll look at SMCA in a second, I promise. But let me have a look at this. Old Dog 67. I love your name, by the way, Old Dog 67. Great comment. Canadian-only models were produced, like the Meteor, the Acadian, the Beaumont, the Pontiac Laurentian, as mentioned in Motor Trend article. Thank you.
Let's go.
I hope you didn't just copy and paste that, but even if you did, I still like you anyway. Shout out to Old Dog 67. SMCI. Let's have a look at that if we can, guys. SMCI is marginally down the day, only about 0.8, so 0.4% down the day. For whatever reason, guys, it's been having this area support of 36 between 35.5 to 36. Very flat day today for SMCI, given its its DNA of being awfully volatile, but it's got a good trend under its belt. And I'll submit to you, it had a hell of an April. We got to go to Adara.
It's pretty funny, all this car talk comes, and then I see some guidance coming through for Porsche. They're seeing fiscal 2025 here, auto EBITDA margin 16.5% to 18.5% lower than their previous guidance. They also are seeing their operating ROS 6.5% to 8.5% below previous estimates. So Porsche lowering some of its EBITDA and operating margin guidance here, it looks like, for the fiscal year. We also have the White House coming out here saying that their talks with the UK for trade are, quote, moving in a very positive way. Last week we said we heard the UK basically saying they're in no rush or feel no need to really rush themselves into a deal with the US on trade, but regardless, White House saying that these talks are apparently going well. Also, Spotify. So many headlines here from this company ahead of their earnings. We know on Friday there are some reports that they were jacking up subscription prices in some non-American regions. As you can see here, we get a little pop to the upside there on Friday. Not much of a move today, but worth noting, CNBC reporting that the company apparently announced that it's paid over $100 million to podcasts in Q1. So again, Spotify reports tomorrow morning. They've certainly hyped us up for that report with a couple different headlines back to back. But before we send you back to the Bash Brothers, we have to thank our friends at eSignal. New traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform is everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with back testing, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips. All in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Thank you to our friends at eSignal, and back to the Bash Brothers.
Appreciate that, Adara. Thank you for keeping us apprised of that.
Yeah, if you don't want to go test out eSignal after that, then
every day I'm using it, bro.
Speaking of Spotify, Sharif.
Go ahead. I had something to say on that,
Looking at a 10.6% expected move here, guys, we can put us a high of 664 and the low of 537 here in Spotify. Looking forward to this one as well.
Do you have Spotify?
I don't. I have
Apple Music? Okay, yeah. I was going to tell you they have.
Everybody's telling me I should move over to Spotify.
Why?
But because, well, one...
What do you get extra?
Well, the playlist feature, I think, is pretty cool on Spotify. You don't necessarily get that. I don't think it's the same.
What do you mean playlist feature?
Like, if you play, you can go have selected playlists.
Okay.
It's like, so certain genres, you can go and, and check
Does
that
it
out.
have, like, the smart suggestions?
Maybe, I think so, something along the... So there you go, yeah. But
Fabian says it does.
What's better, Ramin? You think so? Wow. Okay.
So what I wanted to tell you about
Yeah.
was this new DJ feature.
Oh, wow.
So it's like an AI like DJ. So it gives you like mood. So if you're based on like your music preferences, it'll just give you an idea of what you like together, not the songs that you like in general, and then mixes them up. It's like, all right, well now we're gonna go back to the 2000s, and you're gonna listen to some hip hop from the 2000s, or we're gonna go to 2010s and hear some EDM. You know what I mean?
Oh,
yeah. So I do like that.
Crazy.
Yeah, EDM. Remember the Digital Dreams?
Yeah, Digital
Veld?
Dreams. Wow, Electric Island.
Electric Island. That was always the more sketch of the three. And I saw some stuff there. I'll say that. But,
It's
Havana Woody. I can totally see Sharif in a big old boat. You could have a baseball game on the hood of it and 7 bodies in the trunk. Those were the days. My old man had those, man. My old man loved those boat type cars. Like I mentioned, the Grand Marquis, but that was not the only one he had. He had some big cars as well. He just likes those kind of cars, man. He doesn't drive as much anymore, so he's got a smaller car now with the vision and he's almost 80, man. I can't believe my old man's almost 80, dude. He's turning 79 October this year, and then next year.
October what?
October 6th.
Ooh,
I told
you. Let's go.
Yeah. You guys are a lot alike, bro, man. You
yeah.
guys are excellent at not answering the question. Excellent.
Yeah, I'm great. I feel like I'm great at answering.
Oh my God. If I asked him something
I feel like I'm straightforward, no?
you're a lot better than him.
All right.
But you got your tendencies there every now and again. But yeah, so shout out to all the early Libras out there, baby. All right, what else we got here, Joseph? Low key, YouTube Music is a better deal, says
Absolutely.
CPDP.
Oh, yeah.
You're not the first person to say that, man. Brendo was scolding me. He's like, you got YouTube Premium? Why the hell are you paying for Spotify? I don't have a good answer.
No,
other than the fact that I just don't want to transfer my playlist.
I think that's such a valid point too, because you can cache pretty much like save all of the videos. I'm pretty sure on YouTube Music as well too. So if you're looking for any track, and that's what I like. A lot of my music, DJ 2AM, my guy, shout out to you out there. A lot of my music isn't on Apple Music, so I have to go with the mainstream because I like to listen to some of this underground stuff. For all my people out in California, there's a group called Abby Dijon. For those who are familiar with them, just like great beats, and like honestly I love that type of music, and it's hard to find on
That's
Apple,
cool.
so.
I didn't know that that was still the problem, because I remember back in the day, like there would be certain songs that weren't on certain platforms, and you would only get like the bootleg version of them, like someone else would be singing it.
And like,
you know what I mean?
For some reason, like some of my R&B artists here in Toronto, like a guy named Notify, it's like it's like his music isn't accepted in this region, but it's like it's R&B. There's no profanity or anything on those lines.
And when is profanity not allowed in music?
Right, exactly. Like, so I don't know what's up with that. Can you still do remember when you used to like download the thing on MP3 and then transfer it to your MP3? Can you still do that?
That's what Adara does, bro.
Can you still do that on Apple Music?
That's what Adara does. She buys songs individually, and then she puts them on her phone.
No, but you don't have to. Remember, it had the MP3 converter? You know what I mean? So you would like literally copy and paste the title from YouTube.
Yeah, it feels like that was a long time ago, Joseph. We passed that point now, bro.
We can't do that? Like, that was the most efficient way. And you would title your songs on your own.
Those were good times.
Yeah.
I used to have anyway, we'll go on. City Boy 305. You get audiobooks that you have time to pay. What? You get audiobooks that you have time for in Apple. That you have to pay for in Apple. Yes, you're absolutely right.
Spotify,
With Premium, I do get audiobooks. Right now, I'm listening, as I told you guys, the 2 books I'm listening to right now are, the one is called The Lean Startup by, what's his name, Eric Ries. And the other one, I don't want to share. But yeah, the Lean Startup obviously is because, we've got that business opening up. So I just wanted to get some ideas. Great book, Joseph, for anybody looking at actually starting up a business. Teaches you like an entirely different way of looking at how to do business, bro. Yeah, keeping costs super low, having the market proof to you what's needed, what's not. If anybody's read this, you guys know what the minimum viable product is. Fantastic book. I would recommend it for anybody really that's looking at starting their own business. And even if like it's out of your kitchen, out of your garage, I think that's really what it's there for. So that's the situation. Yeah, Brian Vickers, if you got Premium, you get audiobooks. I think you're limited to 5 or 7 a month or something like that, but I don't know if you're that much of a reader, you're gonna read all that, or listen to all that. CB, I have 300 gigabytes of music data on my hard drive. Yeah, something like that. I'm around there with you. Let's talk some markets right now, Joseph. How we doing Let's have a look at the NQ and see what the situation is. Let's bring in the side charts. We've said almost nothing today, today about the Mag 7. So let's bring those in and see what the situation is. Okay, lots of weakness, everything down and to the right. This is the first time I'm actually loading up the Mag 7 on the day, and I didn't even see that we were about 300 points off the high of the day on the NQ today, 19,623.
Yes,
We're currently trading down into 318, so over 300 points off the top at the moment. Who's recovering the best? Who's trading the best? I'll submit to you, it's Apple. Apple's at that $209 area. It's almost green on the day. It's only down 0.11. It's the only one of the 7 that's actually retraced into VWAP. You don't see any of the other ones even close. Microsoft, second best here in my humble submission. In its VWAP retracement attempt, 38.5. It's currently trading at, or 38 1/3. VWAP around 389. So about 50, 60 pennies off that. Apple just touched the volume weighted average price at 209, but you're getting like the likes of Amazon well below that VWAP at 185.80. It's trading, or VWAP's at 187.50, so about $2 below that. So we'll see exactly what we get there. I'm not interested in trading any of these. Tesla, the bamboozler in chief, man. This one had a great catalyst today about the cheaper Model Y, 28,000, this and that. Gapped up aggressively in the pre-market. I was watching Squawk Box in the morning, and Tesla was markedly green. We double topped, though, it looks like at 293. Then all hell broke loose to the downside. We dropped $20, guys, from the opening print. More than $20, man. We had a 294, essentially a 295 high. Let's say it's 295, and we have a low of around 272.50. So big down move today for Tesla, but it's been a good, like, I don't want to say week or so for Tesla. Let's have a look at the 15, see where it all started moving up. The worst day, I think, for Tesla was when we bottomed out there at around 222 back on April 21st. Since that low on April 21st, of the high we made this morning, Tesla was up 32% from the 21st to the 28th. We've obviously given some back now, dropping down below 280 on TSLA. Apple now is almost positive on the day. It's essentially flat above the volume weighted average price. So my inclination is Apple has been the strongest Mag 7 name on the day. Doesn't mean it's going to stay that way. It's not a glowing endorsement for it as an investment or anything like that. I'm just talking about intraday price action. So the market selling off over 300 points. Tesla dropping over $20 from high to low. Yeah, bro, 294.86 high day, Katina, man. 272 low of day. So quick as you freaking like, man, from highs to lows. yeah. Right? We gotta keep it PG for YouTube, baby. But yeah, Tesla, a lot of weakness today. RGLS, one that we were waxing poetic about many times today, did hold over here the volume weighted average price at around 3 1/3, and here we go knocking the door of 350 again. But that door has been shut multiple times in our face on RGLS, only able to wick above 350 and then move right back down. AGMH. Okay, so this is that penny stock that I refuse to trade because it's trading at like 12 pennies, and I just hate these ones. But there it is, man. Holds VWAP like a dang glove at 10 pennies. You didn't need to risk much with this one to print up multiple storms. Now it's up over 2.5 pennies, and we're talking about a 10-penny name. So when we say 2.5 pennies, you get it. That's a big move. We're still off the high of the day, though. 1341 HOD. We're at 12 2/3 right now. Good move, though, for AGMH, up 158% on the day. But I'm not going to trade this one because I hate trading these sub $1 names. So that's what I'm looking at right now, Joseph. That's the current state of the market. Well off the highs.
Yeah, but good stuff there. I know my guy Gore of BP and a lot of Los Pollos is in this as well, I believe. So good look here on NVDA. It took us a couple attempts to get the ball rolling on this one, but here we go. Starting to gain back what we just lost on them. We've already recovered that, and are now slightly positive on the name, positive on the day as well too, which is always a good thing. A good start to the week. But here we go. I wish I added. I just stepped out and went to the washroom, but this is where I would have added at the crack of this level here, and then you can just double up the size as you continue to move to the top side there. I mean, we were down 4.1% on the day. day. So yeah, again, nice grabbing of the bottoms here on NVDA. Hopefully this move can be sustained. I've seen the momentum really start to pick up in Palantir as we push through the volume weighted average price as well too. So you can see that there. Hopefully we don't print an inverted hammer or anything along those lines, but you can see on the 5-minute time frame, the volume by time profile, we're really starting to pick up here. So again, we're around that 2 o'clock hour. So that is totally normal what we are seeing on that front. But let's go NVDA, down 4%. I can't believe it. I thought I was looking forward for the continuation in strength. But again, I mentioned that we're not on the backside of this daily channel, all right? I think once we sit on the backside of that channel, then we can get a sustained bounce. I'm not saying we're going to push the all-time highs or anything along those lines. I'll be frank, I don't know how other people feel in chat or how Katina Man, Neil, and Shree feel, but I don't think this market puts in a new all-time high this year. I'm saying that. I mean, this year, I don't think we see that, especially with this tariff news. I could be so wrong. If the negotiations with China go significantly better, then most definitely it can lead us on that trajectory. But oh, what's up, Faye? Going on? Yeah, there's Fabian, the Chilean Nightmare, doing some work. It looks awfully brighter over there. Is it just me or? Oh, no, I got your back. Don't worry, I got your back, Fabian. Don't worry about that. Oh, high five. It's all brotherly love out here. I might have to borrow those flippers off of Katina Man and get into some swimming. I can swim, but the cardio on that is most definitely tough for all my pure natural swim. I don't have an ACL or an MCL. You don't? No. Oh yeah, same. I told you I got I retore my meniscus and everything along those lines playing hockey. So yeah, that's not a good look on that front, especially if boys really missing hockey, being on the sidelines and stuff like that. But my run game has been really strong. See, the thing is though, with the meniscus, it's more your east to west movement, right? So my agility isn't as good as it is, but I can still go north to south. So yeah, we've been on the trails pretty much every day throughout the week. So we put in another 10+K day yesterday, which was really nice. Nice day out there, and I love it. Honestly, the thing is though, traveling to Dallas and traveling to some other cities, I love them. But Toronto is actually a really, really beautiful city, if you ask me. And if you have the opportunity to go down on Lakeshore and just go from kind of east to west on that Lakeshore, it is one of a kind, I think. I don't know too many other places that I've personally been. I know Cancun has something like that, but even so, it's right beside a highway, and I don't think it's as, that skyline in Toronto is one definitely it's a spectacle. But here we go, continuing to climb here in NVDA. Let's crack through this 106.90s, guys, and tap into that 107. That's where we're gonna look to continue to take some off here. Los Polios both printing on longs. Nvidia, let's go. Congratulations on that front there. Los Polios, I know Gorev, you're still in this one as well too. So yeah, let's just let this grind a little bit. I don't know if we're gonna get all the way to the volume weighted average price. We're gonna need that momentum and that volume to step in. Otherwise, it's gonna be a slower grind. And when we pull back, best believe that sellers are gonna be a little bit more aggressive and kind of fake more people out and then grind higher and higher and higher and higher. DEFCON 1, Chicago, City on the Lake, similar vibes. Yes, I heard it's very similar. I've yet to travel to Chicago.
Very similar, bro.
Is it very similar? Yeah. So I'm looking forward to going to there one day. We'll take a little bit more here off on NVDA. What do you mean I got a hailing pain? I travel enough times a year, 2 or 3 times a year, bro. Unfortunately, I can't be all around the world. I've yet to cross the pond, which is unfortunate. But again, I go to Mexico. I haven't been to South America, so Mexico, and I go to a lot of the Caribbean islands. So I can't say that I don't travel a lot. Do I need to get out more? Probably a little bit, but I'm thankful for definitely. Yeah, I'm most definitely thankful for where I've traveled and the people I've met along the way.
Joseph, I don't know how you're feeling about this right now, but some of these Mag 7 names are starting to change their tune here. And the Future is above 19,300. Apple's now positive on the day. And some of these ones are working back. Is this a short the pop type situation? Meta's almost positive on the day, down 0.12. Apple's up 0.1. So we're seeing some variances here in some of the looks on the Mag 7. I don't know how you guys feel. Are we shorting some of these pops or what? So let me know what you guys are thinking over here. Personally, I won't be trading any of these Mag 7 names, but yeah, let me know what the situation is. There's a lot of good small caps now that are starting to break out a little bit. Yeah, I'm starting to think Pony might be a long again here. It's held 10 beautifully, and if we weren't talking about nonsense and having a good time midday, I definitely would have belonged this one at $10. Beautiful look here on PONY. Doesn't even come back down to VWAP. It's so strong, it holds 10, at least for the moment, that is. Your Rolex is blinding me there, brother. So I'm just... Obviously, the glass is of good quality on that. It should be. It's a Rolex. So PONY right now, zigging and zagging at 10.5, but it did find all sorts of support at 10. Likewise with RGLS, this one did come back into VWAP, and now it's at that $0.50 area. Get it, Adara. So we'll see if this one can break above that $0.50. I was about to say Fifi, but it's no longer Fifi, man. It's a fair FFAI at the high day. Right, Obe? It would have been so much better if we could do that. Now we can't. She always used to do that. So FFAI, guys, up and to the right. It's at the high of the day. We were involved in this one multiple times. 138, the high. It's continuing to go up, up, and up, and up. This did change its ticker. It used to be FFIE. It's now FFAI. I'm sure you guys can get why, because they want to take advantage of the AI tailwind. 2 years too late, Faraday. Wolf continues to range a little bit at $4, maybe a smidge below, and then right back above into $4.15. But $4.15, not the time, but the price level, has been that level that we can't shake on a closing basis. Sure, we've wicked up above it, all the way up to 22s. No closing prints, though, boys and girls, south or north, I should say, of that $4.15. Do we get one now? And if we do, is it continued? Does it continue, or is it just a bull trap? So Wolf, WOLF, and Focus. I already talked about AGMH. Bovin, not you, Bovin. I like you, Bovin, but your ticker over here, BHVN, is doing bupkis. Likewise is Sabre, well below the volume-weighted average price. So I'll submit to you guys, it is Pony, RGLS, FFAI, and WOLF, and AGMH that are going to be decent trades into the afternoon, because they're all holding up above key technical levels. The other ones are not. They're all breaking down. So keep your eye out on that. Definitely interested in keeping an eye on Pony, that is, for sure. Joseph Schmo. Wolf is still under the boot of a class action lawsuit. I guess those are good news these days. Yeah, I don't know if they're good news, but maybe not as bad as the market has anticipated. And we know what happens when news isn't as bad. Things tend to rally a little bit, so keep an eye out on that. Marcos Morales, market looks strong now. I bet it breaks. That's what I was asking you guys. I want to get your feedback on whether or not you felt this market was starting to change its tune, but we're still not above these key levels, at least that way on the future, right? You know what I mean? In this area over here on the future at around 1245 and 1250. We kind of rejected that same area we're at right now. So I need to see more, man. I need to see higher highs and higher lows, and certainly something back into VWAP here to kind of look interesting. So we'll keep an eye out there. XBI, says Jameson. Good look, question mark. Let's find out, my man. We're going to load it up here in a second on the screen. OMEX is not for me. I heard somebody yelling. Havana Woody was telling me about OMEX. It was just not for me. XBI, let's have a look at XBI. No, brother. I mean, like, what am I looking at here? This one sold off quite aggressively. So it looks like we closed out at 8 and maybe 8 1/4, and we popped up all the way 82.10, dropped back down to barely break even on the day, down to 80 2/3, a little bit below that. So it's below VWAP. This one not for me. XBI. So not sure what's going on with that one. DDT. That guy again. Sharif, don't feel bad. I'm American and have never owned an American car. Really? That's okay. Well, I can get behind that. I mean, you guys just have your pick of the lot. Everybody wants access to the American market, so you're going to get every car and then some. Except, you know what I notice is very absent from North American markets? French cars. You don't have the Peugeot. You don't have the, what else? There's a Peugeot. There's a Renault. There's a couple of other ones. Vauxhall. We have Fiat, but we don't have the full Fiat lineup. I know Fiat's Italian.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of European cars, not in North America.
I mean, Alfa Romeo kind of just started to get more popular a couple years ago.
Stellantis
right?
brought them in because Stellantis owns them, right? So they weaseled them in with their
Isn't
price.
the Mini Cooper Stellantis' best-selling car, isn't it?
No, Mini Cooper, I think, is BMW, if I'm not mistaken.
I thought it was. Is it?
It's BMW.
Is it? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Bovin, OMEX is climbing up. I just literally looked at that, Bovin. Hold on, let's have a look at OMEX. Yeah, but you know what I feel about these, Bovin? It's got to get above that volume-weighted average price. That's double sevens right now, my man. In addition to that, Bovin, so that you have VWAP as an obvious area of resistance here on OMEX, and then look at all this initial bull flag, the top end of the range. That's basically conflating with that $1.77. I'll explain why I'm doing that later. That $1.77 prior. So I don't know, Bovin. It's going to have to get above VWAP for me to get interesting. Otherwise, I want nothing to do with it. A Jarhead trader, Sharif, Joseph, Tesla's ripping while the future's ripping. And that's why I was asking you guys, is the market changing its tune? The entire market's curling right now, man.
Absolutely ripping.
Palantir?
Palantir is ripping.
The Katina man is going to be very happy with that.
Look at this one. Back all the way up to 112.85. Look at the momentum in this name. And if I pull up my notes, I was just saying, it's the most simplistic stuff, and I like what Obi was referring to earlier. It's just like, you can make this game as complicated as you want, or you can make it as simplistic as you want, and I'm a simple guy, and that's what I refer to, just leaving it at that. So Palantir's stock has been really strong, period. That's it. Like, what else are you gonna argue about this, right? Like, this name, considering to some of these other tech stocks, I mean, at one point we had a 47% haircut, and now we're looking at a just under 10% here. Like, what an absolute rally back here in PLTR. So look for the strength. Look for names that are going to continuously be strong. And I think for me, that's the likes of Hood and Palantir, Sharif.
All right, Joseph.
I know it's 2 o'clock already.
There it is.
Mondays fly by, man. Mondays really fly by. Guys, I hope everyone had a good Monday. Don't start your week off bad and just kind of revenge trade. There's going to be plenty of opportunities throughout the week. It is going to be a monstrous week on earnings, and I'm most definitely looking forward to it.
All right, guys, same bot time, same bot channel. I'll see everybody at the green screen.
Dang. What's up, everybody?
How's it going?
Neil with me here. This is on the bottom.
He's at the bottom. Riz.
Obi with me.
How you guys
good?
doing?
How was your lunch? We had that turkey. How was it?
Yeah, not too bad.
Mixed it with a little bit of that salad over there.
Yeah, I was just eating some of I think I finished it. It was okay. It was started making me feel a little tired, but you know, turkey turkey will do that too.
I thought someone debunked that. What is it, tryptophan or something like that? You have to have a whole bunch of it for it to actually make you tired.
Yeah.
You just grabbed a coffee though, so.
I did grab a coffee, so I should be fine. Yeah, lunch was okay. Lunch was all right. Didn't really do much. I was looking for trades. Didn't really see too much. Played a couple games of Age of Empire with the boys. You know, not too bad. While watching the market, it's been helping. Honestly, it's been helping me not overtrade, to be honest. Because I'm focused on the game, and I have all my charts open, and I'm like, something really needs to call out to pull me away from playing Age of Empires, to be like, oh, that's a trade. I know that's playbook, and it's a no-brainer to take it. So I just throw in the position, put in the stop, get back to focusing, and then kind of not really paying too much attention to the tape.
Just taking some do that. If I'm sitting at this desk, I have to be basically.
Pug Life in the chat, he was like, what's your Discord handle? And I was like, well, Pug Life, that's proprietary information.
Is it?
That's proprietary information.
Can't you block people that follow you or whatever? Or?
I don't know. You gotta find me first.
I gotta find you. Okay.
I might be a little incognito on there.
All right, I don't know. What's up, Silverado Blue? Says thanks for the help. Yeah, you're welcome. I don't know what I did, but you're welcome on that one. Look, I'm short the NASDAQ right now as we're starting to fall back in just a little bit here. I don't know. Sharif just said I would be happy that Palantir was going up. I'm very happy, but I did just try to short it. Right here. So we actually just got stopped out. I was looking at that same move that Joe was looking at, and I was like, what? So yeah, that did make a move up there. So I did try to short it. Basically, once we popped through VWAP, I was sort of thinking to myself, is it going to take this 1250? Like, that was a pretty decent move up, followed by a move up in the futures. So I was thinking, you know what? If we're actually thinking to trade this, let's just go over and put on a futures trade. So a little sloppy early on the TQs. We talked about that. And once it dropped through the bottom, wow, we didn't have the ability there to reverse it into a short. But we do put on the short now as we are at the 50-period moving average rate here, kind of coinciding with a little bit of a top action. 73, 74 was the top. And I just want to make sure that is where my out is. Yeah, so right into there. If we could take that out, then we'll get stopped out. Otherwise, let's see if we can retrace back down here this afternoon into 52 proper would be nice. So got to get a little lower than that. We're short at 52.60 right now. Only position on for us is that. And yeah, I like it. We'll see if it can work itself out here, back down in. But yeah, what a day. Tesla, I actually heard Tariff say $20 top to bottom. That was a pretty violent day for Tesla, making that top up here right when we opened, man, 294. That was an area of sell zone. You were talking to me about that earlier.
Yep. There's a supply zone, 290 to 295-ish, whatever you want to call it.
So that pretty much ticked exactly.
Beautiful follow through.
The top of that, and then the follow through there. And then same thing with Tesla. We were long, early loss, got it back, then dropped it off, and did not see this coming, man. Did not see that drop into 272. So potentially Tesla's going to be on our board here to talk about. So that should be interesting. Thank you, Dan McIsaac, and all of that. There, you know, what was that question, Dan? Curious why you thought net long this morning. Yeah, I mean, I had Palantir written down long. I had Nvidia written down short. I had Big Bear, iBit, and Tesla all for the long. So just because we were flat to up earlier on, Dan, during the day. I'll talk about that when we start to discuss some of the charting and what we were looking at earlier. But yeah, I sort of thought we could be in for a little bit of a strong Monday ahead of some of these tech earnings. But yeah, I mean, the trend has been downside. So we did get tricked a little bit there by going short. By going long early. Missing that Nvidia might wind up.
Yeah, I think that Nvidia, both that Nvidia and that Tesla, I kind of look back at the Tesla and I was like, this was a B, at least a B plus trade for me, which turned into an A plus. Short on Tesla. Again, you had that market tailwind and that confluence as well. And I was like, all I had was a scalp underneath VWAP on a trade, which was pretty damn close to an A plus, I would say, for what I've been looking at for a certain higher time, or not necessarily higher time frame, just reversions in general. We kind of reverted some of the bid from last week, right? So higher time frame kind of thing like that. But that's all great and dandy. But Sean, you got to answer a question for all of us now. We've been waiting for this answer. Did those paddles help you swim faster? That's the real question.
I feel like it might have.
And did it work?
I feel like I might have been swimming faster.
But it felt more like you felt it in your upper chest? Not yet?
Yeah, it's interesting because I was actually thinking about this too.
Yeah.
It felt almost the same, like it felt almost easier a little bit.
Really?
I don't know why. So I think it's just, I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe I'm just getting that strong now.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
never know. It's like, this is easy now.
If I ask Grok or whatever, I think they're supposed to be better for me. So it's good. It's good for the form. The paddles are working well. So thanks for asking. Yeah, we had a great swim. It was election day here in Canada. So at the Y, there was some election polling going on, or voting going on there. So it was a little busier. And right here, man, get out there and vote. Canada, if you do have that chance. I mean, don't waste your vote. That's the only thing. I mean, we all know the way the political color, yeah, exactly. My kid's doing it at school, and she's like, Dad, I voted for the Green Party. I'm like, obvious. Of course, the school gets that going.
I saw a sign for everybody to vote I saw a sign recently for the Communist Party.
Is there one here now?
That was interesting. I took a picture. I was like, that's not something you usually see in the wild, but
yeah, Communist Party.
Yeah. It's their slogan was something about something prosperity and not war. I don't know. It was interesting. It was
down with capitalism, right, Obi?
Yeah, I don't know. It was interesting to see that there, and someone put that up on their lawn. But yeah. Nothing too crazy other than that. This market's
those polls will close tonight, 8 o'clock or 9 p.m., and then we'll see what winds up happening. Strong. I was just showing the poly market and the Cal sheet. It's still strong favored Liberals. I mean, so I don't know if that includes polling data outside or not, but yeah, 80-20 right now.
Yeah.
And I can't remember what it was the first time with Trump and Hillary, but I know that Donald, especially as the votes were coming in, turned to be a quite big underdog, and then After all, Vegas, I think, lost a lot of money there because they had to catch up with some of those polls and turned it the other way there. So I think 80-20 is probably pretty solid as far as elections are concerned. So, all right, we'll go over and we'll see, man. Looks like liberal government. And then hopefully, as Trump has been talking, he kind of likes dealing with Carney, I thought, anyways. So we'll see if that can create more deal making here for Canada and our tariff situation. But all right, let's go back over now to the screen and figure out what's on the rundown.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Obi, you saw in for Neil, but the boys are ready. They're locked and they're loaded and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to join Joseph and I on the midday show and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you got to be a subscriber in order to vote and engage with us in the chat. So you make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. All four major averages, guys, they're all negative on the day, some more than others. So the NQ down about, 0.75%, underperforming, that is. The S&P 500 down about 0.5% right now, with the Russell 2000 essentially the same thing, about down 0.5%. The Dow outperforming them all, essentially almost flat on the day, 0.09%. So we'll keep an eye on the Dow as it holds that $400 level. Amazon, the first ticker as decided by you guys, and how appropriate. We've got the Amazonian with us, down 1.5% on the day, about 186 right now. Oppenheimer chimed in earlier about Amazon lowering the price target to 220, guys, from 260.
Yeah, that was pretty wild move off the morning there. Took a little bit of a swing on this green candle here into the Amazon there, and we did catch a little bit of a bid on those pre-market lows. But you can see that again, market tailwind dictating a little bit of a sell-off today, and yeah, selling off is what Amazon has been doing off of the opening range low. This consolidation. I was kind of watching this 187. We can see that little bit of a double bottom that happened here. Now this is a 3-minute chart, so you can see here on the 3-minute this low right here, 187 halves, and then once again roughly 187 halves as well. When that does break down, we kind of get a little bit of that trend coming in again on the day. But Amazon's not the only one that's beaten down, right? Like you can see the futures pretty much selling off pretty aggressively. We talked about how we had a grinding bid last week, and we got a bit of a break in trend today. So yeah, selling not only just on Amazon, but a few of the other Mag 7 as well.
Yeah, Amazon. Okay, so look, Amazon was the winner of our poll earlier. I actually have the poll results right here. So let me just open image in new tab here. Comes right here. So we had this poll earlier. Thanks, Fabian, for sending this to me. Apple. So this was if you could buy a company now, either just today, all these companies still yet to report. It was which one were we most interested in picking up? And we had over well, look at that. Ominous. 666 right there votes. So 4,666 votes. It's locked in pretty solidly there with Amazon. So we do know the crowd likes Amazon. I'm going to get rid of that. So we know that. But today, Amazon is not beloved by the crowd because it, again, great trade early, Obi, on that one, being able to get out of it, and then boom, right to the downside where the whole market kind of fell through. Then Amazon took another leg down, and right now, I should maybe be looking at Amazon for the short instead of even this market, because that's what I'm trying to do is short here off the 200 period moving average. So yeah, good little level there for Amazon. We'll wait to see what winds up happening here the rest of the day. And their report comes... what day does Amazon come out here? Let me just go find that really quickly. AMZN here. They're going to be reporting in 3 days on May the 1st. So after market close, Thursday, May the 1st, join myself that day. And I think probably with Sharif and Adara, and we'll be covering Amazon earnings as they come through. So yeah, I mean, again, like the stock, I think we buy this name down here at 170, a great trade. Amazon, let's see if we can get through these tariffs. Traders are, I guess, maybe worried. There was that report that maybe Prime Day today, once Prime Day starts to hit, it may not be as exciting as in the past. We saw, what was it, Temu or Shein, something like that. We're starting to pass on some of the tariffs. So yeah, there was a idea that, or an article that we had earlier, I think Adair must have had it there, where something on Temu or something was $18 like a week ago, and today it's $41 or something. And the claim on that was the tariffs are being passed along to the consumer.
Okay.
So same product, different price. All right, let's go over and talk about NVIDIA, the short that we do not have but should.
The worst performing Mag 7 day far and away today. NVDA down over 3 3/4%. There's a reason. Huawei coming out overnight saying that it's developing a comparable AI chip to NVIDIA's H100. Obviously a response to the multiple export bans that both the Biden and the Trump administration have imposed on NVIDIA and other microchip companies for exports of these advanced AI chips into China, guys. There's two models, the C and the D, with the D being the stronger. The D we're likely to see at the end of May, the C version of their Ascend chip, likely in the beginning or the middle parts, guys.
All right. For me, just frustration, and I'll go throw over to Obi. I'm not frustrated with it. It's just, it was the second idea on here was 110 short. We were even asked in the chat earlier, and I think we were talking about, Brendan threw this to me, and he said, which way is the path of least resistance, remember? And I said short. You know, and that was already on our list. So there it was, 110 short. You know, easy to say when it's at, no, it was easy to say the whole time. I mean, we kept saying it. And it was just, I was only looking at this rate here, was 110.25, 110 and change. So thought that when I was writing the sticky note down here, 109.30, if we ever got to 110, we'd want to short that. It's actually really bad, too bad that it happened in the pre-market, because that gave me concern that, hey, maybe the short is not in today, right? And so we did wick up to 110.35, which actually is perfect right into there. You know, we were too busy looking at other things and even kept trying to catch longs in Tesla at this point. But there's that 110 and there's 106. So, or I guess the bottom, very bottom is, yeah, 106. So $4 missed opportunity for that one, man. Pie in my face. We should definitely be short NVIDIA. And even though we missed it there, we still didn't even really go back to it. There's the 50 period, there's VWAP. So there was lots of opportunity to get short here at the beginning of this day for NVIDIA. Now I'm not sure we want to be short anything, although I'm just going to let this futures trade settle down. We've been covering it. So yeah, I don't think it's a short now that we've broken above the 200 period, but there it goes. As Sharif mentioned, the shortest of the shorts today, down 3% of the Mag 7 names. NVIDIA continues to pump a little bit higher right now. I think it's another short, but you got to wait for VWAP at this point. You got to give it some room. Make sure that the shorts win. So I think there'll be some traders that will come in and try to protect this VWAP. Make sure we stay under there, because you always want to, you don't want to be caught. We talked about this with Michael Noss and some of the traders there working on big desks. They always want to look back at the end of the day and say, are we long or short above or below VWAP? So if the short's going to print out, we want it to end underneath VWAP today. So you're going to have to wait for a 108 print to come through. That's where I think we get a little spicy here with NVIDIA. So that's sort of my weight. And I don't think we're too far away, right? I mean, if these futures keep on doing what they're doing, we should be up there in the next little while. So 108's a short for me there, Obi.
Yeah, I think that's very very valid, very fair. We've seen that again, supply coming in off the open, that 110. You can call it a pre-market false break. You can call it a pre-market low breakdown. You can call it lower highs or a VWAP consolidation, VWAP sellers. There's so many different ways you could have described this, and a lot of it just came in pretty decently off of the open there on NVIDIA. That 110 was quite nice. I was looking for continuation here above that prior day high of 112. We did not get that. We could not even sustain some of these pre-market levels. So a little bit of a pullback to start off the week here when it comes to chips. I also want to keep an eye on SMH as well. You can see that SMH kind of trading near the lower end of Friday's action as well. So keeping an eye on that one if I'm going to be touching NVIDIA. But yeah, a little bit of a push back up into VWAP. We got that bid back up. We saw how interesting 19.5 was in the morning. The question now becomes, have sellers stepped down? Here, when I say 19.5, I mean the NASDAQ. The question becomes, have sellers stepped down? And are we going to see some more selling on this week? We did kind of break the trend of last week's bid, and we came in pretty hot off the open with sellers in charge. So have we shifted on the short term? I have no idea, but I'll definitely be watching NVIDIA. Let's see if we can get back to that 110. But I think if we're kind of making these lower lows and lower highs and VWAP stays heavy, 105 could be well within range as well, Sean. So
Yep.
we'll keep an eye on it.
I'm hoping so. We're short futures. All right.
See what's
Robinhood, a great name to trade.
There was really no specific catalyst on this one today, boys, but it had an interesting pop-up there with a lot of the overall market going green or red on the day, down below 50 bucks, down almost 2.5%, 48 and a quarter, guys. We'll keep an eye out for Robinhood, but yeah, nice off the bottom there from last week.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you want to take this one to start if you want?
Sure, yeah, no worries. So Hood, I did kind of have on watch this morning. You can see that it might have been doing a little bit of relative volume in the pre-market session, but wasn't necessarily one of my main watches to say. But we saw that it pushed up into 5107 off of the open, and more of the same here relative to the rest of the market. We kind of broke back below that opening range in and around 11 o'clock going into the midday session. We broke that opening range low, traded a little bit lower. Now we're trading in the lower end of the daily range here on Robinhood. Higher time frame. Again, this one has been bidding up pretty nicely over the past a week or so. You can see that lows here at 2860s all the way from the beginning of the month, Monday, April 7th. We made that low. I think that's a 4 a.m. Yeah, that's a 4 a.m. low in the pre-market. We've been making higher highs and higher lows since then. So we kind of got above. We talked about was it this ticker I talked about where I was like, oh, okay, the anchored from some of those highs. Maybe it might have been, maybe it wasn't. But regardless, you see that we are now trading above this anchored, which was holding as resistance. We got above that last week. So let's see any sort of pullback. Pullbacks into prior structures, 45s might be worth a look, but as of right now, I'm not really seeing too much in the hood, but let's see what Sean thinks is good.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's lots of good in the hood. I mean, you know, we've said that Robinhood has been, you know, a real aggressive stock when the market wants to go up, like we were doing earlier on today. And then when the market gets hit, it's the other way around. So it's a very, very aggressive beta to the NASDAQ for sure. I mean, I don't follow the S&P 500 as much as we do sitting here watching the NASDAQ. So you know, again, another play. We just talked about Nvidia trying to watch out for that 200 period moving average here on the daily. Obviously, Nvidia needs to get above VWAP is what we were talking about because it already cleared this. But we're underneath the 200 and looking to get a little bit lower here on Robinhood. We hadn't spent that much time over and above, right? I mean, we had that huge break there of 50 that brought us all the way to 51, and then we tapped out, and then it was just downside pressure from there. So, you know, I'm always thinking about earnings plays at this point, and, you know, how close are we to earnings? And Robinhood, you know, we had a great report. This is now only in 2 days. So Wednesday evening, April the 30th. So you don't have to wait too long for this. The short float is only 4%. So, you know, crypto is now back a little bit, as we've talked about that, trying to hold out for 95,000. That's still Palantir, 95,000 or so. I don't know why we switched back over there. So as long as crypto remains pretty hot, and I know that some of the altcoins have had to move, and so has Bitcoin this quarter. We talked about Robinhood getting that increased number of, I think it was up 700% in crypto trading, and plus more accounts coming on board right now with Robinhood as of last quarter. I'm expecting a good quarter for them, so I think it's safe to somewhat buy these dips, but to get involved in a name a couple days before earnings is risky. You know, we can't predict what they're going to report or how they're going to guide. So I'd say try to let it settle down. But once April 30th comes, which was it pre-market April 30th? Let me just check. I think it's always after hours, but I never know with some of these financials. After market. So, you know, I'll make a call there Wednesday around this time. We'll see what the price is. Just like we said, buy some Tesla at 231, you know, before the earnings, you know. Now you're up, obviously, pretty sweetly there, 25%, 30% from that call. Let's see if we can make one on Robinhood, but I'd like to see the price closer to that earnings date. So Robinhood, I like it. And right on track, it's Tesla up next.
A decent recovery here for Tesla. Sean, was definitely well lower, down still 1 1/3%. Went green, then red. Today we got word that there might be a new Model Y, a cheaper version of the Model Y, codenamed the E80, under development. It's supposed to have a lot less of the standard features included in Tesla, like more like cloth, no air-conditioned seats, and a smaller battery, guys. Still yet to be confirmed on by the company, but it did rise this morning on those news.
Oh boy.
I thought Fabian was coming over here to fix my mic. I immediately I don't want to upset Ramin. She's over there on the board if anything happens over there. All right, Tesla. Look, both you and I.
Yes.
You have the chart. Why don't you go about your supply zone? Because for me today, I mean, I had written down real just go long at 285. Once it broke, I'll just talk about my trades, and then we'll talk about what some of the stuff that you were looking at up top. But it was a good trade. We got out of it. We lost about $1 and change, maybe a little bit less than that. Then we bought it back, and then we were even on Tesla. And now that I look at the stats, I'm going to be slightly down because of this last trade. But we had evened it out after all of this, and now we're just slightly down. A couple cups of coffee there. 284, we tried to buy into that low of the day. And I remember Obi and I were sort of looking at this trade together, and Obi did not rebuy that dip, and I had and made some money only for it to drip out again, or not even drip, just actively have that tank through 284, 285. So yeah, the low day did not hold, and there was really no reason for it to do that. We couldn't get above any of these key levels. So to me right now, we're kind of barcoding, but you're in the middle. I'd rather either be above or below VWAP. So let's see if we get a little closer before we make a decision here on Tesla. But what a wild day. This is probably like Tesla and Palantir. I mean, all these names on here, are just such great trading tools for this market these days. They seem to have quite the range and can't stop, won't stop. Like every day, it's the same run-of-the-mill names, but they're always acting just a little bit different than each other, right? So what was that level you looking at for Tesla?
I was looking at, I kind of pointed out 290s, high to mid to low 290s was what I was looking for here. And you don't need to look much further than just an hourly chart. This is a 1 hour chart here on Tesla. Let me just pull it over so you guys can have a better view with it. You can see Tesla right here. I think somebody in the chat was saying that, oh, you can't see the charts. What I'm looking at, you can always kind of look in the corner of the chart right there. You can see the TSLA. So we're looking at Tesla right now. This is an hourly chart. And yeah, kind of coming in aggressively. Again, we want to take in. So coming into today, before the market even opened, we saw that we had this information on the chart. So we're coming in, we're seeing just this, right? So prior day high, Friday's high is 286s. Pull it back right here. So I'm like, all right, cool. So coming into Sunday, on Sunday, I'm looking at my tickers. I'm doing some scans, and I'm like, all right, Tesla is actually coming into a pretty interesting area. Why is that? Because the last couple of times it came into that 290, we're going sideways, right? We're going sideways. We found kind of a base here, 215 once again. But you can see every time it kind of came up to this 290s, there was a little bit of a supply zone there, and as that even stepped lower here as well in and around, what is this, April 9th. So coming into today, I was going to be like, all right, well, this is a pretty clear level here. It's showing up on the chart, multiple tests of that 292, 291, whatever you want to call it. Get in there, get specific, that's fine. But that's the area I'm looking for. Coming in off of the open, I'm like, all right, well, do we see more of the same? You can see that every time we came into these levels, sellers stepped in. Not only did they step in, they stepped down as well. So again, the chart is showing us here that, yeah, there was supply, right? We don't know if there is going to be supply coming into the open. But you have if-then statements for both ways, and then that's what I was saying. I was like, if we can sustain action above 295, I like it for the long. But if we see more of the same, I have to get short. And we pretty much false broke those highs. Today's high is 294.85. These highs from prior, we got 276s, that was the lower high, but right here, 292.77 was one of those highs here on the 3 minute. So you can see basically when we come right back in through that 293, 292, I think that's an area to definitely watch. And I got involved underneath VWAP, which again I waited for confirmation, which is a little bit it's great. The trade is there. That trade is a trade in itself. But what I'm looking for is up here where probably most people would be uncomfortable shorting. That's definitely where I kind of want to be. Yeah, that bigger picture kind of idea or what the chart was showing us comes in, and it comes in quite beautifully. We got that beautiful follow through all the way from 290s to a day low now currently at 272. In and around 11 o'clock, when I kind of stepped away from the desk, I'm like, all right, well, didn't really want to get involved anymore because I didn't really see too much happening. We made a fresh low. Now we're getting that reversion back in. So yeah, it wasn't really involved here. This was what we did in the morning session. There's that short on top, just underneath the VWAP. Didn't really hold it all the way in. Tried a cheeky long on the back through that low, which I already knew. I was like, I know I'm counter trending here, so I got to stay as nimble as possible, but take that continuation short. Actually try to catch the long and piece back a little bit here on the long off of the 247, but over there it starts going sideways. So I'm like, all right, well, I'm pretty much done with it. But here's the thing, Sean, it's coming right back up in a VWAP. So this could potentially give us another opportunity here going into the end of the day. We have about an hour and a half left until the bell rings, and Tesla is a little bit poised for that VWAP test that's sitting at 283.30. So I'm being patient to see if sellers step down once again. Do we see more of the same, what we saw a couple of weeks ago, what we saw this morning? Do we see it again this afternoon? That's my look on Tesla. Let's see what it'll have in store for us, but let's see what's up with Bitcoin.
Yeah, this is a chart of IBIT, guys, down about 1.6% after Bitcoin had its best week since the election run back in November, gaining about 10% last week. So good look for Bitcoin, guys. But yeah, selling off a little bit on the day, down below 54 bucks right now is IBIT.
All right, starting a new short here on Palantir against 113. Just that top, we just wicked a little bit there. I was just looking at it like I'm just thinking short. Obviously, I was looking at the Q short, and I know that we're fighting this move all the way up, but we've been pretty responsible with being able to get out at the right times for these stocks. That's 113.17 right there. Now you're starting to fade out just a little bit here for Palantir. So I don't actually have any bids out right now. Let me put something out here. Low 80s, and then we'll get into something in the low 70s, and then see if we could start to cover. I mean, ideally 112.50. I mean, I'm just going to put it there. I don't think this is just in case there's like, you know, you and I have talked about this. Whoa, what just happened there? Everything just canceled for me. Oh, that was on the TQs. Ah,
yeah,
my bad.
Something's coming in.
I put the wrong bids out there other than Palantir. I was bidding Palantir to get out. So why don't you take this over, because I'm screwing up my order entries here.
So some maybe some selling coming in. I'm seeing some wipes into the bid here. Coming in on Tesla as well, but nothing too crazy elsewhere. Let's see if again happening underneath VWAP. So we talk about looking for confirmation, maybe some selling stepping in on VWAP, but again nothing significant enough to be like, okay, yeah, sellers are back in charge now. But let's see what the next thing is Bitcoin right here. So let's take a quick look at that. What has Bitcoin been up to since we started? We started in around 95 this morning. You can see we had that strong bid, kind of taking a pullback off of highs that we made at 95.6s. So that happened in and around 9 o'clock. So just, I guess, roughly just off of the open there. We've been kind of trending down since then here on Bitcoin. So a little bit of a pullback, but maybe are we poised to retest some of those highs? I think we're well within range. We kind of consolidated in and around that 100,000 mark. We're coming back in. So I don't know what's going to happen, but we shall continue to observe and see. But I know that our boy Joe was involved with IBIT. I know there was some decent opportunities there on the day, but I wasn't necessarily looking at this one too much. But I know you were also involved in. Were you involved?
Yeah, I liked IBIT. I liked IBIT early long, and we did wind up losing on it. You know what? Look, the smartest guy in the room sometimes can get it wrong, right? We had Michael Noss today pounding the table for the gold short, and then right now gold's having one of its biggest days here in the last 2 weeks to the upside here, right? And so this is look at the candle that gold's putting in right now. Michael was on our show explaining that this is a short. So today I could see has been a little bit, as far as crypto is concerned and gold, I think they're moving kind of in opposite ways. We were pretty excited here early, and thanks for the throw over here for IBIT, because yeah, we were excited early for it, and then again, the long just did not print out for us. I had marked down, and I even said it here on today's, oh, by the way, sticky notes have returned. Yeah, I like the 54 area long, and we tried it there today, and then we even zoomed back out once. The 54 area just came real quick right off the open, so then we were like, okay, well, I'm not just going to take it and punch out immediately, although it looks like that probably would have been the right trade. We zoomed in and tried to, or zoomed out, sorry, and tried to find where could be like a max sort of pain area for us, and we didn't have max pain shares because it was just going like this. We didn't have any levels really to work off of other than that low right there from Friday. So we kind of ignored that level 54 and then started buying 54.80s and whatnot and then dropped it once we lost that level. We gave it 5 more cents or whatever. This is not that dramatic of a move. It just on the chart, it does look like that. Like that's 54 and that's 53.35. So it's just this whole move is like 65 cents. So, we'll lose probably, at the end of the day, it was probably about 30 cents there. So sure, man, it's a fail on that one. But really we need to hear from, because like there's a lot of traders here that do think IBIT and whatnot do still have Moon to go. And I kind of am, one of those traders. I do like what we're seeing in the crypto space right now. I mean, I was talking about this with Wayne the other day, and I wasn't even talking to him. I was just like, wow, crypto is really Bitcoin. And this is when Bitcoin was 85,000. And both he and I were like, it's holding out quite nice, considering like sort of the damage that had been put in. We were traced down almost 20% there, NASDAQ ES. And Bitcoin, although we did hit that 76,000, what a move back up into 93. Now you're only now 16,000 or so away, I guess, from all-time high, which we could get to, I don't know, and soon. I don't want to stamp a date on it. XRP, you guys know that when I came on here and we were talking about that, that was $2. So 227 upside right now for XRP. I still think that has a real great opportunity to go, man. So we've talked about that. We've also talked about Cardano as being one that I like. You're a Dogecoin kind of guy. Solana, I realized I actually have more than that than I thought. So go Solana as well, as I opened up the old account over the weekend and need to see that buzzing a little bit there. So hopefully that'll get going backside for you there, Obi. And then Chainlink, there's a few other names there. I was trading Stellar Lumens. We were able to get out of that one as well. So that's not a bad trade at all for me there with Stellar Lumens. Another one of those names that could be used for transferring of money. So similar to XRP, that's 25 cents Sharif. Okay, so... Oh, man, it's a funny guy. All right, so we'll wait to see, man. The only position I do have on right now is Palantir, and we'll see where that goes from here. Looking for the short against that 113 topping candle right now. But hopefully the market can come back in. It's 234. So
yeah, nothing
good on that so far. You've got the Tesla short right now. That looks pretty good. Is that a new position? Or?
Yeah, it's a new position just now. Again, just really light. Again, just feeling it out. This could consolidate underneath VWAP. This could go higher. I got no idea. We have been kind of reverting. We've started reverting that morning move pretty decently here. So like I said, I want to stay nimble. Right. I want to stay light. Unless and until it's actually working, then I'm more than willing to get a little aggressive with it. But yeah, looking for the next trade as of right now. So throw it up in the chat. What are you guys trading right now? Have you guys got long during the midday session for this pullback up? This bit of a reversion that we're getting here on the markets. We came right back into that 19.4 area, about 100 points away from that 19.5 where we were chopping around for a couple. I guess was this a couple of hours? About an hour or so in the morning session, it would seem. And okay, so yeah, Tesla's coming right back up into VWAP. Again, we talked about VWAP being at 283. So we still got a couple more points to go if VWAP is going to come in. So I want to stay a little bit patient with that one there. Market's catching a bit of a bid. I'm looking for the next trade. So let me know. Plug at VWAP saying brain wreck. So all right, so let's see if this can do the brain plug walk off of VWAP right here. So yeah, so I guess not really. It's been kind of a consolidating side. It's still trading within the opening range, right? So plug, a little bit interesting move here. I guess you had to be there a little early to potentially catch some momentum here on plug. But yeah, coming back up into VWAP, not really watching it too much. Daljit saying coin long. Let's see. if we can look at this one and see if there's anything there. Yeah, coin long now. Yeah, wow. Okay, so you must have gotten in recently. If you're getting excited about that one's taking a nice little bid back up into VWAP there as well. VWAP 203.16s. But again, kind of beat down on the day, looking similar to some of our other tickers here as we've been stepping down below that morning session price action here on coin. Pug Life saying Nvidia, Apple, and Palantir longs. Okay, oh boy, all right. So yeah,
those have all probably been good.
Yeah, so if you caught some of those bottoms there, the longs on a few of those things have definitely been pretty good. Apple, I was looking at that one. Honestly, Apple's probably Apple and Softy relatively stronger than the rest of them, because you can see it's retraced over about 50% of that initial kind of flush. If you want to call this the move, we've retraced about over 50% of that move on Apple here as well. What else did you have? PLTR. So yeah, Palantir. Wow, what a beautiful reversion on this one here, Sean. Yeah, false break of that. Not only that, you catch a little bit of a trend break as well, maybe a little bit later. But yeah, trend break, reversion happening here on Palantir, almost near day high. So looking pretty strong as well. And the other one was Softy that I wanted to take a look at. Look at this one right here. So coming right back up into some of these consolidations. So we got that strong quadunk right off of open on Softy. We attempt to bounce. We cannot get above this 391. But guess what? This grinding bid, hello, I've seen you somewhere before. Last week, Thursday and Friday, grindy bid, do not short. Very, very confusing price action. But yeah, 391's coming back in here on Softy. If that can break, that can definitely give us a little bit of oomph elsewhere as well. So one to watch out for, 391 on Softy might serve as a bit of an indicator. Thank you for pointing that out. I will keep an eye on that one now. IK saying Netflix puts. I don't know, man. I was watching it in the morning session there. That pretty much lick grabbed that prior high right off of the open. Again, if you've been watching Flakes for the past couple of days, post earnings, again, these were all-time highs coming in. We consolidated. Look at that breakout. Step up. Nice little consolidation. Step up consolidation. Step up consolidation. Guess what we're doing today, Sean? Sure, we sold off of it, but we're consolidating. Look, step up consolidation. We're still within the consolidation.
Just gapped
so, you know what? Honestly, I'm going to put an alert right here on this high because I want to take the step up if it chooses to do that again. We were talking about this ticker in the morning. The whole market, uncertainty. Things are selling off. Things are kind of much lower than they have been. I'm getting. What am I getting right here? Okay. Interesting. I don't know who that is.
Gotta remember their names, Obi.
Yeah, I've never had that number before, but it's a verified number. So somebody's trying to contact me. I have no idea.
I see what you're doing.
But so 110s. So
yeah,
sorry,
exactly.
1110s.
Forgot her name already?
Man, I don't know.
Wow, it's Monday.
Sometimes I don't even remember my own name.
Yeah. Monday, Obi.
You know how it is.
No, I don't. Actually, I don't. That's why I try to live through you.
That's why you got to keep the phone on silent.
You know, that's what I'm trying to.
Yeah.
Did you ever see, there's a funny meme. You might have seen this about CeeDee Lamb. Do you know who he is? So when he got drafted, his girlfriend was beside him.
Yeah.
And so he has two phones. So he had one in his hand that he had on, and I think he was waiting, like that's the phone that he was waiting for the NFL players to call.
Yeah.
Maybe we could find it, or I.
It up right now. Yeah, always pulling it up.
And so his girlfriend was beside him. And anyways, there was another phone that was there on the table. And anyways, that phone, I guess, started ringing.
Oh, boy.
And she picked it up, and he's like, give me that, like, snatch it up.
Wow.
Right from her there. And it was like a whole meme about that because apparently he didn't want her to see what was on that phone.
There it is.
The burner phone there. Yeah. So anyways, we can... I mean, yeah, you got to.
I want to see this. That sounds absolutely hilarious.
It's just funny the way it goes, but you can see if you do. Yeah. There to see. Watch.
Okay.
There to see. Give me that phone, and then that's it. And then she just has nothing to say. The rest of it, there to see. She looks up, and then she's like, "Nope, give me that back. Look at this.
Nope.
Thank you." Like he doesn't even look at that. It's just like immediately, and the mom beside her, whatever, is just like, okay.
All right.
So I don't know how. Anyways.
I almost saw his some. Look, is that sweat coming off of his forehead?
No, this man ain't sweating nothing.
Oh, okay, all right.
This guy just signed. No. When you're about to get drafted in the NFL, you are just straight chilling, unless you're Shedeur Sanders. But that was a good. That was a funny thing there. So
that's funny.
Yeah. So is that what happened? You just got the one.
Well, no, I keep my other phones at home.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. So that's a good move. So
when I'm on the move, that's what this phone is for. When I'm during the weekend, that's what that phone is for. So
Yeah. Or the phone's not for that reason at all, which is probably most likely what's going on there. All right. So
there was a time I did have two phones, and then it was
Yeah. What about a beeper, a pager?
A pager. Oh,
you ever heard of a pager before?
Yeah.
Maybe you're too young for that one.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Hit me up on the pager. There's okay. So
call me, page me.
It looks like
what's that? Kim Possible.
Kim Possible. Did you know that Kim Kardashian identifies as Asian?
That's interesting.
My wife had just told me that.
I identify as a pineapple.
Yes, I noticed that.
Sometimes.
Yo, what's up, Alex, man? Mad love for you, my guy, but not today because Palantir is, well, actually, we're fine on it. It's just, we just got shaken out of that top bid there, unfortunately, for PLTR. It just went, I don't know if it elevated there. Like, it was cruising. It wasn't cruising. It was just hanging around, and then it gapped up like 20 cents. And it's a good thing we did have that stop, and we got the price we wanted. We got 30 short right there. So we were short 13s, and we added to the position, and eventually wound up taking like a 20. But, too many 20-cent hits add up, right? Even if you have 500 shares each hit, $100, $100, $100, $100 for you, $100 for me, minus $100 for me. So, yeah, it kind of sucks there for PLTR watching it continue to go higher. But, hey, let's start talking about maybe some smaller cap names if we want to have another look. OMEX not doing too much again. We looked at that one. I heard we talked about this earlier on today as well. Pony AI, another move. I heard Sharif talking about Faraday Futures, changing their name to FFAI as well right now. So that could be a look for FFAI. We'll look at that in a minute.
That's actually funny.
What, the FFAI?
AI,
I don't know. I have to find the story about that. If it is just an AI play, then that is pretty cool. Funny that they did that anyways. All right, so right into there, Pony making that move upside today, up 46%, trying to make that move back in now. You can see we haven't breached VWAP at all today, so I think that's worth having a look at if we do come back into $10. Try to hold it against 970 or so. The only trade, and again, it's going to be another fail. Today, it seems like we don't have too many good trades to show you right now. I mean, we'll talk about them, but this Big Bear AI, it was up early in the pre-market, fell into 370, which we liked. I wrote down on the sticky note that I thought it would travel, or not that I thought, but that decent spot would be into here. So we have a 350 and a 370, which is what we wrote down here. So I thought it was pretty good, and then went back into the money there. So once we were up like 3 or 4 cents, it was pretty small. We're able to take out a little bit, because when you're I guess we were more than that. Your first price is here at 70, then you get a 50, we got a 55. So getting them out at 70, small winner. Then we had bought a little bit more there at 45. Once we broke through 40, we got out. So we got a 39 fill. Since then, Big Bear AI has been sleeping. So we do need maybe a call from somebody to wake up this stock, because right now, on news today too, right? Sometimes like the news is a great story and it continues to go, or it's just kind of baked in. We've seen some big moves for Big Bear over the last little while. So, just cooling down. I'm still a buyer. I actually want to buy a little bit more than this back at the 200 period moving average, get my average price a little lower. We're stuck at $4 right now. So that's still down 20%, right? Stuck at $4. So not 20% quite, but if we get into $3.20, then we will be exactly short, stuck on that name. All right, here comes the TQs. I actually don't have any bids out, so because I was having those order entry issues earlier. We did have a freeze up earlier on today, and I just,
that was...
how do you deal with that? Like for me, because I've been here for too long, probably, or just enough time, or maybe more coming.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you have that freeze, you can't do anything.
No.
Like I remember we used to sort of panic. I remember Sharif one time said, "I'm frozen here," and that was memeable as well. I think I can't remember exactly what he had said there. Yeah, it was some. That's what he said, right? He's like, I'm panicking.
Yeah.
Like that. So there's not much, and he does a better impression of himself than that. But that was like, he was really panicking. So unless I have like a really huge position, you know, we have a support angle here, a support channel. We can easily get into that. But what you know, for you, you know, let's just say we were to freeze, you get punched out.
Yeah, if I get punched out, that's fine. If I'd be a little bit more concerned if I was still in position.
Right. Okay.
Right. But what I've noticed is in the past when I've had PC issues, again, learning curve, right?
Yep.
Whenever I've had PC issues right in the morning where maybe I have way too many tabs open, way too many charts, plus TradingView, plus I'm recording my screen, plus I got this, that, and the other going on, and the computer might, you know, lag or freeze or do something that might, you know, set me off a little bit. And in the past, I'll be honest, if you were to ask me last year, one of my biggest issues was if there was some sort of like issues while I'm in position. After the issue would get resolved, I would basically go on tilt.
Right, and
I would go on
that
tilt.
was where I was going with.
I would go straight onto tilt. I'd be like, okay, well, you know, I felt like I was owed something. It was very much an ego thing, right? I sat down. I thought about like why am I getting tilted when that happens? Maybe it's a little bit of that, but whatever it was, I'm definitely a little bit more over it now.
Right.
Where it's like, all right, cool. Like this stuff has happened to me so many times. Like I really don't care anymore because what matters to me more is having the proper mental to be there for the next
Why are you and I
trade.
just shorting everything?
Because the market's downtrending.
Yeah.
On the day.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, the trend over the last
hour or so has been up.
bit,
Yeah, no,
yeah, which is, I mean, I'm with you on the short. I'm not trying to say.
I don't know. Like, I'm
I've
more
lost
than willing
more
to be
money,
wrong.
I think, on this short year than I'm making on the longs. Yeah, no, and you know what else I was going to say too is because it's not always, depends on your trading style, right? Like there's been sometimes when the system's gone down, it's come back up and you're still in position because you couldn't get out. And all of a sudden you have a 50-cent winner when maybe your plan of action was even get it out at 25 cents or something. So a lot of the time it can work in both directions for you. So I was going to say, if you ever do get that short, that issue with your computer or a PC or anything like that, what I was going to say is we don't worry about it here because we have the support, but you know, I always think that you should download the trading app that you're using as well onto your phone. Because if something were to ever happen, I'm sure a lot of you do that, and most traders here just aren't trading at home, they're trading on the run or they're looking at their portfolio at any time, so this is probably something that's already been done. But for you new traders, it's just, if you get a power outage at home or your Wi-Fi goes down or I don't know, wherever, you know, you're at Starbucks trading, which I don't recommend, you know, then you would hop on to your phone and be able to clear some of your positions that way. So I would just say get comfortable, traders, with being able to exit your trades on different, with different methods, whether or not it be phone one in one day. You know, just phone in.
Call up the broker. Be
that's
like,
what I mean. See what the support is like. See how easy it is, because you just don't want to have that huge position on, especially if you're trading options or 0-day options, and it's 2:30 and bang, something goes out. You don't know. Did you watch 0-day yet?
0-day?
It's not. It's
I watched. I remember you guys told me about Rogue Trader. I watched that. That one was good. That
was a good one.
great.
Yeah, that's a real story, right?
Yeah. That one was beautiful. I'm like, I kind of related. I was like, there are times where I'm like, I get tilted and I try to force trades. He's trying to force trades, right? But he has the buying power. He had enough buying power to actually, I guess, move markets. But the markets didn't really let him move.
Balances, right?
Very long.
Problem. Go into the 5/8 account. I'm putting all my trades today in the 5/8 account.
Yeah, 5/8 account.
That'll be washed out of here real quick. But no, 0-day is with De Niro. It's like his first ever. Like he's never been on like a TV series or like a special, whatever they call those quick one-time miniseries. Thank you, Adara. And he's getting old, but it's pretty good. He plays a former president, and there's I won't ruin it because there's probably a lot of people that haven't watched it. It's about a month and change old. But there's like an attack basically on the whole grid and all the power, everything goes out.
Oh, is it kind of like
yes.
What's a movie with Bruce Willis where they do the fire sale?
Die Hard? No.
Die Hard. It's like not the first one. Die Hard 3 or 4 or something where they had the fire sale.
I'd have to
you're
refresh
talking
my
about
memory,
a fire sale, yeah.
I thought you were going somewhere else because there's been a lot of things that have been sort of like this where all of a sudden there's no more nothing. Internet, power,
exactly.
whatever.
So
Trains are running into each other. Airplanes are. Yeah, so perfect. So you know that. Anyways, if you're into that stuff, it's pretty fun to watch. About 40 minutes or so.
Well, you said it's what? Code.
It's called 0-day.
Oh, 0-day.
Yes. Code 0. You type that in Netflix, something will come up. You'll probably be okay. with that as well. But, you know, if you're doing that, you can also bet maybe on the next 0-day event, and we can look it up to see if it's available on ProfitX. I would doubt it. But if you want top tier odds and total control, ProfitX brings you peer-to-peer picking, open API access for automation, and cost-efficient trading all in one place. It's like day trading your favorite sports. Make offers, match plays, and even manage your risk with diverse prediction options. Just don't place picks, exchange them with ProfitX, the smarter, faster way to play. Traders can use Trader TV, that's it, Trader TV, to sign in, get your 2% cash back up to $300 on qualifying bets. So I'm going to call up ProfitX right now and get that going. So thank you to ProfitX for sponsoring this segment, but I got to spell it right and then we'll get it up. So yeah, it's a very interesting show that I was watching with the wife there. Oh, and you know what else? What am I doing? I'm not searching this properly. I'll get that in a second. Righteous Gemstones.
Okay, what, another trading movie?
Oh no. It is a great one. John Goodman, my boy Walter Goggins, Danny McBride is in it. Anyways, they're a religious group. Yeah, Righteous Gemstones, and it's hilarious. They're those preachers where they, you know, they're collecting the money, building those big, huge mansions out of I don't know. There's a term for them, but anyways, it's hilarious. But it's on fifth season, or fourth or fifth season, and we started watching it right now, the next season, and it was really funny. So we try to watch shows like in spurts. Yeah. So we finished 0 Day. We're on Handmaid's Tale. Right now, the wife likes that one, and then Righteous Gemstones, absolutely. You know John Goodman. Do you ever watch Roseanne or?
No, I'm horrible. I'm horrible with names and actors, but like I'm very like, I guess visually oriented. If I see a face, I'll be like, oh, I've seen that actor before, but I won't remember their name for the life of me.
It's a good one, yeah. Danny McBride. You never saw Eastbound and Down?
No.
Yeah, that's a baseball movie with Danny McBride. It's really funny there.
What's that? Epic...
Evangelists.
Evangelists? Okay.
Evangelists.
Have seen that baseball movie with the baseball movie that's kind of related to trading, where they use like stats. Moneyball. Beautiful movie.
Good
I love that movie.
Good movie.
Yeah, that's a really good movie.
True story as well.
Yes.
Yeah. You've seen
I really
it.
like that.
Good. Yeah. So Moneyball.
Moneyball was really good. That actually got me thinking a little deeper about trading. Yeah, a little deeper about trading. Yeah, using stats to my advantage and using them to kind of gauge probabilities as well to kind of up the odds. In my favor, right?
Yeah, always forever in your favor there as well. Okay, I'm just getting that all loaded up. I just want to show you the TQs trade just went back to flat for me again. It feels like, when Brendan asked before, path of least resistance up. I mean, I know you had just mentioned to me, your Tesla short's actually hanging in there, which is nice to see, but the futures right now seems to be trying to think about giving me a heart attack again here. We have a good position on, and I don't want to get absolutely destroyed here. But I was still thinking about 53.50, where we had a bunch of stop and go areas right into here. It's not like the most attractive look there, but if you move up, it's like right into there is 53.40. We actually had talked about this. We didn't write it down today into those levels, but this was sort of the level that we were looking at earlier on today. And then we should have just shorted it when it broke it. So maybe it's either, if we can get there, I don't want to go long at that point. NASDAQ's still down. I mean, where do we think the NASDAQ is going? It looks like a lot of these names are starting to battle back today. I mean, even if we look at the watch list right now, okay, why did it just do that? We don't have to zoom in like that. Okay, maybe we can, maybe we can zoom in on this little piece right here if we want to just go over a couple names for that. So I was surprised. I mean, we hadn't really looked at Boeing too much today, but Boeing today on my little watch list there, up 2.13%. So maybe some relative strength coming through Boeing if we wanted to look there. Intel, maybe the surprise of the day, up 2%. Off of a pretty bad earnings report, wondering if we just flushed the bottom there back to 1980 again. We actually got 1940 on Friday or Thursday, whatever day after their report was there. Shopify 1%. Uber, there's our Palantir, darn Palantir. We got stopped out there at 113. 60s, I think. So that's about flat. Wish we would have stayed there instead of these futures. Okay, and then Uber downside. Let's just go to the other side of this. So right now it's Coinbase. So no surprise, that's down 4%. If I had MSTR on here, which this is not a curated list, this is my own. So we could add MSTR to this list as well. So that's only down 1.4%. Mara, Nvidia to the downside. Robinhood, there's our Robinhood. Again, love that trade. Maybe we'll go over there and have a look to see if there's some relative strength near the end of the day on Robinhood, trying to make back into greens. Google, DraftKings, there's your Tesla there as well coming into play, Amazon. So yeah, it looks like Boeing really out of this whole list, one of the best ones. Ooh, Apple right at 210 flat right now. So that could be a trade for us, shorting underneath a key level of 210 there for Apple. All right, let's just go back quickly here. Futures still doing that dance, man. We're short right here at 96. It's at O's. That's pretty flat of a move, looking for it to come back in, but the 50 period, let's take it out, man. Like right now I'm bidding 90s because we have to. That's where this 50 period is. Hopefully we can flash down and then maybe get some of these bids, man. 52.50, we called that level. We're able to get some out last time. Hopefully we're able to get some out again right now. TQs, we're rolling short here, Obi. Let's see if it can come into play. It's a decent sized position. I'd say it's about 3, let's call it 4 units in right now on this position. Looking to add to it with our stop up there at 53.50. Could be a disaster though if it goes up there.
Yeah, I'm kind of like slowly. I'm watching this Tesla tape. Again, we were watching it a little bit on the bid up, this grinding up. I'm like, all right, well I want to keep an eye on in and around VWAP. Doesn't have to be perfectly VWAP. We could still technically be wrong because we're consolidating right underneath that area. But yeah, I already took a little bit of a piece off because I'm like, all right, if we're going to consolidate here, look at the futures, man. The futures is pretty strong. But again, if the selling does come in, I do want to get a little bit more aggressive. But until then, I'm just going to try to stay nimble, try to take some scalps off of there. But that 280 was a little interesting as well, and we're catching a bit of a bid. So we keep on stepping up here. So we did break that downtrend from the morning session. I would say technically we started to slow down around 11:30, but trend actually broke, I would say, in and around here. I'd say about 12:30-ish is in and around when that trend broke. And we've been catching a bit of a bid since then here, stepping up after we made that day low. So all the way back at VWAP, looking for those sellers to come right back in. We're catching a little bit of a chop, but again, what do I know? This could all just be noise, and I'm just catching 1 point one way, 1 point the other way, and it's just confirming my bias, right? I have to remember that. I have to keep that in mind as well. But it's working out for now. We've slowed down a little bit, but again, like I said, that market bid definitely coming in quite strong. If we get back up to VWAP, I do want to retry there again. Hasn't really been selling off that aggressively. So you know what? If we're going to just hold, kind of consolidate here again, I like the 280, so we'll call it 280 over under. So I'm just going to get out here and let it deal with that. If the market's going to continue to bid up, I don't want to fight with grinding bids. My lesson from last week was, Sean, don't fight the grinding bid. Don't do it. Stop.
I'm trying to fight it right now.
I fought it so much last week, man. I'm just like, it was funny. Was it the last time or the time
There's
prior?
There's a problem with Obi's mic, apparently. People complaining. I don't know if you guys...
Is there something wrong?
Didn't hear that.
Feedback.
I'm just trying to stop it for people.
Feedback? Okay. Yeah, I'll move my phone a little further.
Is giving
but what was I saying? I think there was a couple, not the last time, but the time I went to Miami before for another trader meetup. I was talking to a couple of guys, and they were like, yeah, some of these guys were like, yeah, the grinding bid can be like death.
Yeah, no,
death by 1,000 paper cuts, right? Yeah, because you think it gets better, it gets better, and if you look at it from like an expected value or a probability perspective, like the more further it gets against you, the higher the probability that it might work, because if you're looking for reversion, that kind of is the game. But like that's a very hard game.
And then it's
exactly, it keeps looking better, and then it could just not do anything, and death by 1,000 paper cuts. So yeah,
you don't want to revenge trade. You don't want to be on tilt. You want to make sure that all of your trades are following some kind of plan. And I'm trying to go short at VWAP on the futures right now. That's always a plan of mine. And our plan right now is to go over and see what Adair's up to.
Pro was, I would say, probably the biggest pre-market earnings day we have. Here's just 9 tickers reporting tomorrow morning. This is 11. There's actually a lot more of note, but we have Spotify tomorrow, RCL tomorrow, Pfizer, SoFi, PayPal. You can check all of these earnings out, as well as the economic data that we're expecting tomorrow morning on X at TTV Research. Pretty soon, I will also be releasing the implied moves, not for tonight because it's a pretty light earnings night, but for tomorrow morning because there are a lot of big names reporting. So if you want to figure out what we're expecting some of these tickers to do tomorrow in terms of expected moves, you can check that out on X at TTV Research very shortly. And thank you all for 26,000 followers for the account. Much appreciated. And yeah, always check out the content because I am posting every single day. Back to you.
And would you look at that?
Yes.
There's the bid on
got
Tesla.
stopped out.
No, I didn't get stopped. I got out. Remember, I was like, I really don't like this anymore. Like, Wayne and I were talking about this last week as well. It's like, especially in this market, you're getting in for that quick scalp. If it doesn't happen within the time frame you're looking for, that is a very strong reason to close the position.
Yes.
Right? It's like if I'm expecting this to work within 5 minutes, or within the next 2-3 minute bars, or within the next 15 minutes, and it doesn't happen, I should at the very least, like, size down my position by 50 to 70% at the very, very least, because that's not the trade that I'm looking for. And look at that. Would you look at that bid coming in real hot? So that 19.5, maybe a little bit of a magnet. I have no idea, but here comes in VWAP with some aggressive volume. Let's see if sellers can step back in onto Tesla. If not, then let's see if we reclaim VWAP and start to consolidate, and maybe we start accepting higher prices and do something from there. But I have no idea. Some of the best trades, in my opinion, were right off of the open. We talked about that potential A+ short on on Tesla. Wasn't really looking at Nvidia, but that 110 was really, really nice as well. And we saw that price do some interesting action last week as well, going into the close. But here comes in VWAP. So let's see. I'm watching this as well, and it seems like something might be coming in into the markets here. So we'll just hold off a little bit for that one, and we'll see what Adara has
right there. Yep,
with the news.
One of the names that was on that earnings board we just looked at yesterday is UPS, and right before its earnings, UPS having a bit of a catalyst here, reportedly in talks with Figure AI to deploy humanoid robots. We know Spotify had a couple of breaking news catalysts in the days leading up to its earnings report also tomorrow morning, but UPS joining that here again. United Parcel Services reportedly in talks with Figure AI to deploy humanoid robots. Interesting timing for a lot of these companies with breaking news the day before their earnings, guys. Back to you.
Robotics plays there. There's
R might move on that.
Yeah, Rich Tech Robotics. There's also Arc.
No, it's not doing any.
B is Arc B Robotics.
Arc B?
Arc B. Let me see.
SERV, right? Serve Robotics. I think that was the other one. I'm trying to remember.
Oh, no, Arc B is Bitcoin. What the hell am I doing? Arc KQ is the normal one there. That's the robotics, Arc KQ.
Okay.
I was going to look at the earnings, but let me just look at Arc KQ right here just to show everybody. I'm actually in this name, which is why I was like, how do I not know this? We had bought some robotics names a while ago, or this ETF very, very long time ago. I was actually buying it instead of the other Arc. You know, we had Raider Trader on here at the beginning of the year, talking about how the next big thing was going to be robotics. I still do agree, but obviously, as the market's fallen back in, there were some great opportunities to get this for half price almost. As high was $84, $85, all the way down to 54 on that wick. More reasonable bottom in and around 60. So again, Raider Trader, really smart dude, does a lot of research right here. So, you know, if you are looking for some robotics plays, this wraps it all up in a bundle for you. And you just got to pay Miss Wood her price for management. There, Rich Tech Robotics, yeah, that would be another name that you were just talking about right there. But again, doesn't look like we're going bumping a night anywhere.
I wonder if they make more money from selling those products rather than their own investments.
No. They make all the money off the management fees. Yeah, of course. Yeah, because it's, who knows if she has any of her own money in there. It doesn't matter. It's client money, right? She loses it.
Yeah, I was
it still
looking at
collects
some
the
of
3 points or whatever on it. I don't know. It's probably not that high. Probably 1.5 or.
The market up or down, portfolio up or down, she's probably winning no matter what.
The minute you, exactly.
Regardless of what the market does.
Right, exactly. So that fee's rolled into the price, right? So, all right. I mean, here we go. We just talked about what a huge pre-market day it is tomorrow, and it sure is that. And then post-market, you're going to get a couple answers. Starbucks been beat up real bad recently as well, down from the short that we just called it. We didn't know. we didn't call it due to the tariffs. It was way up there at 115, 116. Now you're down into the $80 mark. We do like Visa. I think that if you're going to buy any of the, I like American Express better, but Visa coming out there as well. Snapchat's been beat up for a minute. We could look there. I'm still waiting for someone to buy Snapchat, but I don't think that can ever happen if it's a U.S. company because you're going to get involved with the FTC and everything in a competition. They're not going to let any of the major already social media, they're already getting fired at right there, let alone trying to add to their portfolio with Snapchat. So that's a problem. You know, big days though, man. Robinhood and Meta, we'd look at that for Wednesday, Obi. Amazon and Microsoft coming through. Amazon wins our poll. It's the name that most traders are interested in moving forward out of the major mega cap names. ExxonMobil, so that'd be interesting for traders like Randy and those of us that are looking at oil plays as well with Chevron coming out right there.
Apple, Reddit.
Where's Apple? Where did
Apple right there. I think yeah, there's Apple.
Yeah, Twilio, Riot.
Yeah, Riot.
We got some blockchain names
BNB.
coming through. It's a big, big week. Go to Trader TV Research. Adara's already sort of talked about that right there on those. At least follow those two handles. Will take you where you need to go for that one. So, yeah, tonight it'll be Sharif and Adara on the show. And then we were just talking about this earlier, too. Time to talk to Michael Noss and see what he thinks here because he called gold as being a short here today, up 1.4%. So, look, one day doesn't
I still like that trade. As long as gold by the ounce is underneath 3,500, I still like that.
Oh, me too. That's what I was going to say. Not one day makes the trade. Just an update on today's price action. He was talking about getting short, so I assume this kind of a move up probably has helped him getting more short into that position. But he had talked about using Dust. Was it Dust?
Yeah, Dust is the 2x.
Yeah, it was
2x lever.
Bear 2x. Yeah, so it was this. There was another one. It was GLD. No. GDXJ, but those are the miners. There was another one that I think was triple. So maybe those of you in the chat that are familiar with whatever the triple gold ETF is, but you could see here, this doesn't make much sense because gold, this is a bear. Right, so bearish. Okay, so yeah, we're down, but this can't be 2x gold. Dust. What does it say here for Dust? Daily gold miners. Yeah. So we're looking for gold itself. So GDXD. Yeah,
3x leverage inverse microsectors is GDXD.
It's crazy, some of these things.
And then there's GDXD and GDXU. And there's Nugget as well, NUGT.
But why aren't these following gold, though? Like
because they're all miners. Well, they're all miners. I'm seeing them here. They're all miners.
Okay, so they're all miners. Yeah.
Related to gold, yes, but not necessarily maybe playing off of gold by the ounce. But yeah, they're all miners, it would seem. Maybe we'll get back to it.
Sebastian. Yeah, okay, let's go to Adara and we'll figure this out before we get back. Yep.
I'm just seeing this come through here on X, but it looks like we're going to have Scott Bessent, who is the White House press secretary, set to join a White House press briefing at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. I am assuming tomorrow, but again, if I find out any more details, I'll let you know. Then Howard Lutnick, who is the White House Secretary of Commerce, is apparently scheduled to appear on CNBC at 2 p.m. Eastern. Again, I'm assuming tomorrow. Both of these individuals, of course, very involved in trade. They're both in Trump's cabinet, and they've been named here as part of the trade initiative. They've both spoken about trade and these tariff negotiations. So these will both certainly be events on watch. Again, to recap, Scott Bessent set to join a White House press briefing, apparently scheduled at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. Lutnick scheduled to appear on CNBC at 2 p.m. Eastern. If I find any more details out on either of these engagements, I will let you know promptly. Back to you.
I think it's just
everything is off. Palantir is ripping. I was just looking at the NASDAQ right here where it's trying to go 19.54. I didn't realize we're in the hour of power, man. This goes fast, Obi.
All right.
Thanks for joining today. Neil will be back tomorrow. Bright and early, of course. We'll be here at 8:30. Palantir still ripping higher, man. I mean, 114. This is at the high of the day.
I think something's coming
in. I tried to short it in this area thinking we were not getting back up here. But you're not holding this thing back at all. Palantir absolutely mooning right now here in the afternoon. Like this move comes from 12 o'clock, 109. You've added 5%, 4.5% onto this name here in 3 hours, which is fine, but big move. I'm wondering if I should take some off of the personal portfolio right now of Palantir. We've been long this. I have the hat somewhere. I was wearing it around town. But 114.50. The high is 125 right now for PLTR. So you're not even that far away. Considering where the market is right now, it's nice to see the market battling back, but you're still down about that 10%, right, from all-time highs. So it's nice to see Palantir is not that. You are a couple percentage points away. And we could even get into that 120 level tomorrow for sure, gapping into that level overnight. All right, yeah, we have to address this because it looks like this will turn out to be a decent hit. You know, I was not expecting the move to go up here. You and I both sort of talked about fighting the trend there. You were able to get out of Tesla, which is good. I assume that that's probably much higher than where it is right now. The Qs are just doing that grind that you talked about, Obi, and it's grinding higher. We'll be short at 53.12, but right now we have on like about 6 or so unit play, which is pretty good. I mean, the max will go for is 10. So let's just say we have 600 shares or so on for this one, and I'm not adding to it, man. We can add it. We can take 100 units. It's not, I don't base it like that. I'm just thinking to myself, like, what's the maximum amount of shares that I would want on this? And right now I have like basically 60% of that. So it's a big trade, and it's going to be an L, right? So this is a bad trade right now, looking bad anyways, as we just continue to go higher. Was not really waiting for a news bomb or anything, just didn't think that we would get back into this level right here. And we did. And just climbed through. I honestly thought like in around here, 30s or 40s, that was our last sort of stop. That's where we took some shares. Now we're just giving it a little bit of a bump and see if we can go. But if we can retrace back, remember, we're holding this thing about 28 cents, or what am I short at? 12. So 12, it'll be a 20, what math am I doing? It'll be a 38-cent hit if we were to lose that. So this is gonna have to get sub 53 to make any sense here. And right now, VWAP's at 53. So I do have some orders to get out around there, but then these orders in the 90s and 80s is what really we're looking to get full. They're filled up, if that can happen. So right now, so far, whoever just wrote Caddyshack in the chat, what a great movie. One that you have not seen, I would guess. Not. Yeah. Bill Murray.
Oh boy, here we go.
Hilarious with the little gophers and everything in there. And it also has, what's his name? The guy with those lines. He disrespected me, or whatever his name. What's his name there? He's passed away. Little small guy. He's the rich guy in that show. Someone will have it for me in a minute. I got to go get a coffee.
Oh boy.
I should know this guy, man. A stand-up comedian. The guy's hilarious. Anyways, hey, what's up? What's up, Victory? Rodney Dangerfield. I cannot believe that I did not remember his name. So, anyways, great movie there. You should watch it. It must be 35 years old at this point. The golf clubs they use and everything. It's hilarious, and it's a really funny movie. You know Bill Murray though.
Yeah. I recognize the faces.
Ghostbusters.
Yes.
And
Of course.
one of the funniest guys around.
He's amazing.
Bill Murray. I mean, looks like hell now, but he's getting older. So, what's up to Bill Murray? It's funny watching him golf, of course. Chevy Chase. Yeah, you know Chevy Chase?
No idea.
No idea who Chevy Chase is?
I'm trying to chase this move though right now. That's a bit of a. I'm sorry. It's funny. So I spent some time with my friends after a very long time over the weekend, and then they're just like, Obi, we hate hanging out with you because you bring everything back to stocks, and they're very business oriented, and they're like, yeah, we took all our money out of stocks because we didn't want to hear you talk about
all their money. Wow.
Which was obviously a joke, but
that way they're not interested.
I thought it was pretty
much.
funny.
Yeah.
You know? So I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah, I have a Caddyshack. I have a Chevy Chase little Benum thing on my Christmas tree, where it from National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Never heard of that?
No. Sorry, man. See, here's the thing, man. Like
So there's this thing called Santa Claus?
Yes.
You heard of that?
Yeah, of course.
Reindeers?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Rudolph the
Red-nosed reindeer. Yeah. What's your favorite Christmas time movie?
Oh,
Let me guess. Not National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
no. What's that? The claymation one, the classic claymation one. You know what I'm talking about. The one they always play on the TV.
Yeah, it's Rudolph.
Rudolph. Yeah.
Burl Ives.
Yeah, the guy with the beard. Yeah. He does that weird flip with his pickaxe because he's looking for gold.
No. Burl Ives is the guy that wrote it. You're talking. Yeah, Silver and Gold.
Yes,
Silver
that's
and Gold.
the one. Yeah,
and then he brutally takes out all the teeth of that poor Sam Squanch there.
Yeah. Yep.
You know what I mean?
He does some dental work. He does some dental work.
Didn't deserve that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I would say
That
that's
movie
the claymation Christmas movie. That's what I call it because I always forget the name. But
I'm thinking more
Yeah,
like along those lines.
yeah,
You ever seen Elf? Elf. Will
I
Ferrell?
think I've seen it, but I don't remember, to be honest.
I'm going to ask you one more question about seeing a movie.
Yeah.
And if you say no, nothing's going to happen, but I'll be very surprised.
All right.
Home Alone.
Of course.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Okay.
Classic. I just love that movie.
So-
yeah, that's another Christmas classic. Right?
Yeah, I'd say
Yeah,
so.
yeah, for sure it is.
Yeah, it's the only time, literally the only time it ever gets played.
Yep.
And we actually bought at our house a home. This TQ's position is just, it's just grinding higher. I'm stopping out at 50. So this breaks 50, we're out. But yeah, we got a Lego. You doing Lego?
I like Lego.
Yeah.
Lego movie,
That
you've
doesn't
seen that?
surprise
I've
me.
seen that. Lego movie.
Many times.
Yeah, of course.
I actually have the Lego games on the Switch.
Oh, nice.
Because the kids
Played
love
those,
that stuff, man. Lego, it's great. Will Arnett,
Oh
there,
my God,
Lego
that's
Batman.
big.
You know who Will Arnett is?
No. Tell you, man, I'm horrible with names. I don't really watch sports. I watch movies, but like a lot of like maybe like action movies. I love classic.
Oh, you Die Hard. There we go. The
Yeah,
best.
I've seen all the Die
Christmas
Hards.
movie. There we go.
But I really like the one with the fire sale. I think that's like 2 or 3. Or
Right. It must be 3. I don't think it's not 2.
But I like by far favorite movies would be The Matrix because we are living in a simulation. Decent probability, but not that it really matters. But Matrix, absolutely beautiful movies. Keanu Reeves is sick. I also
I will
like,
not ask that, Chef Joe, because if the answer is no, then
the Baba Yaga.
I'm not sure. Did you see the Scarface?
John Wick. Sorry, Scarface, like the classic. I have not seen Scarface or Godfather. Those are on my watch. Here's the thing,
Joe. Why did you have to do this?
So some of the best movies, I'm keeping them for a little bit later because I know these are.
How
like,
much longer, Obi?
Well, like
until later, like when? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't.
Ramin's like I should start asking Sean about all the Indian movies that I've seen,
Sure, man.
and he's gonna say no.
I play kabaddi, all that kind of stuff. I'm all about. Are you guys not thinking? I mean, I told you about Brampton.
Yes. So you're part of the kabaddi gang?
Of course, I'm part of the kabaddi gang.
Yo, that's sick.
What do I look
See,
like?
I haven't even played kabaddi. You know, Sharif would be probably good. Like you see some of those guys that play like professional kabaddi. They're
like a rugby, but Indian style rugby.
It's pretty wild there. Are you not going to stop me?
Don't. I'm just waiting to get stopped out here, which kind of sucks. So we'll put a bow on our trading today and get stopped out right now on the TQQs. At least we're having some fun here. At least, that's how you know I'm having a bad day is when I can just joke like this and not even care too much about trading. But we do care about it. We're just getting.
Those are the best trades.
No, they're not. This is the worst trade.
When you're in a position and you're not really you're not too attached to it is what I mean.
Oh, I'm attached. Yeah. This is the problem. I'm about to be disattached very, very soon to this trade. I just didn't think we were doing this here today, and now we are. So okay, Donnie Brasco.
No, that's I know which movie that is, but I have not seen
Goodfellas. Do you already?
I have not seen Goodfellas. Goodfellas? Wait, what's the title? What's the?
But why? It doesn't matter. Okay, so here we go. That trade's going to come out here, breaking through 53.55. So we'll wait for that to come through again at some point as well. We talked about maybe trading.
Casino.
Yes, you've seen that.
Mateo told me. So when I came to the floor, Mateo gave me this long list of
another Paisan. Mateo,
all the movies. He's like these are all the gangster movies that you need to watch. I was like, yeah, sick, let's go. I've watched maybe about 3 out of that list.
Casino, in my opinion, is probably the worst one.
Really?
Out of all of the ones that we've talked about, the Godfather series, Scarface, Goodfellas, Donnie Brasco. I'm going to be missing a whole bunch because right now. We have I'm Reloaded right there as well from Donnie Brasco. So, all right, we're almost there. It is. So there goes the TQs, broke through 55. We'll end that one now and then try to stop fighting. It's too late to stop fighting the trend right there. I'm not going to ask him about any more movies, guys. You're more of a science fiction guy.
Yeah, very much so.
There's no.
I guess growing up,
Boiler Room's a great movie.
I think I've seen that one. Pretty sure I've seen that one.
You definitely, I think you probably.
Well, Wolf of Wall Street, of course. Margin call, absolutely beautiful. What else is there? We talked about watching.
Should have just stayed long, man. We were long Palantir at 111.15.
On the reversion of the whole pretty much move there. A lot of people throwing up movie names.
I'm about to throw up
in the chat. We'll be right back.
IBIT back
with your movie
recap
recap
as well. Let's go over to Adair, but Bitcoin ripping too.
I mentioned earlier that tomorrow might be the biggest day for pre-market earnings this week. And here's what I mean. This is just 11 of the names reporting before the bell tomorrow. There are some other heavy hitters that aren't included on this infographic, including BP. But here's the expected move for these names. There are some big ones. SoFi, about 13.4%. Spotify, 10.5%, and UPS at about 7.5%. Here are some of the bigger ones. JBlue and PayPal both expected to have an expected move of more than 8%. So if you want to look at the expected moves and the expected times of reporting for some of these earnings names expected tomorrow, just go on X at TTV Research and you can take a look at all of these tickers. You can also take a look at our earnings and events calendar for tomorrow, April 29th. Again, X at TTV Research. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Guys, remember that alert that I put on Netflix for those all-time high breakout? It just came in, so that's a signal for Netflix fresh highs there coming through into some of those. Yeah, I should have had an eye on Netflix as well. We talked about how that could maybe be a little bit of an indicator for some of the action on the day today. This started to step up after 2 o'clock. When did this happen? So yeah, in and around here, so break out of that kind of prior high there. Flakes kind of start to step up. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Where is the next trade? Yeah, of course. I like One Piece, like the anime. Like I've been watching it for many. I think over.
I think my son's on like episode 700 and something.
Yeah, I'm like pretty much up to date. I think they took like a 6-month break. I haven't seen anything after that. But
okay.
Yeah, great. I mean, like here's the thing, man. Some of these Japanese authors, absolutely amazing storytellers.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I like watching One Piece.
One Piece is really good, but it takes a lot to get into, right? That's the only thing.
Yeah, it's quite a commitment, over 1,300 episodes.
My parents were always like, "Why are you still watching cartoons?" I'm like,
yeah,
it's so much more. It's a story. It's at the end of the day, it's like you appreciate
watch,
the storytelling, the character development, the art. Exactly. So it's like
with all of that.
You know, growing up, you ever watched Samurai Jack?
No.
No. Samurai Jack was sick. Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball.
Dude, growing up, do you know how old I am? Dragon Ball Z?
Yeah, it was after. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. He-Man. You probably watched He-Man.
I watch He-Man.
Wildcats.
Man, this is what I'm talking about.
Wildcats,
yes, man.
Yeah.
Skull,
Transformers. Skeletor. Yeah, Skeletor.
I used to have the little He-Man figurines, man, where they'd be riding on that tiger guy and everything. I used to have the cat. Okay, now it's starting to become a problem. I used to have the Castle of Grayskull.
Ooh.
You know, like you'd open up the castle.
Yeah. That sword. What's that?
There's
what's
like
that sword
Iron Man
called?
that used to ram people with. There's a ram guy there.
Excalibur.
That's his name?
No. The name of the sword. Yeah.
Oh, the name of the sword.
Yeah.
All right, maybe we should talk about some sort of
Power Rangers. No.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard of them. I mean, what do you mean Power Rangers? You watch Power Rangers?
I used to, yeah. Growing up, I used to watch Power Rangers.
We are learning a little bit more about Obi here today, that is for sure. All right, yeah,
I used to run home from school to watch Dragon Ball Z. Right after. I think they did that on purpose, so they're like, kids don't hang around doing random things after school. Maybe, I don't know, that was the whole...
I was still doing like, we had Flintstones.
Oh yeah, I love Flintstones.
You ever watch American Gladiator?
No, I don't think.
Oh, that was good. That was not a cartoon, but that was fun show as well. I used to watch wrestling too.
Yeah.
Real fun. All right, new position alert. Short again. IBIT. So, yeah, came right back into this level of $54. Let's just go short. I'm going short against that top wick right there. We've passed through VWAP. If we're going to sell off the rest of the day, look, man, it's going to kill me to watch these futures come right back down if they do. But we're going to short IBIT right now into this level. It just does hit the 200 period moving average. Finally, a trade that like actually looks like something that I should be making into that 200 period moving average, into some resistance right now for IBIT. You know, also didn't hold too well earlier when we were dancing around these levels before falling back in. So for me, I don't mind this trade. I think this is a good one, giving ourselves a little bit of room to get back into 54.05. That's going to be the stop if we do break through there. So 54.06, actually I got to change that. 54.06, that sort of wick high right here. So if we can, I think that's what it was, right? Yeah, 54.03 and change. So if it ticks up higher than that, then we're going to stop out. So quick trade here, averaging it into the 90s. But yeah, the futures continue to blast higher. Good out there. I know it was an L, but a small one, which is great. And great talk there about Tesla, because that name just kept on blasting higher as well. About to go green on Tesla, about to go green on this market. Yeah. Looks like the S&P is green now, just turning green now. So there it goes, man. Tesla really getting juiced up here into the close. And what a great number that was. We're hoping that a lot of the Mag 7 names that come this week are very, very similar to what we've seen on Tesla, where it's been so bad that maybe we the flush out has already happened in names like Google trying to hold above 160. Ooh, it actually got below that today there. But still trying to hold above that level of 160, which looks pretty key to me right there, gapping above and through. So we're trying to hold out for Google. And then Apple trying to stay northbound of $2 into their earnings call as well. So we do like that. And Meta I think that's going to be the most violent of all of them. I think Meta does have the opportunity to get going. It was up 3 or 4% on Google earnings alone, so we'll watch out for Meta. But Tesla right now pumping. Don't hear anything in my ear. It's been a very, very quiet day as far as news is concerned.
No, again, we talked. So I've gotten stopped out. Like what is that? Stopped out twice technically, and kind of took a bit of a scalp there from 280. I guess that was 281s to 280s. But yeah, we talked about this a little earlier. Don't want to fight that grinding bid. Did that last week. I see literally what I was seeing last week. So I'm like, all right, well, hands off of this one. I'm going to wait for some distinct action. Sure, can I get with the trend? Get long? Sure, yeah, that's more than valid. But again, not really what I'm trying to look for right now. And going into the end of the day, again, it's about 3:27. Got about 30 minutes, give or take, for the closing bell. I'm looking for the next trade, and that might not even come in until the actual imbalances come in. But this grinding bid since about the midday was at about, I think it was about 130. Yeah, 130 right here. You can see the futures kind of start to turn, and we've been catching a bid since then, and we're almost about to go red to green on a lot of these tickers. Netflix has already gone there. We talked about that Netflix push, so that thing is probably still in and around there. Yeah, it's still pushing or attempting to push right here. Look at this Amazon. This is what I mean. I know you can't see it as well on some of these other charts, but let's kind of push it open here. We'll go to a 15-minute, and you can see some of these reversions with a little bit more of a perspective here on using a 15-minute chart. That strong Kwadung flush. Look at that opening range low break. That was pretty aggressive. I saw that happen, and I waited for that aggressive selling to kind of to slow down, to really get involved, and didn't really get involved until in and around here when we came back on. But it was pretty much sideways chop since then. But you can see, look at this reversion, a little bit of unusual selling, reverts that move by the end of the day. Interesting stuff. No idea what it means, but take a look at Apple though. Apple right here, almost a red to green here. High a day, 211 halves, currently trading at 210.60s, maybe coming into a little bit of this anchored as well. I don't know where that anchored's coming in from, probably from somewhere from highs here. It would seem, oh boy, yeah, much earlier on Apple. But yeah, 210s reclaiming. So I was talking to a couple buddies about this. I'm like, yeah, Apple 200. Let's see whether it holds. And we've been kind of chopping around here. So interesting stuff there on Apple. 285s potentially coming back in here on Tesla as well. You can see Tesla. That is not Tesla, TSLA. You can see that reclaiming that VWAP. Didn't really, so this trend break didn't really bring us anything as we consolidated in and around VWAP. You guys know I tried a little bit here, but when it just started to consolidate and hold higher, I was like, all right, well, if it's going to accept prices and kind of grind, I don't want to necessarily be involved for any kind of pushes, and oh boy, push it did all the way back into VWAP. But prior day high is something I'm watching as well. That was interesting coming into the open today as well. 287s-ish. What was that high specifically? 286.85. So you can see that once we kind of couldn't really hold this area, we broke down pretty aggressively. Now a little bit of a reversion. I'm looking at a lot of these 15-minute charts, man, and it's just a grinding bit. There's clearly a buyer on the tape across the board. No idea who's buying, but definitely buying significant enough to pick up this whole market as of right now, going into the end of Monday. SMCI, I know some people in the chat were talking about SMCI. Look at this one. What a beautiful kind of V-shaped recovery on the day. That supply kind of showing itself in the morning session. Look at those top wicks on the 15-minute, and we've come right back into that zone. So going to be interesting to see where we close here on SMCI on the day. But yeah, you can see, take a reference to SMH. I want to take a look at the chip sector here. Semiconductors, you can see right there, that selling coming in about 211s. We're trading 210, so that grinding bid, look, boom, 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 boom. It's very consistent, almost uniform bars, right, across the board. Whether you pull up, like the cleanest ones I'm seeing on ETFs right now, but you can still see it on the individual constituents as well. You can take a look at AMD right here. You can. These are 15-minute candles, man. Step up, step up, step up. There's clearly a grinding or a sustained bid, right? I think with the limited information that we're getting on the chart, we can see that there has been a bit of a sustained bid without any real kind of consolidation happening all along the way on the 15-minute chart. So I'm just curious to know where we close. We only have about 2 more candles left when it comes to the 15-minute chart to print going into the end of the day. And to be honest, Sean, like I'm more than satisfied with some of the decisions I've made today in terms of my trading. I came in today, I'm like, I'm going to keep it light. I'm going to keep it nothing too crazy. If something sets up, the thing was, something did set up as an A+, and I took pieces off of it. That's something I have to kind of go back and be like, yeah, if you had a top idea and you were seeing it, put it on your main screen and really kind of maybe even post orders. We were talking about this. I know you sometimes post orders for prices that you like, and like sometimes I get a little nervous doing that, being like, okay, well, you know, what if it gets hit when I'm not really paying attention? Or
So I solved that problem with just posting less shares.
Okay.
Because then when it gets hit, then you can reassess.
Right.
So if you're looking to build a 500 share position or something like that, even just put 50 shares.
Yeah.
You know, so if you get hit, you're into 10% of it.
Yes, okay.
And then you could be like, okay, maybe let's breathe a little bit. Do I still like it?
Right.
You know, because I mean, I try to do that with some of these plays, and just so I don't miss them.
Right.
That's kind of what happened with Tesla. That came out of nowhere. Like, and we did that today on Tesla, and it's a good thing to talk about, actually. We did that on Tesla today, and I remember when it came through, I was like, oh boy, what was going on right there, right here, and then it started to go, and it was able actually to assess what was going on there with Tesla. So we didn't even have that many shares when that came through, and then it just tanked on us. So that first loss was really small because, again, we're just sitting there with like 10% or 1 unit sort of right there. Then once we got that bottom and thought, okay, maybe we had missed it, then we had gotten back in with a little bit of a bigger position because our level held basically within $1. And then we got that bottom wick to see if we could go, let's go. But instead, let's go down for Tesla there today. Okay, so SoFi earnings are tomorrow. And, you know, again, this name's been on a great run. It looks like it's in a great run right now, really expressing the long here in this afternoon. SoFi's come up from a nice little bottom there of $8, now making that move through the 50-period moving average and looking to test in and around this spot right here, 14 bucks. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening there tomorrow. I think we can get to that spot. The implied move, of course, today for some of these names. Now, we're going to talk about some of the names that you're going to have tonight. Big show, hopefully, tonight. Just NXPI and New Core. So NXPI looking at 6%, New Core looking at 5%, the largest steel producer in the United States, New Core, NUE. There it is right here. Let's have a quick look at what New Core is doing. You could trade some U.S. steel, but they have that Nippon deal there, and I'm not even sure what's going on with it. U.S. steel has been hit a lot. So we'll have to see what happens with their earnings call tonight and see where they see the market for steel going. We have Rahim Alani coming through this week again. So we could, you know, obviously the report will be here, but we'll figure out what's going on with steel tonight. As most of the indexes today will be pretty flat, you know, like USO today. We can see what's going on with oil. I don't know if gold has bounced back a little bit, but USO is down today, and GLD was down 1.5% earlier as well. So, sorry, up. Went the other way there, up there, because we talked about Michael this morning looking short. So we'll find out today if that still holds or if he's gotten into those positions. So oil slightly down today, although I was looking at XLE is going to be different than USO. So that's what I was looking at earlier. XLE up 0.62 as some of the stocks are upside, while oil itself, USO, down today. Bitcoin trying to rally back to 95. I actually just going to take one more fill. It's not really moving around right now. So we were talking about it coming up to the 200 period right there. So worth shorting. But then I thought to myself, Bitcoin's a completely different animal. Some of the stuff that we've done and some of the work that we've done here on the show is with equities, not necessarily with crypto. But let's see if it can still hold. Rough move making that way up on the TQ. So we'll take an L here this afternoon with our biggest trade on the futures. And it's good that we got out to where we did as well, as they're continuously going higher right now.
Yeah, and speaking of working on ideas for equities, eSignal might be the place to look there. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize, and foresee profitable opportunities with the platform that you need. Infinite data, instant trading, know where the market is moving before others with lightning fast data. Charts that change the game. Customize, analyze markets faster, your way. Better backtesting and scanning. Predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable, real-time data and up-to-the-second market information from hundreds of global markets. eSignal will give you everything that you need all in one place. So don't miss a beat and execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description there for eSignal. All right, so with only about 23 or so minutes here, Sean, left during the day. We got about a few more minutes until these imbalances come in. There's some selling coming into the market right now as well. So maybe the question I'm asking is this the short now on the break of this bit of a trend right now? But again, I'm going to stay patient. Things might get a little volatile going into the end. You can see that things are getting a little shake and bakey. I don't know if that's a word, but volatility, the aggression of the tape is starting to go a little bit higher, the speed as well. So I'm going to stay a little bit patient as we catch this bid into the closing session there. Like I said, only about 22 minutes. So I have no idea. I'm still waiting for the next trade. And yeah, exactly. I think, again, Sean, you got to remember the next day, tomorrow, like there's so many opportunities in this market. And a lot of people talk about, oh, why aren't you in a position? Why aren't you trading? Well, is there a trade? At the end of the day, you have to remember, as best as possible, you got to try to be as professional as possible when it comes to being a trader. You can't be, sure, there are opportunities and trades all over the place relative to different playbooks. But again, I can't trade everything, right? I don't have a playbook for everything. I have a playbook that I am working on, and so does Sean. Sean has a seasoned playbook that he's been kind of working with and trades that he's been taking, and they don't show up all the time, right? They show up when they show up. Right. So
yeah, no, that's look.
I definitely have to increase my repertoire.
I think that we all talk the same thing all the time, and it's just like, trade the names and trade the plays that you think are setting up. And honestly, for me, and we talk about this all the time, and thank you for asking me here in the chat. And these are the questions that honestly, like, this is what matters. Like right here, Butter Biscuit Head. What up, Butter Biscuit? Where's my guy right here? Are you red or green today? Red, I said, and I said quite a bit red, actually. And the thing is like, when you're trading more shares and you're making plays and they don't work out for you, there are going to be days where you're just going to be red. And, you just hope that, and it does kind of suck on a Monday, but I don't really look at it like obviously I'd rather start the week off positive. I'd rather end the week positive as well. And I'd rather have a positive middle of the week, so I don't really care about the day that it is. It's just, you're trying to take ideas and plays, and hopefully if they work out, then you do have the shares on board. And when they don't, you get stopped out and it stays within the pocket, right? And I think that that's something that's, really big to understand. Finally, right here, I'm going to try to go short. I know we only have 10 minutes until those imbalances, but I think this could just be a 10-minute trade where we haven't broke the top. So now it's consolidating here. If the futures say, wait a second, maybe we're not thinking about going green the rest of the day, then maybe we do pull back into VWAP. So we're going to take a little shot here. And I think at this point, it's probably worth it. just where we are. So I'm going to give it until that break. So 53.85. If we break that, then we can get out. And this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. I think this is worth it. My logic is just into the close here. I know we're fighting this trend all afternoon, going upside right here, but let's just see, does this market actually want to go ahead of big earnings tomorrow morning? We sort of showed you all those stocks. Will the market, watch those names tomorrow morning and go up or down? We don't know where this report's going, but here we go. Just as I talk like that, there go the TQs back up to the upside. So we'll lose a little bit more here, it looks like, into the end of the day trying to short this. But this is just a play to see if we can retrace back down here. I think the odds are much in our favor when we're looking at a percentage points here of where we're getting stopped out versus where we could potentially go. So let's see if we can get lucky and fade out a little bit into the close. It's not looking like it right now. I looked at this, but again, very hard to get a good read. AT&T buy, TD a buy, DMN, I don't even know. We've looked, that's like a penny stock or something. Pfizer a sell, HPE a buy. So maybe there is some more tech buys coming here into the close. Bank is actually a buy as well. But we've seen this not really mean too much, at least until 350. So some buys and sells kind of mixed around here into the imbalances. So yeah, we never want to get that feeling like we're gambling. So we're not going to put on too many shares. We did get out of iBit for flat. Basically, we're short at what, 80, what was I short at, 86? We got 91s there. It was not a huge trade. Just thought that, hey, no point. It's not really moving around. We don't need to sit in crypto. Just in case it does break 95, there's your warning that the imbalances are coming out soon. So, yeah, TQs. We know the stop is 7 cents from here. So let's see what winds up happening now as we get into the end of the day. So last week, there it is. What's up, Tia? Or David. Last week was so red. Hopefully not. Maybe I guess it was for you because last week was a great week in the market. You needed aloe vera. Yeah, we were at the, like I said, I think it's either, it must be in my jacket or I left it in my car, lip chap or lip balm because I feel like, we were
aloe vera for the burns.
That's what he said. Yeah, exactly. I had the wind burn today as well. So. Do you get burned often, or?
Depends. If I'm like out in the sun.
Depends if you're out in the sun. Yeah, we know that one will be.
For the longest time, then yeah, for sure. But no.
You ever get sunburned? Depend if I'm out in the sun. Yeah, that is that is a key dependent on.
No, I've been sunburned before.
Oh, you ever gone tanning, like to a tanning salon?
No,
No, me neither.
Bro,
how about a masseuse?
I'm naturally tanned. What do you mean?
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like sometimes before you go on vacation, some people will grab a tan, or before summer they'll grab it so they can get a darker base.
No, I wouldn't do that.
But I guess that's true. That's more of a white guy problem, isn't it? Probably than anything else. So, all right, let's just keep on going. You're not going to be in anything here into the close. Which one name tomorrow morning then, Obi? If we are going to look at this chart again here, this is who's reporting tomorrow morning. Give me one. Thanks, Adara, for all this again. So we have UPS, Royal Caribbean, Pfizer, JetBlue, Altria, Spotify. I think that's going to be quite a nice play there. Similar to Netflix, right, where you have a lot of earnings coming tomorrow morning. People canceling their Spotify. General Motors, I think, should be interesting. But we kind of know maybe where that story is going. Coca-Cola, SoFi, PayPal.
So out of all those, well, it really depends on how the morning session comes in. But I think UPS definitely on watch. They just had news with the robots, so we're going to be watching those. And in terms of some of the other ones, I like GM. If GM can give us a decent move, that's liquid enough to really push into some shares if the trade sets up there.
6 a.m.
But yeah,
Spotify 6:30 GM.
SoFi as well.
PayPal 7. It's funny, 7 a.m. Like, I'm surprised that SoFi and PayPal would be pre-market. Like some of the older names, even Spotify. Yeah, I know they're always, but I'm just thinking like a lot of the names that you see in the pre-market are old Dow Jones names, like just older names that have been around for a minute, right? It's tough. It's funny to see a SoFi there when that's just IPO 10 years ago, or maybe less than that, I guess. SoFi and then Spotify, similar direct listed as well in the AM, right? Like Visa. After hours, so again, that's an old name. So First Solar, Starbucks, and then Snapchat. For me, tomorrow night, Starbucks going to be an interesting name to look at there tomorrow night. All right, so that's what that is. Voting? Are you voting?
Yeah, I said I went on.
You did already? Okay, yeah, I got to do that after. That's on my mind. Trying to think about things I got to do here. after we get home. So yeah, voting. And it's cool too because we live right beside a school, so
Yeah,
it's
that
not gonna
helps.
it's not gonna take too long to get over there. But I do wish that I was a little smarter and do nothing on the weekends. You can just walk up and vote pretty much at any of these polling stations. Did not do that, so boo on me. Yeah, we are getting out of the TQs, man. There's ripping right here into the close. We just thought we would take this. Look, this is going to be a 15-cent hit to the upside, which does suck, but we were not really rolling too hard into this one. But there it goes, upside on the TQs. Looks like it wants to break right now.
Yeah, I'm just kind of just watching this Tesla for now. Just in just a breadcrumb of a short here. Just going into the close, looking for that 284 to potentially crack, but like again, we're still within this trend that we've been having. So again, as those imbalances get closer, probably going to get out of this one. You can see that Amazon's bidding up as well. You can see the futures bidding up as well. So yeah, this bid coming in pretty strong into the close, that grinding bid again. Like I said, not really trying to fight it aggressively. But again, I'm in for a feeler. And maybe getting ready for tomorrow as well. If we're going to see more of this action, man, I got to figure out a good way to kind of capitalize on this grinding craziness here. Look at that. Wow, look at that. Just back right through those highs there on Tesla. 285 is a bit of an interesting level. Remember I talked about that 19.5 on the NASDAQ? Guess what, Sean? We made it all the way back to 19.5. We were talking about that 19.5 down here when we were still trading 19.3s before the 400 even came in. But yeah, what a crazy market here. Nice little push into the close for a V-shaped recovery for some, not for all. But yeah, interesting day nonetheless. Let me know in the chat. We don't have much time. We've got about 13 minutes left. BBI was nice as well. What were your top ideas? And also, what were your top trades of the day? I'm curious to know what how those come in.
Here, so
Yeah.
yeah, interested to hear what people are doing. Yeah, let us know if you guys are green or red on the day today. Let us know. So you can share that with us. Big Bear AI, now, again, just trying to, we've been talking about a lot of different names here, including Bitcoins and whatnot, but IBIT, back onto VWAP. So we'll see. It's nice to see that this is at least positive day. Sometimes when you're up that 7 or 8% and you go red on the day, hard to get back to green. So it's nice to see Big Bear today do that. So we'll check out Big Bear AI tomorrow, see if we can get some more follow through on that play. WW, formerly of Weight Watchers fame, didn't do too much here this afternoon. Had a nice go early. And I still think that 50-cent spot. So that's going to be a good one to look at the next time it breaks there. That would be something that, again, set your sort of orders or your triggers to at least be identified in and around 48, 49 cents. Then when it gets going through there, you're going to be on the level 2 and be able to catch that breaking through that 50 level. We did see names like Tilray and CGC in that go for a little bit of a run there last week. I don't know if we're having much action on them today, down 50%, then $1. 1.5%. And then CGC today as well. This was more the runner last week than Tilray. So that's why they're down. Wow, 7%. Like, wow, these stocks do eventually just get lit up. I mean, there it is, 80 cents up to 182, back down to 130 right there for CGC. So yeah, today, man, burning the ground is CGC. We are getting a little bit of a pullback. FFIV is after hours as well. This has been a huge stock. So we can check out FFIV right there on the networking side to see if that can hold out as well. Right at the 50-period moving average. So that's another name. And then someone said, is Starbucks still near $100? No. That was the reason why it's interesting to me. You're all the way down into the 80s again, where we've seen a great little base here. So Starbucks tomorrow night, going to be a real interesting call. These wick downs really been bought up, right, into the low, I guess, high to one is mid 70s, 76, but $77, $78 mark for Starbucks, 10% down. I like that stock anyways. SBUX into earnings. I think that could be a good one. They had that huge bump up on Brian Nickel, right here, boom. And then since then we had made new highs and then whoops to the downside where we had commented that it looked a little frothy up there, well off of the 200 and the 50 period MA, and the imbalances are out and they're higher and the market continues to go upside. So stopped out of my trade. We can check out where the imbalances are right now, Obi, as you work on your trade. Let me just go here, right click there, get rid of NASDAQ as a source and have a see what is bumping right now. Wow, there goes NVIDIA, 5 million shares to buy. So that will set, look at the TQs, man. That will send those absolutely flying right there. Google with a buy. Okay, Apple with a buy. Tesla, there goes Tesla, Obi, with a buy up to 286. I know you're on that. So Intel with a buy. They're all bids right now. So higher, higher, higher. Daryl lets us know it's $2 billion roughly to buy, with 1.5 of that on the NASDAQ. Mag 7 alone, 1 billion of that. So Mag 7 right now, half of the imbalance to the upside right now, led by Nvidia, as that goes bump in the night as well. These shorts, man, we sort of should have known that something was creeping there late, and it does look like it's Nvidia and the rest of them starting to bump up there. Nvidia I don't think it's going to go green today, but wow, 6 million shares really sends that name higher, 108 up to 108.80, and that's why you want to make sure that you're looking at these imbalances, right? 355, there's a pairing off situation where we could see a downside play for Nvidia at 355.
Yeah, just
I don't know what your plan is for Tesla there.
No, like I said, I was kind of watching it there. That did blast a little aggressively, so I am staying a little longer than my welcome here. But like I said, just a breadcrumb going into the close. Going to watch this. Pairing event at 55, so about 3 more minutes left for that one there. So yeah, Tesla was trading in and around 284s. That imbalance comes out. Well, the market bid up pretty aggressively as well, like you mentioned, that Nvidia bid there as well. And yeah, Tesla ripped up 2 points there, 286s, and still trading near those. So that grinding bid definitely there. Sometimes I like to stay in a bit of a position for a bit of a feeler. I don't know if that's something that you do. Nothing too crazy, but yeah, I was just maybe a little degen for sure. I'll admit, slightly, just a bit, but it is the end of the day. And wow, look at that, Amazon coming in with another bid as well. Yeah, so that 19.5, really aggressive action here, really sustaining some of these prices here on Tesla, as well as that 287 comes in. Oh boy. All right, so soon enough, I'm going to be like, all right, I'm spending too much. Spending too much P&L trying to feel this out here going into the close. But yeah, don't really have anything else on right now. Just going to wait for some of these imbalances to get paired off to see what comes in. But yeah, look at that. Nvidia continuing 5 million to buy. That is absolutely crazy there. That's a nice little shoot up into the close as well. TQ's coming in real hot to their highs.
Yeah. Wow, 54.25, like. That's hilarious, because that was initially what we had written down here, 54.25 on the TQs. We round trip that price. Crazy. Shout out right here. Big day tomorrow, Mr. Sean. Thank you, Tia. Yeah, we'll be fine, man. Hey, what's up, Antonio? Thank you so much, Antonio. I love you so much as well. Thank you, Antonio, for all the love there today. And Obi distracts Sean. Yes, he does. Bad job, Obi, today, distracting me as we go. But it's been. Look, today will be red. I mean, I don't have a problem. I mean, telling you guys about that, and that's what happens sometimes. You're going to take those trades, and they don't work out for you. So I'm completely fine. At the end of the day, you look at the month, and you're just trying to have a green month. You're trying to make sure that you do protect some of those profits. So you guys have known that we've had some good runs. So we'll just we'll keep it at that and see. With only 1 minute left, I'm actually looking to sort of punch long, believe it or not, on Nvidia. I think if that can hold the 4 million on this imbalance at the end of the day, sell Google, buy Big Bear AI. Yeah, I think so, Yaniv. Why not? But here we go. Today was brutal, but still ended up green. Oh, with my picks. There we go. Thank you, Love to Trade. Nice. Don't know how that was possible, but okay, that's good. All right. So here we go. And it's all about price and size. You and I talk about that. Yep. Like, if your trade right now was big size,
I would have gone blasted. Yeah.
Right. But you probably wouldn't be in it, is what I'm saying.
No, for sure I wouldn't.
So you would have certain outs, certain situations. You don't hold something $2 against you on 1,000 shares or anything like that. So you got to make sure that you're trading the right size and the right opportunities at the right time. So today I actually thought that TQ short was decent. So we did have, like I told you, at 7 or 8 units, which is too much, and it wound up lasting us. We'll see if we can do good tomorrow on that as well. So there's Nvidia, still a buy, but not enough for me to do anything. If we come over to the screen, Ramin, just real quick, I'll just show that. So it goes from 6 or 7 million down to 1.5 million. So you're not getting that crazy action right here off the close for Nvidia. If anything, I would now be thinking of a quick short against that high as we start to pair this off for Nvidia. So with 4 minutes left, downside play here, potential for a name like Nvidia, and maybe the market finally now coming back in as some of these imbalances start to pair off. But what a good day for the NASDAQ, made it all the way back, and what a good day for the ES here as you are now upside. I didn't think it would happen today, but those of you that asked, like, why today was a little bit of a mixed day and why I was thinking mixed, it's kind of because of this. You're now going to be flat. You're actually where we opened right now in the market. So if you look over here, today's 1 minute, this is where the market opened. This is where the market's closing. So all we did was go down and straight back up, almost a complete V recovery there in the market. And of course, now the short starts to come in. All right, let's go over to Adara, and then we'll come back and wind this show up.
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Trade the Pool. We all know the saying, big opportunity comes with big risk, but what if that wasn't true anymore? Trade the Pool is redefining what risk means for traders. No more risking your life savings to prove yourself in the market. They give you access to company capital, up to $200,000 to trade real stocks, no CFDs. And your downside is limited to a single one-time fee that starts at just $47. That means no blowing up your personal account. You get to trade with serious buying power, all while knowing your loss is capped. Trade the Pool now offers an unlimited time during the evaluation. You get the freedom to trade your way with no time pressure. Visit tradethepool.com and see how far your $47 can take you. Back to you.
All right, yeah. Obi and I on prop floor, so you know, trading prop has its advantages. Obviously, risk management, very, very well talked about on prop firms, as well as the ability to use and bat, you know, way above your weight there, or whatever they say on that one, where fight above your weight class, because you can use, you know, company and firm capital to get in and out of these trades. But yeah, very, very whipsaw-y kind of day if you look at it as a day, but the trend here in the afternoon was buy side. And we'll see if that can continue there tomorrow. JP Morgan just back to zeros as well. And we had said there, looking at that Nvidia trade, that there might be something there, but you're right back to day's high again. Nvidia, which was down 3.5% or maybe even 4% at one point, now just down 2% and hovering right there into those imbalances. Pfizer's been clubbed, man. What is that price? $23. That's a bad one as well. BAC today, I think it's a very different kind of a day because depending on what you're holding in your account, some names relatively flat, and I think you could be doing okay. There was SMCI with a little bit of a bid there to end the day. Look at SMCI. There's another example. Nvidia down 2%, SMCI up 2.5%. So definitely this day being controlled by few names, and they're not really the big boys. Tesla up and down, as I like that short, but that still goes upside. Robinhood still down that $1 as well, 1% as well. And then there's Tesla up to 286 and pushing, again, some of those levels. Like, this is virtually where we opened, again, on Tesla. So what a wild day, man. Hopefully other days will be a little more calming. And I thought the short was good, and we had wound up losing on it. My biggest loser of the day is right into here, where we shorted the TQQs, right into this level. Did not think we would break it. Did not, and we did. So fail on that one, so we'll turn our happiness into a frown today. About to turn happier, because in 1 minute, it's the recap show. I get to go home, chillax a little bit, and enjoy the night. I got to swing by High Park, take care of a little bit of business there, and then relatively light night, I think, on the docket for the Katina household. You have any plans tonight, or?
No, I think I'm gonna review some of these trades today. Got out of that Tesla. I'm like, all right, well, this is all I really
what am I
need to
talking
see.
about?
Aggressive strength into the close.
Baseball practice.
Oh.
So I got baseball practice, and then daughter has a 4-on-4 hockey.
Okay.
Baseball at 6, hockey at 6:15.
So what time do you get home?
I basically don't. Yeah. Cool times. All right, here we go. With only 50, yeah, I don't. I mean, I won't be home tonight really until probably 9 o'clock. So, all right, less than 10 seconds.
Oh boy.
So yeah, it's an oh boy situation. Here we go with only 4 seconds now. This is brought to you by VinFast. 3, 2, and 1. All right, thank you, Adair. Yeah. So no rest for the wicked. I'll go home from here, stop by High Park, pick up. That's where I was going. Got to pick up some stuff for the practice. Then we have practice till 8.
Yep.
And then we'll have dinner sometime around 8:39. Spend some time with the wife, then bedtime, then right back here tomorrow.
Yeah, solid. Sounds
Solid.
like
It'll be fun. It'll be a lot of
like a
fun. I love coaching and being with kids and just doing all that. I've got a lot of friends in there as well. So yeah, lots of fun there today. So. All right, Obi, thank you so much for the day today. About to get some earnings, so let's go back over. I assume they're ready over there? All right, Obi, thank you so much. Good luck with some of those trades tomorrow. We'll talk about which names we like tomorrow morning. Neil will be back, so thank you, Obi. Thanks to everybody today. Sharif, Adara, Joe for the midday show. You're about to see Sharif and Adara in a second. Ramin, thank you so much. Fabian, thank you. Bears vs. Bulls, Brendan, and everybody that's had a hand in running this show today, especially our viewers. We can't do it without you. Tomorrow we'll be back bigger and better. So thank you for watching. Let's sort over to the recap show. Ciao.
Welcome to the market recap show, guys. What a day it was on these markets today. We started in the negative. We stayed negative the majority of the day. Then around 1 o'clock, we started trending right back up with some of these major averages making big recoveries off their lows. The NQ did actually close negative, albeit by not that much, about 0.7%. The ES down right now, but that's after the close finished green. Likewise with the Dow closing up 0.25%, with the Russell 2000 faring the best out of all 4 major averages, up 0.33%. Good look there. Bitcoin not at 95.5 like it was in the morning when we spoke last, but still up 0.33% here. Oil continues to sell off in the low 60s. Is better than the high 50s, or is it? Down 1.6%. With gold, yet another green day for gold. We had a bit of a sell-off last week, not today though. Right back above $3,350, up almost 2%, 1.9%. And Nat Gas up 5.6. We talked about that on the midday show. BOIL, B-O-I-L, was up over 10%, the levered ETF. So not a bad day on these markets today, Adara.
Yeah, not a bad day at all here. And I believe tomorrow we'll get 100 days of Trump in office. The market has done, to put it lightly, a lot since he began. I'm actually working on an infographic right now showing the weekly moves of a lot of these indices since he took over. I mean, here's UPS. They're reporting tomorrow. And I've noticed a little bit of a trend here, Sharif. So Spotify, Friday, we had this report that they're jacking up their prices in some non-American countries, right, for their subscriptions.
Sure.
Then today they announced, we paid podcasters $100 million in Q1. UPS also gets a story the day before their earnings. They're reportedly looking here to, I believe, acquire or invest in this Figure AI for humanoid robotics. So it's interesting. Both these names reporting tomorrow, and they both get a story before earnings. I've talked to you a lot about how I find sometimes these releases before earnings of stories can lead to kind of iffy numbers because they're trying to hype you up before the report. Right? So we'll have to wait and see what happens, but this pattern is interesting to me. We get 2 companies reporting tomorrow with stories coming out less than, honestly, 24 hours before the bell. So good times there. Also, there is a seagull screeching contest for seagull imitators that I just saw there on CNN. And I am, that's what I was pointing out to you there on the green screen. So not at all market related, but as we wait for earnings, pretty funny. I think Cadence Design should be out.
Yeah, here it is, CDNS, guys. This is the first one we're waiting for. That's at 4 p.m. Let's flip to the 1 minute on this one. CDNS, it's already down here. Here's what we're getting. Okay, so this is the report for CDNS. Q1 adjusted EPS, $1.57, beating that $1.49 that the street was looking for. With respect to revenue or sales, $1.24 billion. That comes in line with what the street was expecting for. It's a little zig and a little zagadera dropping down, as it typically does with these algo reactions, down at 282, working its way back up into 257. Still negative on the day, 0.57. We're talking about CDNS reporting here at 4 o'clock. The other one we're expecting, Adara, with this one's a little bit later, NXPI and NU. NXPI expected at 410. It closed up 1.43 on the day. Likewise with NUE, New Core Corp, closed up 1.5%. Both of these we're expecting at 410.
Yes, we're going to have to wait there for those. I also said to Sharif, waste management, which is one that I know can be intraday traded. I remember Obi traded it a while ago on earnings. They weirdly do not report till about 7 p.m., 7:10
Really?
p.m., and they don't actually do their call until tomorrow morning. I'll switch off the UPS chart because I don't know why I keep showing that. We're going to have to beep, beep, get that truck out of the way so we can look at the Qs, which actually did have a little bit of a drop here around this, I guess, when the imbalances, right after the imbalances came out. So interesting look there. Also, Sharif, do you know who the former CEO of Cadence Design was?
I have no idea.
Lip-Bu-Tan.
Really?
From 2009 to 2021, he was actually known for being the CEO of Cadence Design. So interesting little note there. We also have Beyond Inc. I'm just seeing those earnings, not Beyond Meat, but BYON. I'm also seeing here apparently the S&P 500 had its 5th straight green session in a row. But Sharif, I think we should also look ahead to tomorrow. We have a lot of earnings tomorrow, but I also saw some headlines. We're going to have some media appearances from 2 members of Trump's cabinet, specifically on the trading side of things. We're expected to have Scott Bessent tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Then Howard Lutnick's going to swing by CNBC at 2 p.m. So you want to talk about what you were telling me this morning?
Yeah, so on the All In podcast, I was telling you this morning that there's statistics, not a whole large data set at the moment, but when Bessent has the mic on the day, the market seems to go green. When Howard Lutnick or Peter Navarro are on the mic that day, it's more of a put. So call Bessent, put Lutnick, so to speak. Let's talk about. Do we have the infographic for the earnings tomorrow? Since we,
yes, always.
Yeah, so
Which one would
because you kind of prefaced it. Well, tomorrow, what do we got for earnings?
We have implied moves for tomorrow morning, and then we also have the entire earnings calendar. So we'll start with the implied moves. SoFi, huge expected implied moves. This is just pre-market. I haven't done the post-market one yet because the implied moves do tend to change. But I'll show you
There are a lot of heavyweights on there.
It's a ton of heavyweights, and the ones actually tomorrow night are a little bit lackluster in comparison. Here's what we've got tomorrow. I mean, Booking Holdings, for those who are not me, is probably not a day trading stock, and even then, for me, it's a bit much. But Visa, Starbucks, First Solar, and Snap, some decent names tomorrow night, but nothing super huge. I would actually argue for once the morning is probably bigger than the evening. Cadence Design also coming through with guidance here. So they're seeing adjusted earnings per share for Q2 between $1.55 to $1.61. Midpoint of that basically in line with estimates of $1.58. And then their Q2 GAAP earnings per share, that was just their adjusted. Their GAAP, 89 cents to 95 cents. That's almost entirely missing estimates of 95 cents. But they did raise their guidance here for fiscal 2025 sales.
Yeah, I definitely see that. Good raise from them there. It's still basically zigging and zagging. We did pop up into about 293 and a third. We're right back down into 285. Quite a spready name. It's not really trading in the way you'd expect something that's liquid to trade. So keep your eye on this one. More of an investing stock anyway, so we'll keep that on watch. This is what we're talking about there when Adara says that they raise guidance. Let's bring that up so you can have a better look there. So Cadence Design Systems raises full year 2025 adjusted EPS guidance from about 6 2/3 to 6 3/4, up to 6 3/4 to 6 4/5. Not a bad look there. The estimate was 6.71, so even the low end of their guide above the estimate, so not a bad look. They're also raising their full year 2025 sales guidance up from 5.14 billion to 5.22, up to 5.15 billion to 5.23, with the estimate being kind of the midpoint of the guide there. 5.19 is what the street was looking for, or was expecting, I should say. So Cadence Design System, the first one to report at 4 o'clock. We've got a couple of other ones, guys. NXPI, the semiconductor name, NXP Semiconductor, which is a Holland or a Netherlands-based company, excuse me, much like ASML. And then we got New Core Corp, which basically deals with steel and steel products, American and Canadian companies. So not a bad look. If you're just joining us, the NQ did close marginally red. The ES did close green. Likewise with the Dow and the Russell that are both positive on the day, with the Russell being the strongest of the bunch. Let's talk about what to expect here from NXPI, which again reports in about 2 minutes. Earnings per share, the street's looking for about $2.60 with on revenue, let me just load that down so you guys can see it there. On revenue of $2.83 billion, the implied move here, about 7%, a little bit less. The previous move was a little bit less than 2% to the downside. With respect to New Core, we're looking for 68 pennies per share in terms of earnings. Revenue of a little bit less than $7.25 billion. The implied move here about 5.5 plus or minus. We'll have to wait and see whether this one beats or misses. With the previous move, again, minus 1.2%. So it looks like they both sold off last time, Adair.
Yeah, this NXPI, Sharif, this had an excellent day. I mean, we kind of started to bottom out. It looks like we're going to flat bottom break here. But then we start to make a slightly higher low here. Coming in, when was this? This was around 1:30, so near the end of the midday. And we shoot to the upside. I checked the volume on this. It was over 3 million shares, so that is not bad at all. NXPI actually had a great look moving into earnings. Let's take a look at NUE or New Core. This one, kind of similar pattern to NXPI, but I would argue that the move back up is a lot more kind of squeamish. It's not as strong as what we had with NXPI. So given that strength for NXPI into earnings, I wonder if it sells it all off or if it continues to push higher. We will let you know once we see those earnings. So they are coming out imminently. We also had ARE, that's Alexander Real Estate's coming out. So some real estate names, I believe WELL or Welltower, they were supposed to report as well. So there are some real estate related plays in watch. But we're going to have to wait and find out here what happens with NXPI and New Core here. Yeah, like I said, not a ton of earnings tonight, though tomorrow morning will actually get very, very spicy. So check out that watch list. We have NXPI, Sharif.
Okay,
to scan
let's have a look here.
This report quickly because they do not. Oh, someone is retiring here. Oh, chair of the board of directors. Okay, I have Ultra Clean Holdings. Do you mind if you just take over a bit?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just watching the price action here on NXPI. Not really reacting quite yet. Still up 1.6, waiting for this area. Here we go. So now we're getting it. So Q1 revenue. Oh, what's going on over here? Q1 revenue of 2.84 billion. I don't know what the comps are. Just give me a second because I did have the comps 1 second ago. So 2.84 billion was what we got. That it beats what the street was looking for, 2.83, so a bit of a beat there, but it is selling off aggressively here. So you're seeing it drop from about 196 down to 194, still very illiquid at this moment. So let's not react too quickly over here, just looking for more data. So now they have guidance out as well. So they see Q2 revenue between 2.8 to $3 billion. I'm not sure what we are looking for in terms of an estimate for the second quarter. Now, or as well, they're guiding with respect to earnings per share set to be between 178 to 216, which would be better than, well, actually a little bit worse than what they printed on this quarter. The estimate was $2.60. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Here we go. Looking for the full review over here. I don't know if you've got it on your side there. Go ahead.
I don't have the total review, but I'm just reading through the report. So they literally say in the report they actually miss, or they didn't miss, but they're down 9% year over year in their revenue, which is not a great look. I'm seeing, let's say the same estimates that I saw, because sometimes the estimates I see are different from the estimates the street goes with. But yeah, it does look like exactly that 2.84 billion, beating estimates of 2.83 from what I'm seeing. But their revenue was down quarter over quarter, so down on a sequential basis. GAAP gross profit down on a sequential basis. A lot of these metrics dropping here on a sequential basis, though their GAAP operating income actually, or that was a loss, so it actually did increase a little bit there. Not a great look. It's hard to find a positive metric in this report.
And it looks like their CEO will be outgoing, an individual by the name of Kurt Sievers, or I'm not sure how to pronounce that last name. He's the NXP president and chief executive officer. The company announced that he has informed the board of directors of his intention to retire from NXP at the end of this year. So it's not going to be anything imminent. We'll keep an eye on that. The company goes on to say he's been a dynamic visionary and a highly effective CEO of NXP at the helm since May of 2020. Julie Southern, who is the chair and board of directors of the company. So we'll keep an eye on that. The market not liking very much what they're reporting or what they're saying here, Adara, because we were up into 198.15. We are now down into about 189.98, losing that 190 level and also breaking through that low of day at 191 that we had held almost a triple bottom there on NXPI, now down about 2 1/5 here in the aftermarket. We are still waiting. Let me just check here on NUE. Did we get NUE? Not yet. So nothing on my blotter from NUE, nor has the price reacted on the chart as such. So we'll wait for that. That was scheduled to come out 4:10, so that's about 3 minutes late. So both the earnings names that we've had on the day already report CDNS down 3% or thereabouts. Likewise with NXPI dropping as well after that earnings report, now down 3 1/4. It's taking out levels here, man. 187, it's about to lose 187. So a bit of a tougher look there. They did beat on the current quarter. The guide was ahead of expectations, but maybe selling off here. I'm talking about NXPI on the news that their current CEO will be outgoing at the end of the year. I think we do have Michael Noss whenever he's ready to go. Okay, let's bring in Michael. I don't know, what am I supposed to press? Okay. There he is, everybody's favorite, he's mine, favorite chartered market technician from the East Coast of Canada. Good afternoon, Michael. How are you? How was the trading day today?
Trading day was good. It was a lot of volatility for no action. We opened we closed right where we opened.
Agreed.
Looked down 1% at some point, ends up flat, and it's just like, yeah, at this point, what do? You just wait for the close, I think.
Yeah, it'd be nice if we just got that continued direction, but volatility presents intraday traders, at least, Michael, with opportunities. So today I saw you posted a video on your trade of the week, LKQ. So not a bad look there. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that? I can load up the chart.
Yeah, so this is from a mean reversion system that I have, and a lot of these systems have been doing very well, right? Where we have mean reversion and pullback and anything that's kind of exploiting the volatility by hoping the market sells off a bit for a couple days, and then you can buy something, and then you're flipping it out a couple days later. That's been doing well. Trend following, not so much. So this was kind of the one that I landed on, and the orange dotted line down here around 35.50, that's where we're looking to get in if we can get there. One of the benefits for a lot of what I do is that there would be, maybe 30 or 40 potential trades to take each week, but obviously I don't know if LKQ is going to get down here. So I kind of wait for just those triggers and those alerts. Right. But if you go back in time, you can see how important this area. This is 2016. It was important there. Again in 2020, 2025, 2024. This whole area is really, really important. So if it can shrug off the bad earnings report that it had on this big red day here, just bleed a little bit lower, that might be a good place to snap it up. But again, just trying to play the overextended moves to both sides, buying dips, selling rips, staying active until the market calms down and there can be kind of some trend to play with.
I want to ask you about the overall market in general. It's a question that I prefaced to you last week about that ascending wedge with that flat top. But before I do that, I got to ask you about the most important crypto coin that's going around in these markets right now, Michael, and I think you already know what I'm alluding to here. Fart coin is continuing to make those higher highs and higher lows. No, but I'm serious about this. This has got a gnarly looking rounded bottom. It's taken out levels. It's off the lows. You've got higher lows here, certainly off that 20 penny area. We defended it to a T last time, and now we're $1 higher at $1.20. Are we joking here, or is there something to this fart coin trade?
Well, so full disclosure, because I'll always say this regardless of the instrument, the asset, I am a fart coin holder. So I don't know if there's like a buzzword for me or something, but I bought some, around this kind of 50 cent area when we broke out of here. I think I was talking about it with you guys and everything on the show. It's a great looking chart. There obviously is no fundamental analysis to do here, but the reason that this always is now part of my scanning and is always on my screen is because the way I look at it is that if the world out there was looking to, there was going to be a recession, there was going to be some sort of really big economic problem, and people were worried about losing their jobs and not being able to pay rent, I think it's worth about like $1.2 billion is the market cap right now. You think this would be one of the first places they would tap, right? They're not going to, you would hope that people are logical enough that they're going to sell this before they sell their Apple, before they sell their Nvidia or their Google or their SPY or whatever it is. And yeah, the fact that this keeps just grinding higher, and even over the weekend, I made a little bit of a comment because it pulled back a little bit so far today, but trying to avoid all the jokes, but this was ripping like all weekend. And, you're talking a low of 95 cents to a high of what, 125? Like that is an insane percentage return. But, trade it, don't trade it, whatever. I'm just surprised that I could trade this in a regular Kraken account. But for no other reason, I'm going to have this on my chart until it moons or completely goes away just for that risk on, risk off type of thing. I have to imagine that, again, if people start to get worried and they start to sell things, you're going to see this one implode. But, we're talking about, there's tons of these different coins out there. For some reason, Fartcoin seems to be holding. So you're talking about relative strength. Like, we got Peanut the Squirrel. I don't know if you remember that meme, but it had a spike and then it fell. And then you got Pepe the Frog, and that had a spike and then kind of completely fell apart. So a lot of these coins are at lows or near lows. So if you're a crypto trader, I think you just pick up the ones that are holding on. Even probably best just to ignore the tickers entirely and just look for the ones that are strongest.
Let's keep the conversation going with the crypto theme. I was reading an interesting article today about the decoupling or seeming decoupling of the with Bitcoin, with tech stocks, with the overall NASDAQ. So I was looking at this 30-day correlation with gold, Michael. So Bitcoin is set to be about 0.7%, 0.7, indicating a strong positive alignment with gold. But when you compare that to its alignment with the tech stocks and the NASDAQ in general, it's only 0.53. So is this kind of suggesting that maybe we're getting a permanent decoupling here where Bitcoin will move on its own merit as opposed to being this kind of risk-on asset that moves with tech stocks?
I hope so. I'm finding the same number here. So I'm using IBIT versus the Qs, and it's around 0.53, the same number. I hope so, and for the reason that if we are going to have a world in which Bitcoin is going to be part of people's portfolios, and as a crypto holder, not a crypto diehard, I feel like there's a chance that that's going to happen, and that's what a lot of the crypto guys want. It has to be uncorrelated in some way, right? People still to this day say gold is an asset that protects you against inflation, although it only did that once in the 70s. So 50 years ago, it was a hedge against one thing one time, and it's still part of people's portfolios today. So if Bitcoin is going to fill that diversification bucket, it has to decouple. And if you think about it just fundamentally or from a macro standpoint, there's no better time than now, because the entire bear market crash that we had is all based on tariffs, and Bitcoin should be the thing that is the most unaffected to tariffs. If anything, if you were trying to get around some of these rules and maybe ship some things and take some money away from prying eyes, Bitcoin's going to be the way to do it. So if it is going to decouple, I would hope that that's now, and then I hope that it does, simply because then it makes sense to be a part of someone's portfolio. Because like you mentioned, right now and up until this point, it's essentially been you're buying the Qs, then you're buying Bitcoin that's going to move with the Qs, but just in an incredibly leveraged manner. So there's no real diversification benefit. It's just more juice. It's more beta. So if people are going to want, the whole world to have, say 50% stocks and 40% bonds and 10% crypto, you have to see this decoupling. So it's doing it right now, like you mentioned. If you just look at the last couple days, the SPY, it was down, and on this day where we had a big push up, and then the SPY didn't move, where we also had a big push up. So there's been a few days of it, or a couple weeks even, of it kind of pulling apart. But we don't know if it's going to continue. Sadly, we won't only know with time, but I hope so. And I think, again, for Bitcoin to be kind of taken seriously, I think it needs it at some point.
Thank you so much for being here with us today, Michael. We know that about 180 names in the S&P 500, so just under 40% of the index, are reporting this week. With it being such a huge earnings week, especially for a lot of these tech names and Mag 7's names, are there any specific tickers or even indices or ETFs that you're looking at to play this earnings season, or specifically this week?
I am still really flabbergasted or impressed with the strength in ITA, which is our defense sector, almost up near all-time highs, right? And, a lot of this had to do with the administration put out a big thing about how they're going to spend 20 to 30% more than anyone ever has on military. So that's going to be a big one. So I think from just interested to trade as it's moving higher, this is what I'm interested in. I think overall, what we need to be watching for this earnings season is not the earnings numbers at all. I don't really think those will matter in the long run, whether a company beat or miss. It's all about the kind of after party, that call that happens after, where just like people were making memes and saying, "Oh, this CEO mentioned AI 73 times in his call that happened last year." This year, I think it's going to be all about how many times did they mention tariffs, how did they say they were affected by tariffs, and that's going to really decide, I think, to investors whether or not only is the company in trouble, but the whole market. So and I think Apple's on Thursday or something, but if Apple, for example, one of the largest companies in the world and manufactures a whole bunch of things, comes out and bluntly says, hey, we're worried about these tariffs, it's going to hurt our bottom line. Not only do I think that that's bad for Apple, but that's going to be kind of sobering for the whole world. Now that a lot of the market seems to be a little bit numb to messaging that's coming out of the White House back and forth, and will they, won't they of the negotiations, I think all eyes are on these really large cap tech companies and what they say about these tariffs and earnings, because being such a huge part of the NASDAQ, a huge part of the S&P 500, people really need to either get the okay that things are fine and they can continue to trade as is, or if they start to get that, people start to look at Tim Cook and he's sweating the whole time, then maybe it's going to be a little bit rougher for the market.
I got one more for you, Michael. Nat gas. It's one that you and I have spoken about in the past. It's one that I was quite bullish on to start the year. It was one of my picks, one of my 3 picks for it to be quite strong into the end of the year. But having watched the last little bit, especially towards the end of March onwards, and certainly in the majority of April, we sold off quite aggressively. So I have a couple of questions for you. One, we're below the 200 moving average again here on the daily, which was a concern to me because that was one of the technical levels we kept projecting over and over in the multi-year downtrend that nat gas had been experiencing. We're below it again. We're markedly below it, almost 30 pennies below. But I want to get your opinion on this. We had 2 areas of technical resistance here that really are glaring. That area high at around $3.40 back in October, which we tested again towards the end of November. Now we come back after an aggressive down move after breaking through $5 all the way down back right into that same area again. Does this mean anything to you that we're finding support at a key area of previous technical resistance, or is the bigger story here the loss of the 200 moving average again?
Yeah, I think both those things, obviously, that you mentioned are super important. Just again, I'm out of nat gas because it did fail that breakout in the 20s. So, it ended up being a long hold for nothing. But I brought this up here, and this is something that a little bit of homework for your viewers. But if you look at the Wyckoff accumulation, which this is a pattern, it's a longer term pattern, but this is a pattern that people have been using for over 100 years. Richard Wyckoff was around the same time as Charles Dow and a lot of the people who basically invented technical analysis. And they noticed that this bottoming process, you don't have to go as crazy to notice all these things. But the main thing was that, generally speaking, bottoming processes are these sideways accumulation zones, which we know, that have generally a spring, they call it, and you can see that right here where price just violates the low for just a little bit and then pops back up. And then the idea is that eventually when we get to the highs, you get a little base at a high and away you go, right? So again, it's some more detailed reading for people, but I just kind of try to line this up just to show you that if you are a Wyckoff follower, which there's a lot of people out there, it is lining up perfectly in natural gas right now for a potential bottom. So although I'm not in it right now, it's putting in all of those signs that us technicians want to see for a potential bottom. What I think it needs at this point is just to stick the landing. So if I was a little bit braver, maybe I would actually be accumulating some right here and just leaning against the lows for a stop, but that's just a little bit too wide from a percentage point of view. I think what I want to see is it back above 20 and back above that 200-day moving average. and I'll probably continue to take shots. If we get a good clear for a couple days of the 200-day moving average, I think I'll probably pop back in and then use that 200-day moving average as a stop, because it's one of those psychologically, because I had a pretty good gain from the prior trade, that I'm feeling okay potentially taking a shot again. But I still like natural gas here. I still think it's one of those that, you know, we went from, during the Russia-Ukraine war, from 142 down to 13. So I still think it's got some room to bounce back in it. And I am seeing some technical signs that the low may be in. I just want to see a little more confirmation. I think that $20 makes perfect sense to play against.
Michael, especially the comps between Wyckoff there, almost an overlap that you're looking at there. Great looking, great information for all our viewers, Michael. Thank you for being on. Hopefully we'll see you Friday.
I'll talk to you guys on Friday. Oh, and just if anyone's going to be in New York at the StockTwits event for the cash tag thing, I forgot to say earlier, come on by and say hi. I'll be there. I'll be in New York from Tuesday until Thursday.
There you go. Make sure to reach out to Michael. Thank you so much, Michael, for being on. Interesting day at Dara today. I mean, we kind of started the day negative, and then we had a little bit of a move in the pre-market. We were going to go green. We decidedly went red when the market opened, and we stayed red for a while. And Donald Trump didn't take the day off in terms of tweeting. He was quite active, but we continued to rally. I think maybe around 1 o'clock, 1:30 or so, we started catching a bid.
I think it was around near the end of your guys' midday show, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
We did get a little bit of a bid. Donald Trump is known for not taking a day off from tweeting or posting, that's for sure. I'm even listening to him right now talking at this super event, just honoring the Super Bowl champions, the Eagles. And once again, he takes this opportunity to repeatedly mention teams from New York. But yeah, so interesting times are happening here. Donald Trump talking, nothing market related. I'm pretty sure he's reading off of a script.
Yeah, and definitely, if you're a Philadelphia Eagles fan, you don't want to hear anything about the Giants. Neither do I. I'm a Cowboys fan. All right, guys, Fabian has hit the siren. That means it's time for us to go. But we will see you bright and early tomorrow, everybody here at the team from Trader TV. We'll see you tomorrow, guys, at 8:30. Take care.